คือต้องบอก
แล้วผมว่าคู่นั้น
คือวันนั้นที่คุณบีภาคเนี่ยจะเขางัดกันถูกต้องไหม
6 เกมงัดกันไป5 เมือง
แต่ว่าเป็นนาวีที่ชนะมากกว่า 3-2ประมาณนั้นแต่พอตอนนี้รอบชิงเนี่ย17 เกมมิ่งใช้คำว่าอิสระในการเล่นเลย
ครับผม
นะครับคือทำให้ฟอร์มแบบโอ้โหเต็มที่มากกดไปเมื่อวานกดไป1 ไก่ด้วย
ใช่ครับ
นะครับเอาเรื่องมากแล้วก็ไปในตัวของทีมไทยกันหน่อยนะครับตอนแรกทีไฟจะไม่ฟื้นแต่มีแต้มกลับมา
เดี๋ยวดูช่องอังกฤษแล้วกันนะครับดูช่องอังกฤษแล้วกัน Final Stage
is anything but done at the moment here for day number 2 of PGS7. So without further ado, let's get to all the action. Our next 6 games are upon us here live from Shanghai, China.
To the stage.
电子一些实力说话，不是靠自己的嘴纸上谈兵。
ข้ามหนึ่งนะทุกคน
不要来轻易触碰我们的跳点，不然我让你们知道什么叫残忍。
이제 PGS 선수들 중에 제 연장자이지만 그래도 끝까지 연장자인 만큼 멋있는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
With the mistakes made in the group stage, we are coming more stronger right now for the finals.
Цель изменилась. Наша цель это на этих двух PGS7 и PGS8 это войти в топ-3.
저희가 불안한 모습을 보여줬는데 그 불안한 모습을 이겨내고 꼭 우승할 수 있는 모습을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
我觉得我们可能离那个奖杯已经越来越近了。
I mean, I think we're just having fun because we're winning. Like, winning is always fun, even if it's group stage or finals.
就我们的地盘上面不允许有别的队友来就干你。
Now make it 3-for-1 in favor of TKL. TKL dispatching T1.
ก็ในปีที่แล้วเรามาที่เซี่ยงไฮ้แล้วก็เราตกรอบใน PGS3 ก็ครั้งนี้เราจะเข้าไปในไฟนอลแล้วก็จะไปเอาแชมป์มาให้ได้
17 or do they want to take the scrap with Lippis able to dodge it
ทำตัวเดียวพี่ไฟทำตัวเดียว
ตั้งแต่PTUเข้ามารู้สึกว่ามีการพัฒนามากขึ้นมีการทำอะไรหลายๆอย่างให้ทีมมันพัฒนามากขึ้นทีนี้เทศผมว่ามาได้ครับจะทำให้เป็นแชมป์ทุกรายการให้ได้
Ну, я думаю, уровень с каждым годом растет, от турнира к турниру появляются новые команды, которые в форме, но и мы тоже пытаемся не отставать. Мы все время улучшаемся. Посмотрим, как будет. Мы тренируемся на таких турнирах, мы хотим победить, но в приоритете у нас более значимые турниры это ИВЦ и Global, конечно.
Bọn em thì cũng đã từng vô địch BGC rồi và cái sự tự tin rất là cao nên là những cái giải thế giới không có giải nào bọn em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ bị bại được. Việt Nam vô địch.
Với tư cách là nhà vô địch BGC 2024 thì chúng tôi sẽ trở thành nhà vô địch BGS7.
PUBG Global Series 7 final stage here in Shanghai, China is about to kick off. Matchup and Paper Thin taking you through today's action, and we've had some very spicy games coming in with a lot of solo plays coming and really just trying to establish and buy whatever points they can get from their teams, and it has been crazy to watch.
It has been a lot of fun. I mean, you're seeing teams like the team on your screen here, BB team, make a splash early. Who knows with Bagel Pod? They had some moments where they looked okay, but you know, really it's the top like 3 for me right now. You're looking at 17, DN Freaks, and Day Trade. They really seem to have leveled up in some cases with like the Freaks. 17, you know, not being bothered by hot drops, that seems to free them up, and the day trade is just continuing right where they left off in the group stage.
Oh, but the curse with 17, does it finally break? Is
Well,
this the time that we can finally see them get first?
It broke once. It broke once. PGS won, but every other time it has been a lot of seconds. So yes, there still seems to be that curse looming over them, and you know, talking to people behind the scenes here, there still is, maybe a little bit. Maybe.
I mean, it's almost like whenever we talk about the curses and everything else like that, it's almost like a mental state that you can get into, right? And that's the kind of where the curse does have the worst effect. Nobody's actually believing, oh, it's impossible for them to do it, but there is that thing that happens in the back of your head, you know, where it's like, oh, we never managed to get first. We've got to do it this time. And it's like the extra pressure that's applied. Meanwhile, day trade is just coming out swinging.
Yeah.
It feels like this roster is a lot more synergized than we've seen in the past, specifically in the later stages of the game, where they're just making some very intelligent positional movements, and their firefighting is just escalated.
That's the biggest thing. Right now, they're fragging out of control. They're finding their moments. They're finding ways to be aggressive at the right times. Like, all of these things seem to really be figured out with this new revamped day trade roster this year. Seems to me to be the best version maybe that we've ever seen of this squad, and that's saying something because we've seen some good versions of it in the past. So for day trade, this is potentially their moment. I mean, I'm kind of starting to feel like maybe they're actually going to win this PGS. It really seems to be a team that isn't letting go, a team that is in full confidence mode. They're having fun. They're making great decisions. Like, it seems like they may be the complete package.
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but all of the players are having fun right now. They're all yelling back there, getting excited. We're just a couple of seconds away from game. So, the Freaks. I wasn't super impressed during the group stage.
Sure.
It didn't seem like it was all there yet. But, dude, yesterday, that was just unleashing on the lobby. It was like, it's suddenly like Salute just found his rhythm again.
No, this is back to the Freaks as normal. That's what I saw yesterday, but we are ready for the first game of the day. It's day number 2 here at PGS7. It's the final stage, and we begin day number 2 on Erangel. Should be quite interesting to see. This is the map, speaking of the Freaks, where they did a ton of their damage yesterday. But let me explain a little bit more what I'm seeing with the Freaks. So this is back to more of the style that they play in PWS. They're starting to take space. They're starting to take zone control. They're winning some big fights to open up that zone control as well. And once they have that, they are so good about not letting it go. And obviously it comes on the back of players like Salute, like DL, who are able to just frag, give you those 1, 2, 3 kills that you need to create some pressure on the edges, and then just go from there.
DL was having a hell of a day. There is no other way to say it than that yesterday. He had a lot of just like corner holds where he was kind of like the odd man out, or sometimes even the initial push for their squad, and just really found some good positionings, unlocked a lot of opportunities for his team. So we're going to keep an eye on the map here and see how everything's going to be styming out, see where everybody's going to drop the drops.
Oh, yes.
And yeah, Petrichor Road, Twisted Minds, goals as we're headed back to the apartments. Right on top, who's going to get the guns first? Everybody's making landfall really quick, going for the rolls, trying to see if they can find whatever gun they can, and it's going to be a couple of ARs, but boy, it is just running down. Fisticuffs trying to see if they can connect, nothing just quite yet, but first knocks in him come out, and it's going to be Chewy.
He's got the Saiga. That's a nice one to start there for Petrichor Road. You can see a bit of a change in strategy for Petrichor Road. It was a quick dash. Ooh, Ixlef got caught by that molly, but for Petrichor Road, it was a quick dash down the stairs to find guns and to try to set up defensive positions. Now, Rez is going to come through for Twisted. The real question is are there many meds in that particular room for them to scoop up to use?
Ooh, I like this. Hold the stairwell. This is tried and true PUBG, right? If you've ever done the hot drop on apps, you know the fact that it's about getting control over the stairwells, but let's not forget that you can do the jumps out the windows, flank back in from below. But this is really kind of a stalled out hot drop comparison to what we've been seeing. The first couple yesterday were just like instant, man. It was like authority right off the get-go. It looks like both teams decided, okay, we'll kind of take a second, see if we can get our loot in a bit of a better situation before we make a big commitment in. Circle has popped. It is going to be over to the east, but I know our eyes continue to stay on apps.
Yeah, so this is kind of the evolution of what we saw from yesterday. A lot of roof fights yesterday. That one came down to just who had the better jumps. Kind of both teams winning one in that regard. This one, even though the jump was pretty even, Petrichor Road had a very quick plan to kind of change things up, and they're slowly trying to work their way up the stairs. Twisted Minds stacked up just a floor above them.
Listening for footsteps. Both teams wanting to maintain control over this area, but you can see that it's going to be complicated to do. We haven't seen the full commitment come out from either squad yet. I like this, just kind of delivering in, giving a bit more utility. Make sure you get ammo, everything else like that. Good. 2 members from Petrichor Road holding stairwell on one side. Meanwhile, it is going to be Example, and I'm going to be guessing the Tulans also waiting out to pounce.
Yeah, I like this. Oh, got the spot. Couldn't find the shots to connect there with the barrel, but I like this from Petrichor Road because you've locked Twisted Minds into one story of loot, whereas you have access to 2. Even though there is the roof, of course, as well, but this way, maybe you can try to keep them at bay, but Akeslef taking a bunch of damage, has to back off. That Vector proving very powerful again for Perfectix.
Okay, Twisted. It's all on to you. Smoke's now starting to come out. You're just going to use that to stall? Looks like that might be the case. They aren't feeling too good about it. No, Chui finds another one. Lou had gone to the other building. He gets spotted out. He's going to go down. More pressure mounting onto Twisted's side. I like how he's just trying to crawl. I think he's trying to like glance through the windows to see if he could spot out anything and feed the information over.
For sure, for sure. I mean, you know, Petrichor Road now knows that they have him isolated, and it would take something crazy for the rest of the team to get over there. And he's likely to just bleed out. Even if they did kick off a fight and win it, or somehow get somebody over there, getting upstairs in time, not going to happen. So Lou is going to bleed out, and so that's 1 kill so far for Petrichor Road. Can they find the rest?
Hi, bye. Just take your emergency pickup, make your way to the circle. This is going to be kind of going on for a minute. Petrichor Road, while they do have the numbers advantage, pushing that stairwell. I mean, it one good spray, a couple of shotguns, it doesn't feel like it's going to matter too much. So you can see that Petrichor Road still showing some hesitation. Doesn't feel like they've quite gotten what they want yet. Everybody else, pretty much make your rotation into the circle as we keep eyes on what's going to be going on over here. We also do have New Happy Day Trade, the Expendables, as well as Forest and T5, not yet inside the circle.
Yeah, this is really nice for the Freaks. That means there's no team in school that they have to contest with for the vehicles, for maybe, you know, getting camped along the road or at a rotation or something like that. So they have a lot more room to maneuver. Can take some of those early 2-2 splits that they like to do in the eastern part of the map here, and then just kind of wait it out. Still, though, we wait out this fight as nobody wants to make a move. This is just kind of holding the line here for Pero.
This is such a mental battle right now because you can see that Twisted knows. You were talking about it. They're just locked in on the story right now, so they can't really do too much more. Oh, look at the jump. Yeah, still get spotted, though. I like the idea behind the play. The thing about it is this is almost kind of mutually assured destruction, is neither team can really get loot to prepare for what's going to be going on in the later stages. So that's going on in the back of both of their minds. I know the battle is for the drop spot, and they are inside of circle, so that's not the worst, and whoever wins can technically go to the other buildings and get something. But the longer this goes on, it becomes a mental battle of just kind of having to fight against your own patience, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, absolutely, because you want to try to just end this quickly so you can get back to the game as normal, and you know that if you end this quickly, your opponent's just going to be sitting there staring at their monitor for the next 30 minutes. Let's see. They're going to make a push, spray through the wall, kind of guessing. Batulins, that's close.
Not connecting, though. And you can see that the smoke off on that side usually means that there's going to be some aggression coming out. Bit of utility. Oh, sneaky shots coming up top, but not connecting either. They're getting some information, but okay. Here comes utility. Here comes a push. Akeslef going to be leading the way, but he is going to go down. Example on that window spot. Going to find a second. Goes for the shots. He finally goes down, and that should allow time for Rez's. Petrichor Road's going to get it, and Twisted Minds is out.
Yeah, I mean, if that's a different gun there, I wouldn't be surprised if Example might just wipe all of Petrichor Road, but only the M16. You just got to rely on that burst fire to try to get it done, and he almost did. But Petrichor Road, while they're storming a couple players up the stairs, they're clearing out the rest of the room, so they finish off 2 below, 1 up top eventually, get the job done. And that's going to be Petrichor Road 2-1 in the school fight so far here in the final stage of PGS7. But again, a lot of this is going to be for the rest of the year, right? Like, you want to make sure you have this drop spot locked down, especially as a couple GPT teams, that you're going to be at all these events, that you want to make sure that it is yours, you're not going to be messed with, and you can just have smooth sailing for the globals.
Yeah, this is a fight for 2 weeks from now, on top of everything else. So it'll be interesting to see how the continuance comes in, because we know that Twisted can be pretty stubborn. So while Petrichor Road has gotten the better of them at this point, I don't know how long this is going to prove for.
I mean, I think it's going to happen for the rest of this event.
Probably.
Because I think at this point, that's now their kind of contest. That's where this is at. It feels like, we'll see. Twisted, you're absolutely right. You know, they never really gave up on Power Grid that much. So, like, for example, another spot where they have contested Petrichor Road in the past, and they are generally very good in those fights, but Petrichor Road had some good strategies here. In the first game, we still have another Erangel.
Well, it's also interesting when you look at the leaderboard. While Twisted has had some troubles against Petrichor Road there, just, I mean, 2-1, right? Twisted is in 7th versus Petrichor Road's 13th. So while you're getting control over apps, you're not getting control over the leaderboard for it.
Yeah, but they don't care. They just don't. Like at this, it really, where they end up in that kind of middle of the pack of the leaderboard isn't probably even on their minds really. Like it might be a little bit, but they're more concerned about that fight. That's really what this is about right now. They want to win that spot and think about the rest of the year. It's a bigger picture thing for them, I suspect.
Okay, so let's give you an update on the circle as we're looking at it. Prison's going to be pretty much the center. Falcon's going to be pretty close to that. We've got a couple of teams that are playing around the outskirts around Lumberyard. That's going to be Begapa. Presently, New Happy has Inuyasha. That's in an emergency pickup, doing scouting for his squad as they're all in vehicles tailing in back behind that. And that's kind of about it. Almost everything else is settled. Day trade's pretty far down to the south right now, but there's not too much other big movements. Forest, I believe, has been spotted by T5 up in the north, but no big firefights as we're watching kind of how all of this broke down.
Yeah, there you go. See, you're able to cover those couple angles. You know, the stun to try to push up the stairs.
I thought Example might be able to do it there.
Dude, he was 1 HP away. Nan had 1 HP left. It was very, very close. That's got Akelef fired up. You know, we know how important that battle is. We heard Batulins afterwards, had some choice words for Petrichor Road. We've heard for Petrichor Road when they won their first one. Yeah, everybody has a lot to say.
And Petrichor Road just got an emergency pickup. So that makes everything even a little bit better.
Yeah, they're fine. I mean, they could do some damage in this game for sure.
So looking out, where can they go based off of path in front of them? They have to be pretty cautious. Any drops are going to be a bit problematic. They could go for Prison, but God, getting out of Prison's going to suck. I mean, Lippo is always an option as well. New Circle's going to pop, and it's going to lean into the south.
Oh, interesting. We've already had one circle end kind of near the lumber yard. See if that one ends up being the case, or if it's just going to hard shift on us. We've had some of the classic ping pong circles as they get ready to take their joy ride. A lot of teams, though, going to have to make their way from the north and try to find some new real estate to work with. You've got T5 that has a little ways to go for us, but everybody else kind of at least in, and it's just going to be where do you end up here, not only for the teams that are outside of the circle a bit, but Petrichor Road. What does this drop look like? You don't want to go Prison. You can see it on the map. It's open. You don't want to go there, but there's actually the Hall of Fame is open, so they could maybe drop there.
Bessie is going to be rotating right next to the Falcons. A couple of shots coming at them. They did also kind of bump into H-Win on their rotation. So really just kind of scouting with their bodies at the time. New Happy's going to be fortified over in this position. More bullets going at Bestia as now it looks like they might stop off where Inuyasha is at.
No.
He's going to fin this. Is going to be Draft King that runs over one of his teammates at Rain. That's going to be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, that's an oopsies. Maybe somebody got out of the vehicle a little bit sooner than they were supposed to there. A little bit of a miscommunication with Bestia, but maybe can get the res. Petrichor Road not too far off here. So this could turn into something pretty scary.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, Petrichor Road, Begapa all up on top of it, while we also do have New Happy Bestia all in intermixed positions. Bestia's Draft King looks like he's going to have to step back a bit more. More nades going to be coming out. Lee's just trying to get this Wizard Tower secure. Draft King's going to be hunkered down inside the smokes, and looks like Petrichor Road doesn't want too much more out of this, and neither does Begapa quite yet.
Oh, Begapa squaring up with Petrichor Road. They've already got one kill in the bag. That's a good grenade, though. Draft King is down. The other 3 players from Bestia seemingly stuck along this hillside, can't make much of a push further forward. They've fortified that position, and a little bit of damage there from Inuyasha, as I think for now New Happy should be A-okay. I don't suspect that Bestia is going to make a push for this right now. It may just be we have to let that happen. Right above you.
Just got to let that one go. So this is why we didn't see the full 4-way firefight, is you can see the kind of what's going on with the mix-up between Begapa and Petrichor Road. Akelef taking some damage, but not going to be enough to really force anything just yet. I'm kind of surprised that Bestia managed to right this as well as they did, given the fact that this firefight stalled out means the fact that they didn't really have to worry about the other assaults from the other squads. So they're buying time and space for the time being. We'll have to see how it continues to develop. Not too many other big movers going on. BB is also wrapping, looks like probably down to the south on the map. Begapod just full defensive positions.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened with Petrichor Road and Begopod, who moved into who. We were busy watching the Bestia fight, but I thought maybe Petrichor Road might try to swing down on top of Bestia there, and something happened where they got mixed up with BGP and not really able to commit to any kind of aggression in another direction. They had to go full defense there. I could see BB team making a wide southeast wrap. TKL as well going around the beaches of Milta. DNF chilling up by the shelter. They're going to take, again, 2-2 splits. They love these early to try to control kind of one edge of the shelter itself. The compound just behind it, and they're still going to be in circle. And now you can kind of play edge control here as DNF. Just harass all these teams that are going to be trying to come in from your north and your west.
Curious to see what, speaking of 2-2 splits, if E-Arena opts into holding into theirs. Looks like Bestia isn't too content in position, trying to get a bit further away from New Happy. While this is going on, the Expendables are also stretching over there kind of close to this location. Daytrade as well. Daytrade's trying to navigate around this point, but the Expendables are slowly getting picked apart. Belmoth, who's had himself a very strong run so far in the final stage, is going to pick up yet again one more kill as Daytrade right up on top of the Expendables. Tagula, oh sure, why don't you come into this as well?
Yeah, why not? I mean, Daytrade so clean with some of these fights, already finding that first knock and kill. Tanvu trying to throw out some smokes to buy himself some time. He's trying to angle himself into the cover of his teammates behind him so he can get the hell out of here with that UAZ. Throws a nice blue zone at the end of it. Maybe a knock. Nope, it is going to be healed through by the Daytrade members. So they're A-okay. They've got a 2-2 split, and they're going to back the Expendables off while claiming a point. That's, again, just nice, clean, efficient stuff.
Well, I really like the blue zone nade because, you know, it forces everybody to either have to med or kind of move away from the window, gives him the space to hop inside the car and drive off as it's kind of spreading out and people are trying to figure out where the center point for it is. I mean, it's a really good tactical move to get yourself into a better position, regroup with your teammates. So solid read coming up from the Expendables off of that one to try to escape. Circle, given the fact that it's on Lumberyard Hillside, it means the fact that there's a lot of separate contained areas, right? As we move up the hillside, pretty much every side is its own firefight, and the guys up on top are kind of skirmishing with each other. That's going to be the E-Arena, Bestia, New Happy style situation. Bestia did shift down to the duo, the southern duo for E-Arena. So that could be another situation, but I think that Bestia's got a bit of a dip there that they can play.
This looks like Bestia playing for late game. It seems like their game plan right now is phase 2 or 3, find center circle, and then just set up camp and try to last as long as you can. And they've done a brilliant job of it. In terms of placement points, one of the best we have in the final stage so far. BB team, you have a bunch of members here. TKL only has 2. You get one of those knocks, maybe you feel confident to make a push, although Daytrade might have something to say about it as well. But for now, BB happy to just set up in a safe position along the roadside with those hills, try to keep their cars safe, keep themselves safe, and wait for this next zone since they are on the far edge.
I recommend everybody to, if you have the map open, keep an eye on BB and how they navigate circles. It's so clean the way that they handle a lot of these awkward situations that they find themselves in. That's why they're sitting on 6 on the leaderboard. They've got a lot of firepower, yes, but it's always so tactically deployed. There's always a move into a move, and it's a very heady team the way that they navigate all of these circles. Shelter now looking like it's going to be a core component of our in-game circles from this point forward. So everybody that's going to be over into the east at the top of Lumberyard going to have to be making some moves. South also where we've got Skula as well as BB. Daytrade as well, all going to have to be making a move. We've got a death funnel that could be kind of brewing down to the southeast, but yes, Falcons and T5 both with a couple of options, and they might be eyeing the same position.
Yeah, you can see T5 trying to rotate in to get past the Freaks' defensive lines. They'll take a little bit damage along the way, but there is an open little space next to the shelters, and they are going to take one of those. That's about all you got to work with as far as your eyes can see for Theraton 5. So indeed, a smart, timely rotation here. You will have the Freaks to contend with maybe at some point, and it depends on where Falcons want to go. They're kind of, I think, keeping track of what Fury is doing out in the prison and just trying to see if they can maybe kind of do some damage to them. They know they've got at least, I think, one player stuck down there. My suspicion is the way they're kind of looking, they've identified that Haven's stuck inside the prison proper. The other members of Fury, though, on top of the prison, so they're okay to get out of there, and that's a big knock there. Fluky has the links, and that's going to make a quick knock onto Freak Salute. Rez should be safe.
Yeah, tires popped, though, right on that core area to try to get away from, try to regroup. Could be complex. We'll have to see how the other members of the Freaks want to get out of there. Begapa has to deal with Petrichor Road on top of him. Let's not forget about New Happy, the bump, or I should say had Bestia bump into them just a moment ago. So, how are you going to fight your way out of this one? Petrichor Road has to be cautious. They were already one knock onto Begapa. Nan looks like he's wanting to move a bit further forward, but that's going to be a tricky angled spot, and he does! Gets the knock and a quick flush as well. So it's going to be continued mounting problems for Begapa.
Yeah, they're getting shot at from a couple different directions, and that sent their forces scattering, so they couldn't really hold for the res, and that's a great spray from Nan. Park Pro trying to do some damage, but he is out in the blue. There's only so much he can do. Now he's been spotted, and he's dealt with. Petrichor Road holding the line.
8 kills for them already. The climb starting to kick off early. See if they can continue it. They're going to have a pretty hazardous rotation. They still got the Expendables that are going to be right on top of them already. Day Trade and New Happy. Can they cut a path through? And it doesn't look like it. Nan's going to go down. Exlef jumps out. All right, takes a ton of damage, but 2 different teams, 2 different angles. Exlef is going to go down. And what do you even do, Petrichor Road? There is no path to the circle. And yes, Expendables, while you did manage to get a kill, you now have to deal with Day Trade or New Happy, one of the two.
I love this from Day Trade. They instantly pounced on top of TE when they started engaging with Petrichor Road and New Happy, and they did a ton of damage there. Tanvu already out. Clories and Duck Juice trying to fight their way out of Phase 4 Blue, and it is not looking great. They are really pinned in a bad spot. The angles that Day Trade is taking is really good. They're also fighting BB Team, because why not? They're doing a great job right now controlling space on the southeastern edge.
I mean, we were talking about it. The synergy and the way that they play is just so continually clean. They know exactly what their win condition is in every single fight and then pursue it. But they're not overly aggressive. Sometimes it felt like Day Trade could be a bit too passive or overly aggressive. Feels like they're finding that right rhythm for their squad.
I agree. I'm right there with you, man. I think they got a great balance going for this event in terms of when to be aggressive, when not, when to be opportunistic, when to play a little more cautiously, hold the cards close to the vest. But out in the open is Tanadol. He needs to create some space because they do have some work to do to get into this next circle. They are just kind of barricading Flash and a couple others out towards the blue to make sure that New Happy is pinned down. You get that last kill onto Duck Juice potentially. Belmoth just looking up and over. Probably knows there's a player there that was his or somebody else's blue zone for sure. They're going to try to see if they can catch Z Long out there. Good damage done.
Okay, so December 12th is inside the circle, but nobody else from New Happy is just quite yet, and it looks like it's going to be hard to get there. Day Trade, 2 members up. It's going to be Tigger that does get spotted out as well. New Happy Esports now in control of the firefight. Can they manage to lock down anything else for Day Trade? Remember, Thanadol is nowhere near this at the time being, so Day Trade probably has control. Thanadol is probably going to be a snake just trying to sneak his way in. Duck Juice doing the same thing down to the south, but he's going to have to wrap on a similar path in Thanadol as we have E-Arena as well as Bestia inside the circle. Up to the north, we also did have Fury that kind of got gate kept out by T5's position with Falcons that are going to be back behind him. Falcons trying to navigate, get into the circle. They're going to be right underneath of T5's positioning, so finding themselves somewhere for the time being. Just H1 and Shrimsy up. Up to the north, we also did have the Freaks. They did get the res back onto Salute, and they have managed to get a small foothold inside the circle, but not much. It's going to be them and Forrest lined up against each other.
Falcons got to watch New Happy. They got to watch that uphill battle, and they actually get knocked by the Freaks from afar. H-Win goes down. Is that going to spring another team into action? I mean, if you can deal with that team to your southeast as the Falcons, oh, they're falling apart. Well, is that just a replay?
Yep.
That's just a replay.
I mean, BB had a good approach into this, but it was just the way and the angles that Day Trade had it. Uh-oh. Where are we going?
Right on 2. Oh, so close to Gale. Yeah. So close.
Doesn't quite get it. But while this is happening, Freaks are hopping inside of vehicles, and they're just sending it at T5. That's going to be Rosted already down. Blue zone nades getting control of the opening into shelter itself. Falcons are going to get eliminated. They get spotted out in the thick of it. New Happy also approaching, going to be able to spot out what's going on with the Freaks. Freaks can find themselves in a pinch position if they're not careful. And it's going to be New Happy up on top, shooting down fish in a barrel style. But Inuyasha's already down, 16 KK. And December 12th having to fight it out. Meanwhile, Human on one side of this one trying to see if he can get counter moves around, but T5 trying to creep back up that opening, and that's going to be everything the Freaks have to focus on. They cannot allow T5 to be back out while they're having to deal with New Happy.
Yeah, Gyumin there on a sliver of HP, trying to hold on for dear life. Salute is going to fall in the long run. This is absolutely messy. Everybody scraping for points here, trying to keep each other at bay. You can see that so many teams know this situation, know what they need to do in this game to start cleaning up some points. Nice spray up and over. And it's going to be December the 12th with two big ones.
December 12th puts in some work before he goes down. So T5 going to be thanking him for that one. Meanwhile, Skula just making a shift out. They have to deal with 17. That's going to be right on top of him. Jiao Bei already going to be down and caught out. So 17 playing defensively around this point, looking back into what's going to be going on with the rest of Takula at range. They're inside the circle. Takula has to make another move. Irina gets a lot of vision into the circle itself, and so that's going to give, this is pretty much what we're looking at moving out forward. You see that there's the hillside that comes down from Lumberyard. That's where Bestia is, and it's kind of that flat ground leading right into where Forest is going to be. So just the outskirts of Shelter into flatland. So everybody in the north knows that they need to get some kill points because this is going to be dangerous to get into circle.
Yeah, if you can come out of the north with some significant forces left, you might have a chance. TKL on the move, trying to drive right by 17, already losing one to E-Arena, another to 17. Sha Wu continuing right where he left off yesterday, picking up some more damage. E-Arena not making this easy at all. Spaceman, a grenade and a dream there, and he's shut down. That grenade might find a little bit more there. No, went too far.
Yeah, and so it's E-Arena Bestia, man. They've just got vision on so much of the circle, and everybody else is just trying to squeeze in for something off of it. You can see what Forrest is working with. Not even in the circle yet. Scappy going to be inside the circle, but you can see how he got punished for even just setting foot in there. T5 looks like they're going to be just to the east of this. They managed to grab a vehicle, shipped out, not yet in circle either, but looks like they're going to lean a bit more into the hillside and hope that that gives some cover and maybe some angles into whatever Forrest is going to be trying to do.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for both of these teams up on the north side. Trying to find those angles to fight into. There's this hillside that T5 at least is able to control for themselves, but there's a ton of teams that have a little bit of room to hide into. A little bit reminiscent of some of the games we saw last year, where kind of teams are just hiding out on this road, trying to survive into the late game in a circle like this, because there just isn't a ton. Like you said, there's a lot of flat zone in the middle of this circle. Nobody's really able to make much of anything in that part of the map, so you have to try to find these little holes on the hill to hide in, and Fluky continues to find some good shots with that Lynx. Only one bullet left in the chamber, though.
I mean, 16 alive, just trees for cover. This is going to be really hard to navigate and really find somewhere safe to kind of queue into. T5, every single time they just go for a glance at the circle, it's going to be Bestia and E-Arena taking shots. E-Arena more concerned right now with Forest and 17 Gaming. New circle pops, does keep a smidgen of E-Arena's compound in play. Bestia also inside the circle. Everybody else has got to make some type of move, but Vanadol is behind Bestia and could be a problem.
Classic Bestia, just going to get top 4 maybe, and only 1 kill so far, but they're getting there and they're giving themselves a chance to maybe get that chicken dinner. They're just so smart about the way they find these mid center circle spots, right? Like they've identified, it reminds me a little bit of like 2022 Danawa, with the way that they would just dive for center circle, like phase 2, phase 3, and just trying to lock it down.
I mean, they go for a risky shift early that can sometimes cost them a member, but buys a space in a good position to get them in the later stages of the game, and then it's just a matter of hunker down and survive, see what they can get with it. T5 trying to line in, see if they can maybe shift down the hill, but God, look at that. There's just nothing to work with. One shot left. Ooh.
Yeah.
Easy for Fluky.
I love that. Great shot, great find. Padampong in that cart. The real question is where does T5 want to go? Do you just try to take the fight to Forest? You've already done some damage. If you go that way, you're just going to get murdered.
Yeah.
E-Arena and 17 combining.
I mean, what do you even do? The northern side is just a death trap, it feels like. You can't really hop in a vehicle and rotate down to the south. 17, while it was fun to take those shots at Forest, guess what? You're about to have the same problem. Forest Scappy trying to just creep his way forward. He wants to at least just get in the circle. Oh, Vanadol, he's got goals. There's one. Can he do anything else? If anything, this might buy some opportunities for Team 5. Fluky Scabby to do something. Genadol instantly drops down to the E Arena that spots him out and really forces him to take cover yet again.
He's just letting loose with every frag he's got, trying to see if he can find any more knocks. He's doing a ton of damage though. Mime is burning, and it just stops before 1 HP again in this game. We've seen that a couple times. It's been absolutely crazy.
Apparently primetime Mime time exists on 1 HP, so we'll have to see. It's going to be Day Trade finally getting eliminated. Mime drops Nade up on top of him. 2 members for them to deal with and some cover, but you can see 17 Gaming get vision. They used the opportunity E Arena and distraction what was going on with Vandal and Bestia to kind of slowly creep their way into the circle, but now they have to deal with Fluky, who's got some vision on him. It's going to be a little ghost, but it's not going to be enough. E Arena actually looks like they're trying to push up the hillside into Bestia's position. That's going to be punished quite quickly. Nurens is going to go down, but just 1 up for Bestia, separated between floors with his down team.
Yeah, this all just comes down to kind of hitting some good shots. If E Arena can hold on, they might be able to hold a bit of a positional advantage on 17 with these crosses. Nicely done by Jacob, but good return fire from Xiao Wu. However, a knock from Fluky. He's still alive. A good grenade hits onto Nurens as well. So E Arena trying to push uphill, trying to get Bestia out of this. They're taking a ton of damage along the way.
Yeah, it's going to be Xiao Wu getting the damage in. Says he does at least get close enough. You can see Bestia was wanting to try to get the res, but can't quite get it. So Bestia now going to be eliminated. E Arena did have to relinquish some of the control that they had over the circle to 17 to do that. But Fluky, for a damage control game, he's actually putting...
ดีพอดีเลยครับแต่บุกกี้เองโดนล็อกจากด้าน17 Gaming แล้วออกไม่ได้เลยครับ3 ทีมสุดท้ายผู้ชมครับ E Arena 4 คน17 Gaming 2 คนและทีรอนไฟ1 คนที่เหลืออยู่ตอนนี้ครับ
มาได้ดีจริงครับแล้วฟุกกี้ครับจัดให้เหรอใส่เจอูไปแบบนี้1-1-4ครับยังไง
โอ้โหแล้วโดนล็อกแบบนี้ครับไก่จะไปไหนไก่ครับโอ้
แบบนี้เอลีน่าครับผมบอกเลย100%แน่นอนเลยครับจากบริเวณโอ้ยแล้วบุกกี้จัดให้คิวเธอและถอยไปก่อนเลยตุยตายตัวเองครับ
นี่ไงเรียบร้อยหรือเปล่าแบบนี้คุณยอมมอบครับ
เรียบร้อยครับ
E Arena
ครับลงจากการยืนกั๊ก 2-2 บริเวณบ้านและเชลเตอร์จนถึงวง 4 ครับและกลับมารวม
โอ้โหต้องบอกว่าเป็นการเล่นเอาพื้นที่จนคุ้มจริงๆเกมนี้สำหรับด้าน E Arena นะครับแม่แต่เมื่อกี้ฟุกกี้เองก็ต้องบอกว่าถึกทนเหมือนกัน
โอ้ยื้อมาสวยครับที่ไฟครับ
เกมนี้ต้องบอกว่าไทยเรามาดีหมดเลยรวมถึงด้านเดนเฟดเองธนดลก็ก่อนจ่ายอย่างดีลากคิวเพิ่มเติมกันไปเหมือนกันนะโอ้ทำเต็มที่แล้วครับแต่ว่ามุมทางด้านฝั่งประตูเดนเฟดเองจังหวะไปเล่นบ้านนะต้องบอกว่าเขากระเนตแบบทอสลงมาโดนเราพอดีเป๊ะเลย
ก็ครับ
เสียดายครับไม่งั้นถ้าอยู่ใต้บ้านก็ได้เผื่อได้
ใช่ตอนแรกผมคิดว่าธนดลเนี่ยเข้าไปใต้บ้านไงครับผมก็เลยบอกว่าอยู่ได้ยาวๆเรียบร้อยเลยมันกลายเป็นระเบิดเด้งกลับมาซะอย่างจบทีมไทยเรามาไว้แบบนี้เป็นเรื่องดีๆแน่นอนครับซึ่งผ่านไปแค่โดดแรกเท่านั้นเองยังเหลือ5 รอบโดดด้วยคุณผู้ชมยาวๆกันไปครับแต่ว่าตอนนี้ไฮไลท์กันสักหน่อยครับ
ครับผม
เลยครับคุณผู้ชมท็อป4ทีมในเมื่อเกมที่ผ่านมาครับผมเอียวเนี่ยยัง5คิวครับ 1,626 ดาเมจครับฟูลสควอตไทม์เนี่ยกดไปเต็มเกมเลยครับ29 นาทีจุด 26 ครับคุณผู้ชมแล้วก็เดินทางเนี่ย 12,508 เมตร
ฝนตกด้วย
อันดับ2เป็นทีมคอนไฟครับ3ที่7เกมมิ่ง4 ทีมของเราตอนนี้ที่หน้าจอผู้ชมครับไทยเราเอาไป3ครับ
เอาไป3เมื่อกี้นะครับและนี่คือด้านฝั่งตัววินเนอร์ชิคเก้นดินเนอร์ทีมสแตทครับ Arena เกมนี้ครับเป็นวินนี่กดไป2คิวครับ313ดาเมจนะครับผมเจคอบครับ1คิว1น็อกนะครับแต่จ่ายดาเมจไป890ครับถามจริงก็ยิงใครตรงนี้ก็ยิงยับจริงแต่โดนติวหมดเลยคุณนะฮะนูเรน1คิว2น็อกเอาท์ครับ335ดาเมจและด้านเลลิกครับ1คิว90ดาเมจครับผม
การกล้ากักของเอียรีนาครับคุณผู้ชมส่งผลผมบอกเลยนะครับด้วยความที่รูปแบบแผนนี้ครับและแน่นอนครับแมนออฟเดอะแมตช์ครับเจคอบครับคุณผู้ชมดาเมจกดไปเกือบ9ตัว
ทะลุทะลวง
แต่มีแค่1คิวเท่านั้นเองเพราะว่ายิงไปทั่วไงคุณผู้ชมเพราะจะมี23%ครับแล้วก็แน่นอนครับเวลาเต็มเลยเจอว่าไทม์ครับ29.26ครับน็อกเอาท์1คิวของเจ้าตัวแค่ MVP ของเกมนี้ครับเจคอบเพราะว่าบางทีมเนี่ยคุณบีคุณผู้ชมวง3เนี่ยอาจจะแบบรวมเลยดีกว่าก็มีเล่นเอาชัวร์แต่นี่คืออีเรน่ากล้าเล่นไง
กล้าเล่นครับ
นะครับแล้วส่งผลแบบ
ทำให้มีพื้นที่เล่นเยอะนะในช่วงท้ายเกมและสำหรับทางด้านตารางคะแนนเกมนี้ครับเป็นทางด้านอีเรน่าครับ15คะแนนนะครับจาก5คิวอันดับ2เป็นด้านยูรอนไฟครับ13คะแนนจาก7แต้มคิวครับ17เกมมิ่ง9แต้มเดทเรดเกมมิ่ง9แต้มเท่ากันนะครับนิวแฮปปี้และด้านทัชโชโรสครับได้ไป8แต้มครับเบสเคได้ไป6แต้มนะครับฟอเรสต์เจเนอรัลเกมมิ่งและทางด้านทีมฟอลคอนได้ไป5แต้มเท่ากันครับไซเคิลเลอร์ครับและดีเอ็กซ์เฟนเบิล3แต้มเท่ากันครับแล้วก็เป็นด้านดีเอ็นฟรีกับฟูเรียครับไปคุมพายครับอย่างละ1แต้มครับส่วนทางด้าน BB ทีมและทางด้านสมายไม่มีแต้มในเกมนี้เลยครับ
ถูกต้องครับแล้วตารางคะแนนรวมครับทั้งที่บอกตอนนี้ครับ17เกมมิ่งยังอยู่อันดับ1ครับ68แต้มครับอีเรน่าเด้งมาที่2เลยครับ62แต้มครับเดทเทรด60แต้มครับเบียนฟิง58แต้มครับเบสตี้52ครับทีทอนไฟครับ44แต้มครับบีบีทีม41ทีมฟอลคอน38ครับด้านขวามาครับทวิตเตอร์ไมล์เมื่อกี้งัดเมืองแพ้ครับ34เท่ากับดีเอ็นเพนเบิลครับนิวแฮปปี้ครับคุณผู้ชม28ครับฟูเรีย26เฟโรครับ23ครับไทคูลเลอร์ครับ19เบโกปา17และฟอเรสครับบวกมาแค่5แต้ม
ยังไม่
ต้องเล่น
ต้องไปกันต่อ
ต้องเล่นครับถึงแม้ว่าจะติดเลทเกมครับฟอเรสแต่คิวน้อยไปต้องเล่นหน่อยครับ
ส่วนด้าน EA เมื่อกี้ก็ตามมาแล้วนะครับ6แต้มครับ17เกมมิ่งแต่ต้องบอกเขาก็เหนียวเหมือนกันนะเกมที่แล้วนะครับโอ้โหโดนไล่จี้ได้บีมาเหมือนกันนะครับ
นี่คือความมันที่สุดแล้วแหละครับในรอบไฟนอลที่มีทีมไทยครบทุกทีมเลยคุณผู้ชมเราไป4ทีมเนาะเราเข้า4เลย
เอาจริงเนี่ยถ้าตามนาวีมากินนะผมบอกเลยนะ17เกมมิ่งเนี่ยโดนแซงไปแล้วล่าสุดนี้ผมบอกเลย EA ที่1ไปแล้วไม่มาไง
โอ้โหก็มีส่วนแล้วกันนะในการงัดเมืองครับ
ใช่ครับ
แล้วก็สัญญาณรอบโดดในอีเวนเกลแมปที่2ครับแล้วก็เป็นอีเวนเกลสุดท้ายของค่ำคืนนี้ด้วยครับคุณผู้ชมไปรอเตรียมรับชมความมันกันเลยครับ
แต่ว่าก่อนอื่นเลยคุณว่าเกมนี้ใครดีกว่าฮะเปโรหรือทวิตเตอร์ไมล์ผมว่าจิ๊กซอเดิมครับมาแน่นอนเกมนี้คุณให้ใคร2คนนี้
ทวิตเตอร์ไมล์
คุณเอาทวิตเตอร์ไมล์
บาตูลินบอกว่าไม่ยอมแล้ว
เพราะว่าเกมที่แล้วผมไปเปโรไงตอนนี้ผมให้คุณบ้าง
ให้ผม
อยากรู้ว่าความแม่นมันขนาดไหนกัน
แถวบ้านเรียกวัดตรงนะ
แล้วอะไรก็มีคุณผู้ชมครับคล้ายๆกับเกมที่แล้วเลยครับมาจากทางด้านขวานะครับตัดไปซ้ายนะครับกลางๆฐานที่แบบนี้ครับถือว่าตัดผ่านสวยๆเลยนะครับรอบนี้มาจากรีโปก้ารอบที่แล้วเหมือนมาจากด้านขวาของยักษ์ย่านะต่ำลงมานิดนึงครับแต่ว่าคล้ายๆเดิมครับแล้วเหมือนจะไปตามนัดคุณผู้ชมครับ2ทีมนี้เปโรและทางด้านฝั่งของทวิตเตอร์ไมล์ครับกับโรงเรียนครับจิ๊กซอของเรานะครับ
เดี๋ยวก็รู้ว่าจะย้ำแผลไหมแต่จากที่ดูมุมกล้องเปโรต่ำกว่า
เปโรถึงก่อนแบบนี้
คือการงัดเมืองเนี่ยใครลงไวกว่า
ไม่แน่คุณ
ไม่แน่เหรอ
ไม่แน่พอๆกันครับเนี่ยไปมาเหมือน
จะไม่รู้เดี๋ยวต้องรอดูคุณบี
โอ้โหมันมุมกล้องมันดูยาก
เปโรแน่นอนไม่ใช่
พอๆกันแล้วนี่กิ้งพร้อมกันแล้วเป็นด้านชุยซีได้เป็นนี่กับปาเพื่อนบอก
กระดาษมันมีแต่ประตูลิ้นและเอ็มบีเอลเอาให้เหมือนกันครับปืนโพกอย่างกระจรวิ่งคุณผู้ชมแล้วหมัดขุมมวยจีน
โอ้ยจ่ามิงมิง
ยังไงดีตาม2ตอนที่จะขึ้นมาว่าจะไปติด3เกินครับลูกคือได้2ตอนนี้คุณผู้ชมจังหวะในเมืองจิ๊กซอบริเวณนี้ครับ2-2
เอาละครับตรงนี้เขินกันเลย
อีกเล็บไปติด3เกินครับจังหวะเมื่อกี้
แต่ว่าโอ้โหเปโรดีเซตได้เลยครับด้านบนครับตรงนี้แล้วข้างล่างเหมือนมีเสียงปืนดังขึ้นมายังไงฮะชูชีเดือนขึ้นมาครับพยายามจะเข้าไปกดดันในด้านทวิตเตอร์ไมล์ครับในห้องเลยครับ รีเซ็ตกลับมาเหมือนจะเป็น3-3คูณไฟตอนนี้ครับ
เฮ้ยละไก่ไงเบอร์เบกได้ยินคนเดียวครับแบบนี้ปาดหายเลย
โอ้โหระยะแบบนี้เวกเตอร์ครับกินขาดอยู่แล้วผมไม่ติดครับปิดทางด้านของชีปล่อยครับ
เอาแล้วดิยังไงดีตอนนี้
เฮ้ย
3-3
อีกครั้งหนึ่ง
แล้วเอาเลยไหมอีกเล็บ
แต่นัทบอกไม่มีปืนรอแป๊บครับตรงนี้
แต่เพื่อนไม่มีเลือดด้วยนะต้องรอดูครับอุ๊ยแล้วใครชักอะไรเมื่อกี้แล้วนี่ครับรับชมในมุมมองหลากหลายหน้าจอครับคุณผู้ชม
ใช่ครับ
PGS7 และ 8 เลยนะครับทีมด้านบนเลยครับอยากเห็นมุมมองว่าอีเรน่าได้ไก่ยังไงการคอเป็นยังไงเข้าไปได้เลยครับ
ผมบอกเลยเกมนี้แม่ทรงมาดีเลยครับสำหรับด้านฝั่งทวิตเตอร์ไมค์ครับมุมคอร์สไฟล์แล้วรออยู่ชั้นล่างด้วย
กระบอกเนี้ยของดี
โอ้โหเหมือนเขาสลับกันนะ
สลับชั้นกันเหรอ
สลับชั้นกันกับเกมที่แล้วนะครับ
เกมที่แล้วไอ้ทวิตเตอร์ไมล์เล่นดัดฟ้านะ
เรามีเหมือนสลับกันนิดหน่อยไง
ยังไงดีครับ
แต่จังหวะลงมาเมื่อกี้แอบนัวเหมือนกัน
คือเมื่อกี้ด้วยความที่มัน
แล้ว17นี่ไงโอ้โห
นิดนึงครับ
อีกเล็บครับได้คูณ4มา M24 ครับสไนเปอร์ซิงเกิลช็อตนะครับ
โอ้โหปืนบอกเลยเวกเตอร์เนี่ยมันงัดเมืองดีมากนะ
จังหวะเล่นแบบโพสคอมแบทลากแบบปรื๊ดนะฮะลูกหมดครับผมเต็มกำแพงยอก
ไม่ไฟเรทมันดี
ไฟเรทมันสูง
มันแลกกลับมาที่ด้วยความไฟเรทสูงมันก็หมดไวไง
ใช่ครับ
เดี๋ยวต้องรอดูว่ายังไง
โอ้โหไอ้ซูเปอร์ฟาร์มชิวเลยครับวิ่งหาของครับ
มานะ
ต่างกันกับทางด้านฝั่งตัวเปโรด้านบนครับเกราะหมวกบางคนยังไม่มีด้วยซ้ำนะครับ
แต่ช็อตเปลี่ยนเกมเมื่อสักครู่นี้ต้องชมเพอร์เฟกต์ครับคือจังหวะเชิง1-1และลักไก่ออกมาเลย
ปาดใส่เลย
ใช่ครับนี่คือความเก่าเกมครับผู้ชมทำให้รูปแบบเกมกลับมาเสมอกันอยู่ครับตอนนี้แต่เดี๋ยวต้องรอดูตอนจบอีกทีหนึ่ง
ใช่ครับไม่งั้นเมื่อกี้เนี่ยเปโรจะกลับมามี4
เฮ้ยลูกนี้
มีลุ้นเลยเก็บ3ครับจากลูกกระเด็นลูกเดียวครับผม
และยืนเลยลูกกำลังลุกไปที่โต๊ะของเปโลด้วยนะไม่ใช่
เพื่อน
เฮ้ยมันคือมันไม่ได้ยินเสียงสโมกครับมันฟุ้งแล้วมันการคอทีมความกดดัน
ปทุมนี่ถึงกับยกนิ้วให้เลยครับเมื่อกี้นิ้วโป้ง
ใช่ไหมเป็นการชงโอ้
โหลูกเดียวเที่ยวหวานตรงนี้ผมบอกเลยเฮ้ยลูบอกเต็มหน้าตรงนี้3คนแล้วเขายืนเหมือนแบบกำลังจะวิ่งใส่พอดีอะ
เสมอ 2-2ครับคุณผู้ชมไปกันต่อพรุ่งนี้ครับฝากพวกจานอัปเดตด้วยโอ้โห
ผมบอกเลยพวกนี้มันยังไม่จบแค่นี้แน่นอนนะไพ่ตรงนี้
เดี๋ยวน่าจะมีทีมทอล์กให้ได้ฟังครับจังหวะแน่นอนครับ
ไปกันต่อพรุ่งนี้ผู้ชมครับติดตามกันต่อได้เลยพรุ่งนี้มันร่วมลุ้นร่วมเชียร์ต่อคู่นี้คือไม่รู้ว่าใครแชมป์ยังไงแต่ว่าความสนุกตรงนี้มีแน่นอนจิ๊กซอว์ผมว่าต่อแน่นอน2-2แบบนี้
ติดท็อป5ไฮไลท์แน่นอนครับคุณผู้ชมผมบอกเลย
โอ้โหแกรนเนตเก็บ3ครับถึงก็ยืนขึ้นเลยนะเมื่อกี้นะ
จริงไม่ยืน18ผมบอกให้ช็อตแบบนี้ทีใครทีมันอะไรครับ
17 Gaming เองก็อยากจะมาแอบหลอยแหละตรงนี้ครับแต่ว่าเหมือนเมื่อกี้น่าจะเห็นฟีดแล้วว่าไปกันหมดแล้ว
ไม่หลอยดีกว่าเจอระเบิดขนาดนั้นนี่ครับไทยคูลเลอร์กันบ้างครับคุณผู้ชมส่งเพื่อนเข้าบริเวณด้านเมืองครับซูจือนะครับแล้วเหมือนจะมีการปะทะกับยูมินไม้เห็นก่อนครับสเปซแมนพาเพื่อนกลับมาอาจจะมีติดขัดในด้านของชื่อด้วยนะครับคุณผู้ชม
เปโลหัวเสียเองไว้
ของตัวเพลเยอร์อาจจะไม่ได้อ่านตามภาษาอังกฤษเป๊ะๆก็ต้องขออภัยด้วย
ถูกต้อง
นั่นเองครับอย่างเนี่ย DON เนี่ยนะถ้าเป็นปกติก็ดอนนะดอนอะไรแบบนี้นะครับ
เป็นภาษาจีน
ตงจือ
นะตงจือซูจือซูจือ
ใช่ครับตงจือสเปซแมนโทร119อาจจะขออภัยล่วงหน้าด้วยบางทีจังหวะฟีดนัวเนี่ยผมอาจจะโฟล์ไปอาจจะผิดถูก
เนี่ยรีเพย์
กันหน่อยครับ
จังหวะลงมาเนี่ยพอๆกันจังหวะกลิ้งตัวนะครับแต่นาเนี่ยได้ปืนนะแต่โดนต่อยยังไงโอ้โหนาได้ปืนแต่โดนต้องปืนพกกันฮะนี่เลยช็อตเกม
นี่ใช่
วิ่งปาดมาเมื่อกี้นี่ช็อตระเบิดหรือเปล่า
มาดูไฮไลท์
วิ่งมา3คนเหมือนได้ยินเสียงเท้าคุณแล้วแบบเป๊ะแล้ววิ่งหนีไม่ทันโอ้ยเหมือนมันมีสโมกอยู่ตรงบันไดพอดีนะครับแล้วระเบิดเนี่ยมาทะลุสโมกมาครับ
ผมขนลุกเลยว่ะ
โอ้โห
วัตท่า
เนี่ยเขาลุกถอดหูฟังไปกอดเพื่อนเลยคือแบบ
เขาถ่ายแล้วด้วย
อะไรนะ
เขาไปก่อน
เขาบอกว่าสุดยอดเพื่อน
เลยลุกไปกอดเพื่อนหน่อย
ไม่รู้สึกผิดแล้วไม่ใช่หยอกนะครับคุณผู้ชมจะต้องบอกว่าเป็นศรัทธาอิมแพคในทีมอะไรครับคุณผู้ชมเพื่อนทำได้แบบนี้กำลังใจแน่นอนเลยฮะเป็นโมเมนต์ที่ดูแล้วมีพลังครับ
แล้วใส่กันสุดต่อแน่นอนนะ
เขาใส่หัวเหมือนไม่อยากจะเชื่อนะบาตูลินในช็อตเมื่อกี้ครับ
ถือว่าเป็นอะไรไฮไลท์ให้เราได้รับชมกันนะเหมือนกัน
จริงครับ
ก็
ครับอ่ะinterview
หลายๆอย่างเป็นไปตามแผนนะครับตอนแรกเราก็รู้แล้วว่าประมาณว่ามาแข่งรายการแล้วเกม1เกม2เกม3แบบเกมแรกอะครับในรายการ global ก็หลายๆคนก็ตื่นเต้นกันมีลกลี้ลุกลนนิดหน่อยครับแล้วก็พอแบบเกมผ่านไปหลายๆเกมเราคุยกันมีการวางแผนกันอะไรเงี้ยหลายๆคนก็เริ่มเข้าใจเกมมากขึ้นวิธีการเล่นมากขึ้นครับคิดว่าได้ครับเพราะว่าหลายๆคนก็ปรับตัวเข้ากับรายการได้มากขึ้นกดรายการ global ครับแล้วคนก็รู้วิธีการเล่นมากขึ้นรู้อะไรหลายอย่างมากขึ้นก็คิดว่าคงฟอร์มไว้ได้ครับคิดว่ามีโอกาสครับเพราะว่าปีนี้หลายๆทีมก็แข่งรายการต่างประเทศมาเยอะแล้วครับก็คิดว่ามีโอกาสสักทีมหนึ่งก็ขอให้ทีมไทยได้เป็น
ได้เป็นแชมป์ได้เป็นแชมป์
ผมก็รอบทสรุปของน้องคลิปอยู่
ได้เป็นแชมป์แม่ทิ้งท้ายไว้เมื่อกี้
โอเคตัดจบมาก่อนนะครับน้องคิดก็บอกว่าได้แน่นอนนะ
ได้แน่นอน
เราไม่ต้องแปลกันนะ
ก็ไทยมา4เขาบอกว่าน่าจะมีไปถึงแชมป์กันบ้างแหละฝากตัวแทนหมู่บ้านไปนะครับ
ก็ฝากติดตามด้วยครับ Forest ครับเป็นอีกหนึ่งทีมตัวแทนทีมไทยเราเนี่ยนะครับถึงแม้ว่าตอนนี้อยู่อันดับ16ล้างท้ายครับผู้ชมแต่ก็โอ้โหแล้วไปผมอ่านปุ๊บไปปั๊บเลยครับโอลิมปัส
ครับผม
แล้วก็เบลมอนครับคุณผู้ชมจาก Day Trade Gaming ครับเกรเนตจ่ายไป46ลูกเอาเรื่องครับ
จ่ายเยอะจัดนะครับผมแล้วผมเจอหน่อยแล้วกันเกมนี้ไปฟาว
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวนะผมเจิมเข้านี่ที่ผมรอบเมื่อกี้คุณให้เปโลชนะรอบนี้ผมไม่ทวิตเต็ด
อันนี้คือเจิมแบบเจิมวัดเจิมงัดนะเจิมใหญ่ของคุณดีกว่าเจิมใหญ่
อย่างนี้
เจิมไก่อันนี้เจิมไก่คุณเมื่อกี้เข้านะผมให้คุณเลือก
ให้ผมก่อนป่ะ
ดีๆเลยคุณเลยผมไปฟาวคอนแล้วไง
ไปฟาวคอนเหรอ
เกมนี้
ขอลองของเลยได้ป่ะ
ครับผม
Day Trade Gaming
เอา
ผมอยากรู้ไงว่าข้างจริงเปล่า
มันมาหรือเปล่าต้องรอดูกระทิงข้าง
แต่ผมเจอดีนะผมบอกก่อนเมื่อกี้ผมให้คู่งัดกันก็ชนะนะ
จริงเมื่อกี้
ผมใจเย็นก่อน
ผมก็มาดีเหมือนกัน
Day Trade Gaming เกมนี้
หรือว่าผมไปไทยแม่ดีกว่าใจแรกผมไปแล้ว
คุณไปเลย
ใจแรกผมมันไป
คุณอย่าไปกลัวสิ
มันไปแล้วอย่าไปเปลี่ยน
โอเคแซว
แม่แต่เกมที่แล้วไปดีไงเกมแรกผมไป
ก็วันนี้ดวงคุณมาดีแล้วผมว่าคุณน่าไปไทยนะแฟนๆก็คาดหวังให้คุณไปทีมไทยนะเปลี่ยนไหมผมให้โอกาส
อย่าดีกว่าฮะ
ลอง
ดูเกมนี้ก่อน
ใช่ไหม
ถ้าเกมนี้มาอีกเนี่ยเกมหน้าไปให้เลยนะฮะ
จัดไปครับเดือนฟรีครับคุณผู้ชมตอนนี้อันดับ4ครับ
โอ้โห
อีกหนึ่งยอดทีมจากเกาหลีโอ้ผมไปติดกระดกลิ้นอะไรที่มันกระดกเลยรอลิงสลับกันแล้วตาย
เกมฟรีกในการผมก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งทีมที่เรียกได้ว่าโอ้โหอยู่มายาวนานนะ
ถูกต้องครับ
นี่ครับซาลูด
พรุ่งนี้ก็ฝากจานเขานับคะแนนต่อด้วยนะ
2-2ตอนนี้ผมบอกเลยคู่นี้ยอมกันไม่ได้
จริงยอมกันไม่ได้ครับแต่เดี๋ยวต้องรอดูว่าการรอดเมืองครั้งนี้เนี่ยของทวิตเตอร์มาจะเล่นคุ้มไหมเหมือนเปโรเกมเมื่อกี้ก็ได้ประมาณ 8-9 คิวเลยคุณบีนะครับกับการหลุดรอดเมืองไปแล้ววงไปที่
ครับผม
เบโกพาครับ
แอบคล้ายเดิมเหมือนกัน
คล้าย
เดิมนะรอบที่แล้วมันเหมือนจะไปทางขวาตรงล่างพอริซันมาอันนี้แอบมาซ้ายนิดนึงของวงที่แล้วครับแต่เป็นกลางแผนที่เลยครับเป็นพากลางวงแบบสุดๆไปเลยครับรวมถึงทางด้านเอียนาเดย์เทรดอยู่ข้างๆกันตรงนี้
ครับผม
เพื่อนบ้านที่3เมื่อกี้ฮะและอีกทีมที่เห็นเมื่อกี้แวบๆเลยข้างล่างก็เป็นในด้านของ Forest เหมือนกันนะครับห่างกันไม่เยอะกับ3ทีมไทยนะครับ
เดี๋ยวต้องรอดูครับว่ายังไงครับดีเอ็กเพนเบิลครับ
แล้วมาคนเดียว
แบบนี้หลุมนี้สวยงามครับน่าจะเล่นได้
มาเช็คให้เพื่อนหรือเปล่าตรงนี้
แบบนี้แต่เบโกพาครับเป็นทูฮาร์ดครับเรียกพักโปรมาเลยเพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าจะมีพยานอันตรายมาไงแต่เป็นเดวิดที่มาคนเดียวครับตอนนี้
มาเช็คครับมาสเกลให้เพื่อนก่อนว่ามีที่เล่นหรือเปล่าครับ
ครับยังไง
โอ้โหเราเข้ากักซ้ายขวา
ไม่ไปไหนครับ
เบโกพามุมแบบนี้ครับจังหวะไหลเข้ามาได้เลยครับจังหวะไหลเข้ามาอาการลากสเปรย์ไป M41 แม็กไม่เป็นไร
ผมบอกเลย
แต่ว่า
เดวิดคูณ4เหรอครับเนี่ยสงสัยดูเอ็กคูลูเซียมาเยอะ
โอ้โหแล้วคุณดูเขาให้จังหวะเพื่อนขับรถล่อครับและเข้าทิ่ม
เลยยุ่งเลยดิ
แล้วห่อเรียบร้อยหาย2ครับเล่นแยกด้วยแบบนี้จังหวะเข้ามาเติมก็ไม่น่าได้เป็นรอดอีกมุมหนึ่งครับไปเก็บได้จือหลงนอกดาวก็จากนิวแฮปปี้ไปเหมือนกันแล้วหาย2ครับแน่นอนคอนเฟิร์มครับ
โอ้โหเบโกพาครับโพซิชั่นสวยงามมากครับ
ดีจริง
เซทีอีซะอย่างงั้นครับผมคิดว่าทีจะโดนแล้วนะเพราะว่ารถเขายางระเบิดครับคุณผู้ชม
โอ้โหแล้วคุณดูครับการเล่นของเดวินคือมาเนี่ยตอนแรกนึกว่ามาสเกลนึกว่าจะเล่นหลุมนั้นไม่ใช่ครับมาเพื่อให้เพื่อน
จริง
ขับรถล่อแล้วตัวเองรอยิง นะครับ
มาตึง
โอ้โหมาค้ำให้เพื่อนนั่นเองคุณผู้ชมครับ
และจากได้แค่หลุมครับได้บ้านไปด้วย
ได้บ้านเลยได้ที่เล่นเลยครับ
ได้คิวอีก
ต้องบอกว่าเมื่อกี้เป็นการเข้าทำที่เร็วมากของทางด้านเดชเนอร์ครับจังหวะเข้ามาเติมมาซ้อนของทางด้านเบโกพาเนี่ยไม่ทันนะครับแม้ว่าจะอยู่บ้านใกล้กันก็ตามนะครับ
ถูกต้องครับแบบนี้โหทีอีโอ้โหเกมจริงๆครับอย่างที่เขาให้สัมภาษณ์ครับว่าเขามีความมั่นใจจากการที่เขาได้เป็นแชมป์โลกมาคบ
ระดับโลกของจริงครับต้อง
เอาเรื่อง
ชม
ครับเอาเรื่อง
ตอนนี้เพอร์เฟกจัด
ชมจริงต้องชมครับแล้วก็ในส่วนของภาพรวมครับตอนนี้ทีมไทยเรายังอยู่ในโพสิชันสวยงามทุกทีมครับคุณผู้ชมบอกเลยแต่จังหวะนี้เพอร์เฟกต์
And App's weirdness.
That was a pretty good shot there from Perfectix. He has looked quite good this event for Twisted Minds. So really nice to see. You know, we always talk about example, but Lou and Perfectix have been really a dynamic duo for this squad in this event. As example has had a little bit of a struggle. Let's see, you know, you just feel like eventually example will be able to pick it up, but Lil Ghost now on the hunt, doing a little bit of fact finding for 17. Furia has a dip of their own, and they are kind of pretty central, just kind of north of the old tempo dip a little bit. And a doozy gonna see that and just let him know, hey, this is ours. You're over there. I can see you, and you better not stand around out in the open too long, or I'm gonna make you pay the price. There is an emergency pickup for Day Trade from Potato Mountain on a timing here. Want to try to catch with the next circle, and if it hard chips away from them, that leaves them an escape valve to find some way to get over to the other side.
Yeah, I like it. It's just been such a quiet circle. It's going to be very intriguing to see where they would opt in and drop in as most quality places kind of control. Not necessarily something they really have to worry about, as Potato Mountain is going to stay in. I would imagine that they're probably going to take that. If anything, they can kind of stall out some of the other emergency pickup timings. North is going to be crazy. Okay, so we've got T5 that's going to be up here. We've got Falcons that look like they're trying to regroup. Don't forget about the Expendables that have already kind of moved into a forward gatekeeping position. We've got the Freaks also going to be eyeing a lot of the rotations. School already inside of vehicles, 17 already inside of vehicles. They're trying to wrap a bit down into the south. That means that Day Trade can find themselves with some contenders quite quickly. Day Trade's running a 2-2 split on top of Potato Mountain and also in control over Death Road. Two very strong points to control, but very hard. And we see a lot of southern wraps all coming down.
Yeah, we'll see. Just kind of on them. They didn't have to move with the emergency pickup, so it just flies away with no bodies attached. Bestia's time to make their central circle move as they want to try to find that spot to hunker down and just wait it out for the late game. E-Arena on top of them. Not really too much damage though. Driving paths have been phenomenal for Bestia. And there's a dip right here that they have identified, and they say this is close enough, this is good enough. We can set up shop, and the E-Arena may be able to get close enough for grenades, but it is a bit of a reach. Twisted Minds has to make a move as well. Taikula on the outside of school, thinking similar thoughts, trying to find a way through. Looks like they're going to go up towards Potato Mountain, whereas it's just kind of an edge hold for Twisted Minds as they harass Taikula a little bit.
I just try to shoo them away from point more than anything else. Day Trade did lead the top of Potato. Looks like they're going to opt into the road. That should mean the fact that they're going to be fine for quite a while. Nobody's really rotating down there just quite yet. Takula is going to take a bit of damage. Nothing too scary yet. Looks like they might have their eyes, though, set on that Bestia dip, and that could be an issue.
โอ้ไทคูลเลอร์ไม่มีที่เล่น
On a new angle as they ship down.
ตาย
That means it's going to be human. Freaks get some
ไม่
big
มีที่เล่น
shots, and now Takula very few options to work from. Looks like they're just trying to rally.
แข่งหมดกี่โดดครับแข่งทั้งหมด18โดดครับแข่ง18โดด
Some way to survive in this one.
รวม18โดดครับ
Nowhere left to go at.
Well, Don's is in a bad spot.
Yeah.
Tires are popped. He's out in the middle of the open. Smokes are down. He was dangerously low when he pulled up into that position. I thought maybe the Freaks were going to be able to get the knock onto him. Now Lou has a pretty good angle onto Cold. See if he wants to pull the trigger. There he goes. Not finding the shots just yet.
ไทยโอเคอยู่ครับ EA เดทเทดดีอยู่
But it is going to be annoying. They're going to have to prone down.
เขาจะมีปะวะหมายถึงว่า Watch Party อ่ะน่าจะมีนะจริงคนน่าจัดนะ
Tires are going to get popped. I mean, these vehicles are going to have to be sacrificed for a little bit deeper of a central position than some of the teams around them. But it's going to be potentially challenging for Taikula. We'll see, though. It just kind of all depends on how they can hold off some of these teams that are going to be pushing from this western side. Other than that, well, I don't know. Maybe.
Aaron Gill in the group stage was just like the Wild West, dude. Everybody was just scrapping the whole way, just taking every fight they can get. The circle's going to stay just a bit north of center. These circles that we've seen today, though, are very... I don't know how else to say. There's just not a lot of cover to be had, so there's a lot of just damage control that teams are having to opt into very early. The northern side of Death Road itself has got a lot of trees, well, I'd say a decent amount of trees and rocks, but whenever you have so many people still alive, a tree is not going to give you any cover. There's too many open angles. You just have to just hunker down and lay down. We've already seen at this stage on Circle 4, Bestia and Takula both just having to lean into it.
Oh!
The nade! Oh!
Those are so good, and the sprays are also great. Twisted Minds able to keep their movements hidden to get into striking range, and the grenades were spectacular. The follow-up shot's good, but now it's actually Heaven with a bolt. It's going to take down Perfectix from afar. Is that going to be enough here for Taikula to hold on?
Spots out. Lou's just trying to see if he can get the last one.
ของแท้
Oh, Jacob just came in and stole the kills.
It's like, hey, thanks. We appreciate you, Twisted Minds. Gonna regroup now. Twisted, though, after taking those shots and appearing on the kill feed, looks like 17 might be trying to converge on Example's position. He's pretty separated away from Lou for the time being. That could be an issue that you're gonna have to contend in. Yep. There you go. It's gonna be Xiao Bei. It spots out Example. He's down and out, and now it is just Lou.
He's watching Xiaowu. It's a couple shots. Xiaowu tries to jump. See if he can throw off the aim. Might have done just good enough. Phase 4 blue. Should be no problem here for Xiaowu. He's going to try a little bit of a peek battle now with Lu. A little back and forth. A little up and down, prairie dogging. But Lu taking the worst of that. He's out of bullets. He's out of bullets.
Yeah. Problems mounting. I guess just try to med battle it over here is slow down 17. That might be your own way to get a victory, as 17 is going to have to take some weird pathings to get in the circle as well. BB making a push into New Happy. Miyashi already down. BB just fast, efficient. Yet again, Furia is going to be regrouping just to the north of them. It's going to be the new target. Inside of a vehicle, it's going to be Besto that's kind of leading a path in. It's going to jump out right next to Gizera.
Dude, I love this. Like, BB, again, has 4 kills, and we've barely seen any of it. Like, they're just so efficient out in the open in the early parts of the games, just finding points, finding kills. Just being slow and steady, trying to throw out some smokes, taking a bit of a fight against Furia. There's forest out there, but that's a dip, that's a hillside, so they should be able to kind of isolate this battle against Furia well enough. But, you know, a little bit of a high ground advantage with Kraken. Using that foldable shield very nicely, taking a good angle. It's just, is anybody else going to try to mess with that fight? 17 going to try to make a bit of a move. They don't have to go super far.
It is a bait, be careful. Salute's looking at it as well.
What do you think is in it?
I don't know. I feel like it's going to be death for maybe some.
Death.
Death.
The crate has death.
That's what always seems to happen to me.
Forest ได้อยู่
They always are those big.
Redhead ได้อยู่ EA ได้อยู่
Has to make
Bestia อยู่ไม่ได้
maneuver into this circle. Begopa, 2 players left, locking down that compound, but the Freaks seem keen to try to put their attention towards 17, who they know also has to make a move. It is going to be the Groza for Xiaowu, and it is kind of long range though. If he were to take a fight with it against the loot, find a way to get a little bit deeper into the game, could put that to very good use. You mean on the move?
So it looks like now it's going to be the Freaks trying to regroup. They have to be careful. Begapa, I believe, a Panzerfaust in hand just a moment ago. They're going to be crashing into the point. Doesn't look like we've seen anything get pulled on the trigger yet. Nope. He's still waiting to see. Oh, Salute's trying to go back, regroup. He has to deal with 17 that's going to be back behind him, trying to dodge out all the bullets on this one. Like shifting away, making sure the fact that the car explosion is not going to collapse onto you. Bestie is also going to step out, start dealing with E-Arena to the south of what's going to be going on inside of this firefight. That means that 17 can now contain in, move into what's going to be happening with the Freaks. Up to the north, T5 already been spotted out. Deal's having to contend with that. The Expendables are also lining up against the Falcons at almost the exact same time. So Luke really can't regroup to be involved in what's going on with the Vega push, as the rest of the members of Freaks are kind of getting caught out by all these other squads, as it's just kind of turning chaotic over here. Sleuth is going to opt into going for the firefight himself, seeing if maybe he can buy the space, see if he can hit some shots to get away from this, but so much utility, and 17 is just focused in on it, man.
Yeah, no, this is smart by 17. I think they've kind of figured out that he's on his own, and they're going to make the push towards him. A lot of chaos in the kill feed, but Salute gets back up, gets back reloaded, goes for a bit of a spray with the AUG, falls back.
Deal can protect. He's taking some shots into 17, and that's allowed another shift to a new tree coming up from Salute. Not inside the safe zone yet. The other members for the Freaks can't come back, and they can't reinforce. They don't want to give up the compound and a little bit of control that they managed to take away from Begapal on this one. So Salute just going to have to run as fast as he can to try to get back over here, and there is going to be some cover coming up from heaven. Now, Deal hopping inside of the vehicle, already going to be taking some damage. 17 has to now contend and dealing with the positioning that they just had Salute in. They do have an easier pathing for it, but Deal is even going to regroup. So everybody from the Freaks managed to survive through 2 desperate situations while bullying Begapal out of a position.
That's crazy good stuff from the Freaks. I thought they were going to get cooked maybe between
ทีไฟเล่นยากจัด
Begapal and 17, and somehow they've gotten into a compound and found some modicum of safety. It is Khan, though, still waiting with that Panzer like you mentioned early, Matt. He's just chilling with it, waiting for someone to come into his sight lines. Meanwhile, the Freaks are going to have to deal with 17 on their backside.
17 is just hungry today, man. They were looking after Twisted, now they're looking after the Freaks. This is just, they want to get somebody, they want the authority of it. They want to make sure that everybody is scared for where 17 is going to be maneuvering to and going after next. At the top of the leaderboard, that's what you can get. Circle is going to pop, and it is going to favor up into this Begapal Freaks position. Keep in mind, we also do have T5 and Falcons that are lined up against each other. Fluky is going to go down, so that means that the Falcons are going to be able to win that one, but BB is going to be coming up back behind him while 17 trying to get a foothold inside the circle. They're going to have to deal with the arena now, getting some high ground vision on what's going to be happening in their move.
17, this dip might not be safe anymore. It may just be outside of where the next circle is, so they're going to try to figure out what to do. Maybe a northern push might be one of their options. Otherwise, they have to get right up along the wall where the Freaks are, and the Freaks are going to be very keen to shut that down. The vehicle's not going to be there for 17, I don't think. It may just have to be on foot the rest of the way, and of course, you know, if you try to go for the grandma's house, well, Akan's going to be waiting for you with a surprise.
Yeah.
And that would be very unexpected, I'm sure. Freaks have this building, they got to tunnel in.
But you know that 17 would love to see that Panzerfaust in the kill feed, because the moment that happens, you know they are going to be just charging that compound.
Oh yeah. If the Freaks were to try to go for that other house, but they don't need to. That's the bad news for 17. Trying to harass the arena. Falcons over out in the distance as well, but I think the Falcons can play the other side of the road. Some damage being done. Nurin's with an SKS.
Nurin stalling any movement from 17 for now. Forrest is going to wrap in right back behind BB on the opposing side of the circle. BB was kind of on the hunt after Falcons. So 2 contained firefights as we've got Forrest, BB, and the Falcons all lined into each other, while 17 Gaming is having to deal with harassments and doing a good job of surviving for now, but it is starting to mount. The damage starting to happen to all their armor, all their helmets. Falcons dealing with their own set of problems as they can't even make it up the hillside, as it is going to be mostly BB with some of the Freaks getting damage in. Now Forrest gets control over the east, and that means that Bestia is going to have to deal with kind of a situation now brewing with Day Trade.
This is not a team you want to take a fight against, it feels like, because Day Trade is on the hunt and it's over. We just got into this fight and it's done.
I mean, yeah, 2 styles of play that we're seeing right now, right? Fight for position, try to hold it as long as you can, versus Day Trade that wants to kill everything that's going to be moving around them. So 17 still having to deal with the weathered bullets coming from 2 different angles, is starting to lose member upon member across the beaches as they try to push forward.
Yeah, I mean, they know who's on the other side of this hill. They know it's the Freaks. They can't afford to give them points. That is definitely one of the teams that they do not want getting anywhere near their leaderboard position. So for them, it's just going to be go down to the blue, try to survive as long as you can with some first aids, maybe just pile them over to Xiaowu and see what you can do. They did. Oh, Kiss is hitting some nasty shots with the arm. Please, please show me, please.
All right, Forrest going to shift in a bit more into Day Trade sight line as Salute's got goals. He wants vengeance. Remember, he was trapped out here, but it's going to be Irina that takes the shots into him. He's in a lot of trouble. Deal's going to step down, goes for spray, but Xiaowu manages to get the return knock. And that is going to be a lot of damage dealt to the Freaks. Yes, 17's going to go down, but how big is the cost? Salute limping away, almost no life left. Human's going to go down. Sure, the tree's going to provide cover, but I don't think any...
EA ว่ะ
That's ill-advised by the Freaks. I know they didn't want to give those points over for free, but you kind of had to because of the position Arena had. They're just not reading the map very well there. They got greedy, they got over-aggressive, and they paid the price. That's a misstep.
Arena now in first place. 4 members up, dealing with 2 members for Begapal, as they, I guess Begapal now finally won the crash against Freaks. I don't know how that works at that stage. if you give up a building and then let them have it, but then you out-survive them, I guess technically you win the crash.
Yeah, why not?
Sure, quotation marks, asterisk, whatever.
Exactly. You look, you're still alive, they're not. That's a W. 2v2 right now, potentially, and, you know, Sungjang knows it for Bagel Pot. Has a bunch of frag grenades. Rez just came through. He wants to try to see if he can punish this timing, but they were so far away. It was phase 6. I mean, there's quite a bit of distance they had to cover in this circle. Akan, though, trying to drive through with the coupe, does come through relatively unscathed, able to reinforce with Sungjang. They're going to try to isolate a 2v2 battle.
He's just rolling into this one, and he gets punished. Jacob says, hell no, shuts that one down. Sungjang's going to go down, and E-Arena picks up the victory.
We're all talking about Day Trade, another Thai team that is vying for a title here is E-Arena, and they go back-to-back to start the day.
Hey, look, respect E-Arena, but also respect Begapa. I love that they just hop in a vehicle, and they're like, okay, we're super outnumbered. Let's see if we can make something weird happen. I respect the idea.
Yeah, they had to go. They had a timing that they could maybe try to find it. They just had no idea. There's a hill there.
Yep.
It's a long distance to go.
And so E-Arena, after maneuvering in, getting control over Potato, is going to be beneficiary of just high ground and the amount of control that they held on the circle. They forced tons of teams away from them, and there is a bunch to dissect in this game. So let's throw it over to Toffees, Kalaris, and Adventure.
It's a huge back-to-back coming in for E-Arena here for day number 2 of the grand final. Absolutely huge potential ramifications for our leaderboard. They put themselves in number 1. It's the Y-Rap mate all day.
Woo! I think it's safe to say EA, they're in the game.
You're right, he's right.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, yeah.
Avenger doesn't like it.
No,
like
no,
it.
but I will say this.
Like
If in half of your games you're getting 2 second places and 2 wins,
True.
You're on the road to victory. That is looking good for them. But I will say this on top of that. Well, I want to see that continue on the wildcard maps too. And once we get to Miramar, if they're not solidifying themselves, sure. Also, greedy 2-2 splits paying off. Shouldn't be able to be paying off. Maybe it's because we're having hot drops, we're having teams that are getting slowed down by other situations too. So
more room in the mid.
Yeah, let's see if there's going to be continuing to have this much space. Bestia also being able to get some good space in there, getting some placement points. I thought Twisted Minds was going to be out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Twisted Minds getting out of the hot drop in its inception was good for them. I mean, 17 going to school in order to try to steal kills and be troublesome was fascinating to watch. But we do see EA is able to start.
EA ได้ไก่ครับใช่ EA ได้ไก่
Kula, who's again just sort of felt like speed bumps for some of these teams so far in the lobby here in the last 2 days, but EA continuously finding a chance. I think it was Toro maybe in the green room who was like, I've never seen a team get so many guys knocked and then be able to get them all back up to 4 over and over. EA is just not being punished for anything.
Not too much, not too much. Looking at the final moments of this game as well, and all of these fights on the edge. Whilst E-Arena was cheeky down towards that southwest side and really carving out a huge swathe of area. I think that as they eventually come in, you see Day Trade take out Bestia where they are. Those teams that are kind of in the middle scrapping for spots just eventually all get cleaned up by E-Arena. They come in at the perfect time.
They do, and for me this is another case of their angle is just so figured out. If you're able to be that last team on an edge and you can easily fight your way forward without caring about what's happening behind you, then you're slowly just going to be eating at all the opponents. And here, they do it. They take that western side, they take that high ground, they easily took Day Trade down as well.
I will say what I am enjoying is, and it's not only a lot of the regions doing it for APAC as well, but E-Arena's being willing to go aggressive for fights when they feel like they have at least a little bit of an edge, right? We saw Expendables do it to Begapla with the 2-2 split. I've seen E-Arena do it a few times on this map. It seems like the real theory behind this region is pushed when the time is right. 11 kills, man. That is absolutely wild for them.
They don't even have to exert themselves that much on the rest of this lobby to get it. It's like they're just like picking things up wherever they want.
2 grenades and 6 smokes. I think that's.
They didn't have to do anything.
No, that's the least amount of utility for an 11-kill win I've ever seen in my life. Also, Begopa not being more punished from having that 2 to split with Alamo, only being 2 guys. Freaks, they kind of left the compound to try and go out and get a few more kills.
Excuse me, 6 kills with 280 damage.
He's
that man
stealing
is a
all
thief.
the kills.
That man is a thief.
He's thieving. You saw in the 17. One or two of them on 17 was a steal, and the other one had like 10 HP when he killed him. I was like, solo.
โอ้เจคอบว่ะ
If
Team
being
chat,
ever the opportunist works, it works. That is, you got to catch the white rabbit, and apparently they're not. No one's able to at the moment. 2 wins to start off day 2 is insane, and Jacob's probably going to be claiming himself here the man of the match from all of this
again,
as well.
Back
to back, man of the match. The other Pentagon was not very good. This one's all right. We'll
much
take
better.
it.
If you're one of the 12 people playing fantasy who had the wherewithal to put Jacob onto your team today, it is really paying off big time. As the first 2 games do go very much in their favor. It was interesting to watch. There were a lot of things in this match that were kind of fascinating to watch. I thought, what was it? That Freaks had a chance to possibly win this thing, and they were so thirsty for 17 blood that they gave everything for it.
We were surprised that they flexed out to try and shut them down, right, Martin?
Yeah, and only getting 4 kills to do so. Didn't get the 17 kills. Got killed. I mean, I don't think they expected the Rich to be this kind of low and having this much cover. They're like, oh, we're just going to go out and control this, and then we can go back to clearing the compound. It didn't happen. They got destroyed, and Begopa said, oh, look, here's a nade. Take that. Boom. Freaks is out. And then a game that could have been 15, maybe 20 points if they could have taken on E-Arena, turned into a 7-point game.
And now we've played 4 Erangels. We have 2-2.
Yes,
it's the apartment.
So then it must continue.
It must continue. In fact, it must continue for the entirety of months and months and months.
Yeah, you have to win with at least 2 before anything gets changed here. Critical Road still on 24 though. Twisted Mind not so much more today.
E-Arena #1. They move up and take out 17 Gaming so far. 83 points to their name. It's a massive leap for E-Arena from just Erangel.
In just 8 games, guys. That's a win per game average. That's quite impressive here. Also, dunking it up with 9 more kills than the second. Both Danger and 17 has that. Super impressive so far, honestly. 2 second places, 2 wins toughies in just 8 games.
I would say, but in particular, in those last 2, right? That's where it really skyrocketed off of today. They was not on my bingo card to have E-Arena in first place after 2 games. So congratulations to them on the massive plan. I didn't put Jacob. Why would anyone put Jacob on the team? Okay, and for the record, we're making this joke because our producer did it, and we were like, "What? You did not!" And then the first game, he goes absolutely bananas. So one of those situations where you see it and you go, "I guess I don't know what he saw or heard, but it worked out." And I don't know what E-Arena had for breakfast or what's going for them, but they are making good plays.
He has a tendency of doing this.
He does.
And I don't know how. I don't know why. Yeah. But he's just like, guys, I picked the player that's just popped off.
It's instead of lottery.
Right?
You're going for some crazy fantasy.
Ridiculous.
Like, oh, this guy could go crazy. And yeah, he did. Honestly, for me, in this case here for E-Arena, it still talks to this story of it's just been so chaotic. Here on Erangel, there was a situation where like, why is this happening? Like, why is there teams?
สวัสดีครับพี่โอไม่มาเบโกปาเหรอพี่โอไม่ได้มาครับพี่โอติดทหารครับ
With 2 splits that can't even cover each other.
เฮ้ยเสื้อน่ารักดีว่ะ
Hundreds
เชสโด
of meters away. It's like okay.
เราวัฒนธรรมจีนนะเสื้อแพนด้าด้วยเฟี้ยว
The funny thing is you were saying that if there's somebody's going to do that, you could go even wilder. You could go even further away from each other because they can't see each other. You're not going to be able to reinforce if you do get crashed for some reason. So yeah, the E-Arena is currently playing with their food.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're playing with their food. Day Trade's starting to smell a little bit like they're playing with their food. They had another good game on the back of that one. I think they got 4th place off of that. So we're seeing those teams kind of move up. 17 has let that rope slide. We said, what are they going to do here when they come to Erangel? It wasn't a great day for them there yesterday. Again, they go out pretty early. They don't make that top 10, and they are, I think, losing points at a time when they need to not be doing it.
All right, well, thank you very much, boys. Break time here for PGS7 day #2. When we return, we have our wild card maps to see if E-Arena can continue the dominance.
Powered by the most advanced wind force cooling system, reducing temperatures while your competition sweats. For the flagship Aurus Extreme Water Force, Premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
ใช่แต่งตัวน่ารักดีคอสตูมปีนี้ใช้ได้อยู่รอ
Yeah, there is that.
How much have you looted?
And see if we like hit players. Got good mollies on them. Got good mollies on them. I got them right here. Oh, he. Nice. Careful. Heal up if you have to.
This one's low.
Corner him. Nice. One left. Nice, guys. Nice. Yep. No. Don't mess it up like that. We have to pay attention to the mobs too. The mobs will definitely get us. He's trying to run away. He's in the corner right here. Hang on. No, get away, Canamir. There we go.
W.
I think that might have been everybody. Let's go straight towards the stone.
Oh, wait. I saw a legendary stuff.
Yeah, this guy has a legendary. Whoever killed them gets...
เอาอีกเว้ยเอาแล้วเว้ยดราม่าอีกแล้ว กินแล้วครับกินข้าวแล้วกินก๋วยเตี๋ยวไปแล้ว Welcome back.
All right, Aaron Gell, you've been spicy through the group stage.
ไทยเราเช้าหน่อย
ครับคุณผู้ชมกลับมาอยู่กับเตรียมเข้าสู่รอบโดดที่3ครับคุณผู้ชม
ครับผม
ค่ำคืนนี้ครับกับไฟนอลวันที่2ครับกับรายการ PUBG Global Series ครั้งที่7นั่นเองนะครับที่เซี่ยงไฮ้ประเทศจีนนั่นเองครับผม
ถูกต้องครับ
รอนโดวันนี้เปิดก่อนนะ
มาฮะมาดูกันว่าจะเป็นยังไงครับรอนโด
And at the end of the day, that's where you get the cash and that's where you get the respect.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about. You got to play the best PUBG possible. And it is time to go over to Rondo, the rolling hills, as we get ready to see what's going to happen here. Didn't see really much in terms of spiciness at the beginning of the game, but potentially, you never know. Teams might just decide to do something crazy, and I don't know. I doubt it.
Gliders. That's all that matters.
Yeah, gliders,
Look,
yeah.
I'm a simple man. Give me some gliders, dude.
Dude, we had some serious glider battles, like actual like mid-air fighting. That was the best. I was so stoked for that yesterday. Give me more of that. Plane path, pretty northernly shifted. Right over Jeddah City is where we finish, and so scooping up the test track in the middle of the plane path as the teams pop on out. We'll have to just wait and see how this all shakes out. See where the circle goes. See where the teams go, and that is gonna be part of the equation. Is the arena gonna be way off over towards the northeast, and they just kind of play that slow and steady game, and it has been working a treat.
I mean, again, they feel like they've got their own timing. We were talking about like tempos and things like that with teams. They're a team right now that feels like they're kind of on a different clock than everybody else. Everybody else is doing like these grandiose pushes to center and whatnot. They've done a good job of just kind of following back in behind teams, get into strong positions that are surrendered, and then yeah, the circle has kind of shifted back in favor a bit, but whenever you're getting that strong spot on the edge and going with tactical shift for it, that's all that you really need at that point. Yeah. And so just reading the circle and how it could go in your favor is just beautiful. And this circle, I'm pretty excited.
Oh, this one has the makings of something a little spicy. I'd be very happy to see this one end over on the east. It could still go west, but there's a ton of water dead center of the circle. Is this going to be one of those ones that just ends right by water? One of those very rare circles that kind of like just makes things very, very challenging for our teams, but at the very least, it looks fun.
There's a lot of water, so I'm going to be curious to see how the shifts come into play, because
Jeddah
is kind of the one area that doesn't have a lot of water around it. Maybe whenever we look over into the west where New Happy Bestia is, that could be an opportunity, but you've got the, I guess the inlet that's coming in right next to Jeddah City, and then you've got the river that kind of leads up from it, and then over kind of into the northeast, you have the lake that's going to be over there very far into the north. You've got the other side of kind of the river where it was kind of touching when we were talking about the two river stuff that was happening the other day. This is going to be intriguing to see how teams try to navigate this, because there are a lot of options, but there's also very little options.
Yep. No, you're exactly right. There just aren't a lot of options.
ไปดูทวิตกัน
Commitment on the 50-50 with the water going.
ย้ายก่อนเดี๋ยวดูทวิตกัน
Punish everybody around them. And they're another reason, like 17 had a lot of things going against them, why they couldn't get into that compound that the Greeks had managed to get into. A part of it was because Irina had an angle down on top of it, and that's kind of why I was annoyed. But we do have an interview with Jacob, 2 game winners.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm here joined by Jacob from Irina.
Jacob.
First, congratulations on having 2 chicken dinners in a row. So we know that you've been away from the PGS stage for a while. Do you think it's a very strong comeback for you and your team? And also, since you're very top on the leaderboard, are you confident that you can claim the title this time?
ของไก่ที่ได้มาติดๆกันเลยนะครับแล้วก็ทีมเราไม่ได้เล่นในรายการ PGS มาสักพักหนึ่งแล้ว แต่ว่าครั้งนี้เรากลับมาได้อย่างยิ่งใหญ่คิดว่าคราวนี้เราจะสามารถเป็นแชมป์ได้ไหมครับเป็นแชมป์ได้ไหมให้มันเป็นเรื่องของอนาคตแล้วกันครับตอนนี้หวังแค่ว่าให้พวกเราเล่นกันอย่างมีความสุขและมีความสนุกที่สุดก็พอครับ I would leave the champ into the future because it's in the future but now we just focusing on how we play we just want to be happy with playing game and
Cool, having fun. Can't wait to see your performance and back to the game.
Back to the game.
All right, Irina, you are very far from the circle. So what do you do inside of this one is going to be my quest.
Goodness.
Well, I mean, I guess that's one thing to do. Get a flip, you know, you get your time to get over there. You do whatever you want. Get some style points.
It's fine. Yeah, just it's the guardrail's fault that it sent me that way. I swear. All right, Pico Bus for day trade. They're pretty well centered on the eastern side of things.
I love whenever we went out for dinner for your birthday.
Yeah.
And James freaking out because he saw a Pico Bus in real life.
Oh yeah. We saw him out in the streets of Shanghai.
He was just like Pico,
just screaming. It is cool to see some of the vehicles, you know, that you're gonna find on this out in the real world. So that's a pretty cool thing. As Expendables, they're just chilling as well on the eastern side. They're gonna spread out quite wide and just set up near Yungu and just kind of hold the river.
Well, we've got the Expendables that are running a split, trying to control the area around the outside of the river itself. Day Trade's going to be just to the east of them. Bestia is running a 2-2 split across the river.
คือพื้นที่ดีมาก
Sure.
Bestia
I think there's that spot where you can drive across the river there.
Yeah.
That maybe they're trying to control that.
Send
There's
down
the
ba?
bridge as well by Jeddah City, but this
Down
is
na.
Lil Ghost with a shotgun.
This, I mean, these guys have been kind of going back and forth. Twisted, they've got goals.
Good
Molotov
molly.
already up there. They know that he's in there cooking, or at least hoping that he's cooking. He's got to be careful. He runs back out. There's nowhere to go. That was just simple, clean, efficient PUBG coming up from Twisted Minds.
It's hard to do it better than that with just utility. Now they know that the other players of 17 though. Panzer 477 looking to put some damage as the flush will come through. He's going to know they're upstairs and around the outside, and he's looking for his opportunity.
Has he seen anything yet? Gonna go a bit too far. Not getting the knock that they wanted out of that. Keep in mind, they are coming into this man disadvantage. Batulin's on the roof trying to get some more information. I mean, Batulin's high ground information for a squad. Never seen that one happen before. 17 pretty contained over here. Batulin's gonna hit a nice spray to kind of force 7-7 to move away from this, and now 17 pretty contained.
Well, this is a bit of a stalemate now. But the problem is Xiao Bei all on his own in that one building. So if he gets knocked, things get really bad for 17 Gaming, and Twisted Minds would definitely love
เลือดสูญยังรอด
like
ใช่
the slate clean here,
นั่ง
get
ดู
a
ยาว
nice
ครับผม
win in the fight, and then move on from there. But pretty. I was just gonna say I heard some yelling.
That had to be Forrest. Forrest is the one that yells all the time. So Scappy running over. So yeah, I mean, get excited about it.
Rip Bagel Pot. That is all out, way out on the other side of the map. I mean, way out on the southwestern side that happened. But back over to this fight, a grenade towards the roof, but wisely, Batulins had already changed positions, moving back to the safety of indoors. Perfectix just trying to jiggle peek, looking for any kind of info that they can get. Xiao Bei holding an angle himself. He's going to get the spot and the knock. What a spray.
That's very pivotal inside of this, Kim. We see the follow-up nade, I think, that already kind of crawled away from point, so not going to be too much. But if anything, it might ignite more plays coming out. Looks like they're trying to play this one a bit more aggressive, but they don't really want to overextend. So while they are getting some damage on Perfectix, you can see he's just trying to creep down, get closer to teammates, get to some form of safety. A lot of the second story going to be where the utility is being thrown and the damage, trying to see if it can connect in. But I think that the res is going to come out for Twisted. So while it's going to cost a bit of armor, damage, too much else other than that. That was almost a neat bounce on the other side of the building.
It almost went through, but this is a pivotal fight for 17 in this tournament. If they could win this and not lose anybody else, they could very well start turning the tables towards a championship run. You know, with 12 points between them and E-Arena, they need to start picking up some bigger point gains, because you know E-Arena seems like they're consistent to at least get, you know, 5-6 points a game. They're very good at getting into positional placement points. So Twisted Minds, on the other hand, yeah, they've been hot dropping. So, you know, any points they can get here would be great. They would love to do some damage to 17, but just spraying for some tires. The res did come through. Perfectix waiting for those last few ticks of health to come through from the boost. And then, I don't know. Maybe they're just going to chill. This is, I mean, neither side wants to make a mistake here. This is a very pivotal fight.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot at stake for both. Because, I mean, Twisted in 9th right now, picking up just a couple more points would allow them to shift all the way up into starting Assault after 5th place. So this is a big firefight on both sides of it, and it's kind of displaced. This is very separated away from everything that's going on inside the circle, as there's just kind of a couple small skirmishes here, territory control, a couple teams taking shots. This is really close to Neox Factory at the tail end of where we see the inlet coming in right south of Jijin, the city that kind of follows up on everything. So 17, you can see trying to reset, slow it back down, and Twisted doesn't want to step into somewhere where they don't know what's happening. Whenever they had to go for the res, they lost a lot of information on how 17
ไม่หนีหรอกครับ
shifted around and how they might have regrouped.
จุดเต็มไม้ไม่หนีหรอก
Sure. And
เล่นอ
that's
ยู่
why
แล้ว
they're just kind of going back to the same spots they were in before the knock occurred. Now Perfectix trying to cook a grenade. Xiao Bei way on the outside, actually. So they were gambling that he had stayed inside. And what you're just talking about, Matt, with not having full information on the changes of positions for 17.
Okay.
They're going to keep pushing. Circle's going to go way up to the northeast, so no real big question about where this is going to end up, on which side of the river. Now the push is on for Twisted. They want to end this. The circle is going to be leaving them. They want to get this done before the blue forces the issue.
This is a potential crossfire situation that 17 has set up. They can start to hear a lot of the footsteps. You can see it's going to be Xiao Bei shifting down, using that wall for some cover. Perfectix doesn't want to over-peek it yet. So we'll have to see Example playing one side of it, Perfectix on the other, Batulin's up on top, and just holding the angles. 17 playing the patience game. They are on the outside of the circle right now, so Twisted does have control of the inside territory and kind of gatekeeping position on it. But see, it's all authority. Twisted has to be careful on this push. It could just turn so problematic. One small step the wrong direction, one wrong peek, and Perfectix is going to be the one that's going for it.
It's going to be Xiao Bei. He can get the spot. Still behind the wall, though. And now they're starting to check behind the buildings. They feel like they've cleaned out the inside of this one well enough. Grenades out towards the wall, but nobody is there. 17 doing a good job avoiding this early damage. Twisted probably running low on frags. You can see that there's not any in any of the plays you see. There's a spray.
Two! Xiao Bei finds 2 of them already, and that was what we would be worried about for Twisted. What do you do now? One member revealed. 17 played it patient, and it paid off big, but Furia now also wanting to get involved.
Heck yeah. Furia needs points. They're sitting down in 11th place. They want to try to change things up, make a move here, be one of the movers and shakers on day 2. Xiao Bei trying to clear out the house again, have done so, but do they realize that one of the players has snuck around to the corner? Lou there, Batulin's able to find a little bit of damage. Duels with Xiao Bei, about even in damage exchanged.
Nade prepped up. Looks like it's going to be going for long range. It forced Batulin's back inside the building. But notice lose point. Yep. I was going to say 7-7's found him. Twisted now in a lot of trouble. Just Batulin's all by his lonesome, and the momentum has entirely shifted. Xiao Bei has an idea on where Batulin's had to run, because remember that nade was thrown over the building, so they have an idea that he's had to at least get back in there. With the outside firefighting that's going on, where they're getting harassed from Furia, they know that no big movements, nobody's hopped inside of a vehicle, tried to run away just quite yet. Batulin's, you're going to have a line of 17 members coming after you. Can you defend?
คือจังหวะมันไม่น่าโดดไปอ่ะโดดไปแม่งตายเลย
Switch to a Saiga as well. So Batulin's has a great gun for this situation, but there is a shotgun in the hands of 17 as well. Xiao Bei trying to get up to the roof, trying to see if he can get eyes on exactly where Batulin's is. Throw some stuns in. Oops, misses the window. Trying to set up for the push up the stairs, out in the open, and he's going to finish the job.
Just simple, clean. Gotta love it. So, 17 Gaming picking up 4, creeping back up 8 points away from E Arena.
That's huge for 17. They only lose 1 player in that. I mean, the real question is how tightly does Furia want to grip down on top of this? Now, looking at the map, it looks like they are starting to fan out. Yeah, I know. I was just about to say, doesn't look like they're really keen on trying to harass 17 too much. So they are going to just try to take a little bit better positions. Circle here just keeps going east. Still quite a bit of water there with that lake over on the western side. And E Arena, again, look at how much space they have. Look at where they are in the circle. It's just if, you know, Furia and 17 are going to drive in that direction.
Okay, BB taking some shots at Petrichor Road, who's playing at a low ground point. Yes, it does provide some cover, but it's really hard to hold for too much longer. South, we've got a lot of people inside of cars. They're making rotations. Falcons just had to deal with Begapo that was running by them. E-Arena looks like they're going to be regrouping on that little bit of a river that comes out of the lake itself. Fury is going to kind of shift into the point where we saw E-Arena holding a bit more to the west. I think that compound's going to be open. It'll be pretty fine for a stop-off over there. We did have an emergency pickup called, but it is not going to be taken, as it is going to be Forrest that's going to be coming in. Olympus already inside the circle. He's going to be running through. Bestia going to be running right back behind Begapa, as it's just kind of using Begapa, allowing them to open up. But they're going to be stopping off right next to where Zhongjong is, and he's in some trouble. Already held off. He's just trapped in the smoke, man. Bestia's just going to run in after it, but got to be careful. Khan at range, and the rest of Begapa not too happy about that. Looks like they're trying to fend in, but I mean, Bestia, you're in some trouble now. You're just having to run into shacks, and even being harassed at range, that's going to be T5.
Yeah, Two Heart, they're going to find another knock. So Begapa, even though they might have to sacrifice Sungjong here, are able to collapse from a bunch of different angles on top. Yeah, he thought that might be a frag. He's coming at you. You got to be careful, Akan, and he was ready. Actually gets help from T5. Silzen actually going to go down to Akan, and Sungjong, that car was close to taking him out, but it couldn't be able to get the res.
Okay, Petrichor Road, got some vision in that, but I mean, it looks like they should be able to get in the shack and be fine for now. I thought for certain Zhongjong was just dead, and Akan comes in and just saves it.
That's huge. Two Art there as well, finding that off angle, just making things miserable for Bestia. So now they try that maneuver, and for what seems like the first time in these finals, they are able to really get centrally located, get into placement points. So that's going to be very painful.
We've got a fight brewing down to the south, as it is going to be New Happy, Forest, and Day Trade. Day Trade's inside the compound. Lower sections of the hill are going to be where New Happy is going to be at. At range, we might also spot out BB, who's going to be doing some
ไม่เป็นแค่ของบ้านเราเว้ย
being able to get
YouTube
involved and jump in onto New Happy. So that's why New Happy is having to hold up and kind of bunker against the hillside for the time being. Freaks, they've got themselves that point that Petrichor Road was playing out of San Takula also going to be coming in right on top of them.
Yeah, the Freaks have a bit of a tricky spot that they're in with Petrichor and Takula collapsing down on top of them. I think Freaks were hoping that they could just claim this eastern edge for themselves. Instead, they're taking a ton of damage. DL, though, does get a knock onto Suze. And now Don's trying to do what he can, but they're out in Phase 3. Blue about to be Phase 4 very, very shortly. Humina and company trying to reposition themselves so they can hold off this assault. And you never know when Petrichor Road is going to come over that road above them and strike.
Yeah, that is a big problem. Circle not even going to shift in their direction, so that means that the Freaks have to fight their way out, at least try to get Takula back out of this one. Meanwhile, looks like Petrichor Road doesn't want to overstay their welcome. They're going to hop in vehicles, and they're going to try to move away from this one. I believe that we're also going to try to see a bit of a regroup. Looks like Sloot's coming down in a vehicle, maybe just try to do a rescue operation, or maybe just send it more aggressively in after the Freaks, as Yuen's doing a good job of kind of pinning them down onto that point. BB also is going to be playing the upper section of this hillside to the south, but they have to deal with the Falcons, and so that means that this is going to open up opportunity for the Freaks. Nades are going to start coming out now, doing a lot of harassment damage onto Taikula, but there is nowhere really Taikula can go. Their backs are up against the wall in this point. Meanwhile, it's going to be Nan that's going to be up to the north, still having not left from Petrichor Road, seeing if maybe he can salvage, maybe snipe up something, get a kill, flush out somebody, steal a point here or there.
Yeah, big nade there from Heaven. DNF doing a great job working their way forward so they can get into nade range. DL, though, takes a face full of nade himself. He's down to 40 HP. Spaceman trying to stick the res. Grenades out towards Cold, and he's just being a bit of bait. Now Nan's going to strike from behind. The Freaks need to get this fight over soon.
Okay, there you go. That's going to go ahead and finish that one out. Spaceman's going to go down. Cold's in some trouble, but can he hold it together? Nope. It's going to be just a nice little punch coming up from Heaven, finishing him up and sending him to Heaven.
All right, 17 on their last legs. Xiao Bei, Xiao Wu, the only two left. Xiao Wu on the drive. Xiao Bei trying to go for some heals to get further forward. I mean, Furia players are falling in front of them, but that doesn't really help them because they still have to get around the edge of the lake, and T5 and E-Arena have eyes on the edges of the lake proper. And there you go, T5's Padampong actually going to get Haven from afar, and I just don't think there's much further that any of these players can go. Even Xiao Wu died out in the blue. He's already knocked. Xiao Bei, though, able to find a flush onto Haven, so more points for 17.
4 points, continuing the climb. The bigger problem is the fact that E-Arena is also kind of gatekeeping over into the east of this point, so even if you manage to get away, Poza the solo up for Furia right now. We've got the Expendables stacked up on top of New Happy in the fight that was brewing a while ago. Falcon's also going to be doing some third-partying. We have Forrest that's going to be very close while Daytrade's taking some shots at Delwyn while he's trying to regroup with the rest of the Expendables. Up in the north, we also have Petrichor Road, E-Arena getting very close to each other.
This is messy down on this southern edge. There's still a ton of mountain to play with, though, so a lot for this late game. Potentially, we'll have to see where the circle goes, but everybody just trying to get up there, whereas a bunch of teams decided to plant their feet, play zone control on the cliff edges, and some of these teams are having a tough time getting through.
ไม่พิมพ์ดีกว่าเดี๋ยวรอคนดูเรียกก่อนค่อยพิมพ์ช่องหลักรู้สึกพิมพ์เยอะมากเลย
Aches left thinking about a grenade. Is it going to be on point? Comes up short.
Yeah, and that's gonna. They really needed that one to open up. E-Arena is pretty entrenched over here. With the new circle popping down south, though, Vegapaw might opt into going for a third party, but Freaks actually wrapping in again, back behind Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road could find themselves sandwiched quite quickly, and specifically, 3 teams are going to be gatekeeping out Petrichor Road's positioning. E-Arena, with that bit of a high ground that they can work from, has a bit more vision and a bit more options on how they can navigate this for now, as T5 has shifted out and they're running a 2-2 split and can't really defend the same angle that E-Arena was trying to escape from earlier.
I could see the Freaks wanting to get involved in this fight, but actually BB Team had a bit of an angle into them, so it's kind of keeping the Freaks from really committing to trying to third party this just yet. That being said, the fight hasn't fully kicked off, so that's certainly part of the equation there. As Aches left, just going to try to hold the line. No more frags for him. Non as well. Empty on the damage utility. And E-Arena just going to get in vehicles and try to make their move. They're just going to drive away from this and hope that they can find some open space somewhere else. This is par for the course for them. They don't want to be taking fights this early.
This is great timing as well. With them hopping in the vehicles right now, it's right after T5 that was running the 2-2 split, regroups. T5 is going to have some vision whenever they look back over to the west in just one moment. So, E-Arena, how can you steal through this? Daytrade's already spotted them out, getting some damage. That's a tracer fire that's going to be coming in and right after them. So they're going to go for a stop off. They've got this dip. They've spotted the smokes just in front of them, and that's going to be where the tail end of T5 has managed to stop off at. But Vegapaw also has the vision. They've got a slightly increased position, so they're looking down and can rain bullets up on top of E-Arena. And E-Arena, they're in some trouble. There's just nowhere to go. Too many teams are now focused back in. Daytrade's actually leaving their compound. T5 raining grenades up on top of them, and that's going to be a ton of damage to deal with. Nurens all alone over here and nowhere to go.
Yeah, great grenades from T5. That is going to wipe E-Arena out early with 0 kills. Very nicely done here on the edge by these teams, not allowing E-Arena to find any footing. Petrichor Road, they're just driving towards BB. They're right in between DNF. DNF's fighting BB up on the hill. They've already got a couple knocks, and Petrichor Road going to try to hit their other flank. They're doing some decent damage. A doozy gets one before he's quickly traded.
Excellent, managed to take down a doozy. BB having to play off the back foot. They're having to retreat away from this, at least manage to get a knock onto Salute, so that slows down the flank that's going to be coming after them. Vegapaw is also going to be coming in after the Freaks and kind of forcing them to come back into this firefight. So with this, it's becoming pretty quickly contained. Phil first wants to see if he can find the angles and see if he can get something into it, but you can see it's going to be a dancing Freaks just up to the north, and he's very aware of that. Can he find some way to shut down Petrichor Road while they're trying to do damage control, try to get these reses up? He's going to try to sneak his way right up into the thick of them, right up on top of the smokes while he's got the time. And Freaks are going to hop in a vehicle. They're just going to run away from this one. So that means that BB gets a lot more space to play from, but they can't find the shots into the smoke that they want to, and the chain reses are just coming up. Freaks do get eliminated on their rotation, and Chewy steps around, but Phil first finally gets the knock onto him.
Yeah, this is really well held here by BB Team. They had a couple different squads looking at him. This is going to be Bagel Pot dying to the blue as well. BB Team going to cling to life, and a great hold against a couple different strong teams. Petrichor Road, the Freaks, having a go at BB, and they can find not much success. T5, though, kind of angling in this direction. If they can take this fight, claim control of this edge of the mountain, they could very well find themselves in a good position in this game. Falcons quietly but confidently now moving in towards the east side. Just a couple new happy players really directly in their path if they keep venturing in that direction. It's going to be a matter of time to see how they want to rotate this. TE on the south. Daytrade still has the compound over on the west. And that's about all that is left in here, other than, of course, Forest in the middle.
I mean, I love how BB waited for the smokes to kind of dissipate out and didn't want to overplay their hand. Hold on to what they have to work with, pick up the crates, and now they have to fight their way in. They've got the Falcons that should have vision on them if they crest that hillside. So they have to line up against these 3 members of T5. Hathenponk's playing pretty far back away from the rest of his squad right now, trying to see if he can maintain an open angle and defend up anybody that's wanting to push out. Most notably, he's going to be taking shots into New Happy and make sure that they stay down on the lower section of the hillside so that way the other members of T5 can stay right up against BB. BB's just wolfpacking though. They're running up next to each other, but that means that they have to line up against Fluky, and Fluky has been putting in a ton of damage. Already 10 kills right now for T5, and I don't even know, BB, where can you go from this one? You're just going to have to shoot your way through, as all of these smokes are going to be down, slowing it, but that means that Falcons are now shifting in. Looks like they've decided that they do want a third party, and BB, while they're managing to survive, they are slowly getting picked apart. The damage is just continuing to mount, and finally they go down.
Man, Teraton 5 is on a heater right now, and they're just going to shut Kickstart down. Fluky's ready. Falcons were trying to get in here to do some damage. Now New Happy's sweeping in behind all of this.
Oh,
a grenade out. It doesn't even hit Fluky. It goes way too far. He can keep dodging this. H1 finally able to find something, but Theraton 5 is rocking and rolling right now, and here comes New Happy.
New Happy's December 12th instantly has to regret that angle, but we are going to see Zilong. It gets knocked onto H1. Shrimsy, the last one, up for the Falcons. Just trying to use a tree for cover. He knows 2 different angles are going to be coming after him, and he has to be cautious. December 12th has a beat in and finally manages to finish off the Falcons. So December 12th, guess what? Now you have to line up against Fluky and the rest of T5, and it looks like that is going to be a problem. Zilong already down. December 12th, new issues are going to start mounting as the Expendables are starting to become mobile down to the south and could also get vision on this.
This could end up being an absolutely monstrous game for the side of T5. Clories gets a lot of damage into December 12th, able to put him on the ground. Is that Molly even going to be close? Just spraying at the hillside, hoping that there's enough of an angle there. Not going to be the case. Now Daytrade getting involved. They have some damage in. These Mollies are coming up just a bit short. Duck Juice going to find Z-Long. Clories good for the other. New Happy gone. 4 kills for the Expendables, and we are down to our final 4 teams.
Daytrade in control of the west. Forest kind of hunkered down in the middle of everything that's going to be going on. T5 on a rampage up to the northeast, and Expendables trying to start a rampage over into the southeast. Looks like we might see Expendables lining up against T5, as T5's kind of got their backs up against Blue Zone, trying to fight their way into it. And every single peak that they go for is getting punished by Daytrade.
This is getting very tense because you're trying to not overstep. You're not trying to lose that extra player. It's going to be so valuable to have 4 going through. Belmont letting it ring with the Dragunov. A little bit of damage done, but T5 somehow, some way, still finding safety, still finding success. Daytrade gonna back off. They're gonna try to play this edge. I think the vehicle noise from Kiss is partially what forced them back. They weren't sure if maybe somebody was gonna be driving at them, making a move. They had to be ready for it. That's allowed T5, I think, to find just enough of an angle behind this hill, yeah, to hold at least an edge of the circle going into phase 7.
Hey. What do you do as the Expendables now? You kind of ventured up and were trying to poke and prod T5 and couldn't find a vulnerability. So now it looks like a shift down into the south. Delwyn did kind of make his way over here a bit earlier and was trying to see if he can get a line on what's going on with Daytrade. Didn't manage to really find much out of that one either. So odd team out. They at least managed to get inside the circle, but not a lot of really control that they can assert the way that Daytrade has been able to do. Daytrade with a lot of different vision angles to work with has been shutting down 2 different teams, technically 3 in Forest as well. It's just Forest, they're just hunkered down. That's all they're doing right now. They're waiting for the fights to break down and see if maybe they can jump in, pounce on somebody and pick up some points.
Oh no, he can see the feet, he can see the feet.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Well, now when he gets up, that's when he goes for the shots, gets in the seat, takes a bit of damage. I think Kiss now figuring out that he can just hide behind that awesome Pico bus. Gives you such phenomenal cover. Should be A-okay. Meanwhile, Tonadalt did find a knock onto Ranger X, and that's going to be resible, it looks like, for T5. Tons of just poke damage going every which way.
The problem with it, though, is Daytrade has been poking everybody for so long. That's kind of made them the focal point. The Expendables are looking at them, and T5 both are looking at them. The new circle has popped. The Expendables and Daytrade are not in it. So after all of this harassment that Daytrade has been throwing out, they now have to crest this hill, and they're going to be walking right into the waiting arms of the Expendables and T5. Forest still just kind of locked down. They do have this little bit of cover to play from, but you can see that the Expendables don't want to let them have it for too much longer.
Yep, some nice grenades lined up there for Duckjuice and his teammate. Takes Scappy down. Good read on the positioning there. Forest just having to prone it out to try to survive late into this game. Trying to do their best Bestia impression. Duckjuice fully aware that day trade's going to be underneath him, and he's trying to figure out exactly where that might be so he can maybe light up some of their players, keep them from getting up into this hill, getting up underneath Forest. Meanwhile, they're still trying to fish for Kiss, but these deployable covers have worked a treat. I mean, he's found a great position. It's blocking grenades, it's blocking sight lines. He's lined the Pico bus up to cover from Teraton 5 angle. It's a really nice setup.
I mean, Forest has also been eating a lot of nades for everybody else. That means that whenever we're moving into the later stages of this, it's going to be a lot harder for teams to deal with. Finally, Belmont is going to connect, get the knock onto Kiss. He's by himself, no chance for Rez at all. But you can see as Day Trade goes for a peek, man, it's just every single angle. Everybody else taking shots, and keep in mind, T5's at 14. They want more. They're going to find more. They're starting to find the angles onto Day Trade, and Day Trade is in trouble. The Expendables creeping in, still has to deal with Forest, but hey, guess what? It's Fluky again as he's going to find the damage in. Ranger X at 9. So many kills right now for T5.
This is a massive game for T5. They are on the verge of doing something special. 18. I mean, they may rack up 23, 24. There's a world where that happens. They need to get this res going on to Ranger X, who's been doing a phenomenal job getting these kills in, but it's been a combined effort. Tanavel, though, just going to go down to the blue. That point not going to go their way. Duckjuice spraying, getting some decent damage. And that is going to be another player on the ground for T5. They're starting to collapse a little bit.
Kalor is coming alive whenever he needs to. T5 might have a ton of kills, but that means that they've been fighting a ton as well. Could be coming into this a bit weaker. Scappy now the new target. The Expendables playing for the late game stages. Scappy going to throw out nade. Not going to connect the way he really wants it to, but Fluky finding a ton yet again. T5 continuing their reign of terror. It's them up on top, and now it's going to be the Expendables gone. And with this, Scappy, the last one up, and he's going to have to do a scrappy fight of his own. Already takes a face full of bullets. 20 kills for T5. They're looking like they're going to make it 21. Just a nice, good number to finish it out for a total of so many points in this game. Fluky leading the way, stepping in. It's only a matter of time, it feels like.
Scappy throws a smoke out to try to buy himself some time, maybe confuse him. We've seen Forest win some of these odd man situations where they're the team that's a man down. Scappy, barrel in hand, great gun to have in this situation. That's the last stun in the bag. He's just gonna have to get it done with gunfire. He's out in the open though, and he's done. That is 21 kills for a T5. What a statement. I mean, Thailand on top today.
Marathon 5 with a big game. 31 points is gonna shoot them up the leaderboard as they were just wrecking everybody through the entirety of that game. Everybody was having to contend with the pacing that T21 was setting.
Dude, T21, yeah. They might want to change their name to Blackjack after that one. That was a crazy good hand that they were able to play. It's hard to do it better, especially on a stage like this at PGS. They worked that northern edge a treat. I mean, just harass. And they were hitting great shots the whole time, clearing space.
I mean, you got to give respect where respect is due. T5 takes a big one, and we're going to throw it over to our analysts.
ก็เดือด
Well, never mind about bowing South Korean overlords. We have new overlords. Bow to APAC.
We're
not worthy. 21 kills. Ranger X had like 9 kills with 22 people still alive. This was absolutely ridiculous. Balls to the wall for Theraton 5.
I mean, and not only Theraton 5, all 4 of our top teams were APAC.
What's going on?
Absolutely crazy. I don't know what's in the water there. It does feel a little bit like maybe they're the only region still playing all the time and enjoying themselves. But look how much fun. Every time we look in on them, they're having a good time. They're playing the game. They're winning. They're making strong moves. That was beautiful.
ใช่ครับ
That's some of the most crazy kind of mid to late game I've ever seen. Also, one of the most enjoyable endings I've seen on Rondo. It's a bit of a switch up. We don't have a racetrack ending. We don't have a bamboo ending. Here, on the far eastern side, so many teams have to travel here, but T5, they just fight all the way through and through, just crazy.
They do. I mean, they wipe the lion's share of the lobby, essentially. I mean, I'm not sure if it's a record.
Right.
It feels like it might be. It's crazy.
Yeah, there was a moment there when I thought you were going to bring up a particular team, and I was just going to say, okay, yeah, they just wiped everything.
Right. Exactly.
Just insane. What a game from them. Ranger X just absolutely blasting things from the word go. And I mean, from there, obviously, Arena was actually the only APAC team which was having trouble. They've already just won 2 games. So
right.
Who is going to stop APAC if they're looking this fantastic? And I mean, it's not like Terraform 5 was like lowly when it comes to the overall leaderboard. So then just gaining an extra 31 points on top of that is bonkers.
You know, in the last minute, we're like, well, you know, these 2 teams are leading the APAC guys. And T5 was like, hold my drink. Time for me to climb up there and join you. But we are looking at a world where as we get towards the halfway point in this day, we might end up seeing 1, 2, 3 at some point today, all APAC.
Maybe. Especially if Daytrade can pull their finger out as well. Martin is obviously looking fantastic towards the end. Pathompong will round things out. So yes,
see that Pathompong. I want to see more of it.
Yeah.
It was good to watch. I mean, Again, I know that I think you have Fluky on your team, so you were very much cheering for them.
A little bit.
But it was like the kills just kept, thankfully, as someone who doesn't have Fluky on the team, I was like, oh, it's not him getting the kills this time.
Happily enough, Ranger X had 9 when Fluky had 0 still, but Fluky didn't absolutely pop off too.
Yes, towards the end. Well,
I'm at a loss for words of what APAC has been doing to this lobby.
I don't know what you say about the start of the day. It has been just wall-to-wall APAC.
I mean, we're looking at the screen, so we're featuring all of our normal top teams, right? We keep taking a look at these guys over and over. You know, it's like, oh, let's check in with 17, let's check in with Freaks, but the reality of this game is it's an APAC world, and we're just kind of living in it.
Actually, fully enough, that's actually what I would consider quite low damage in inverted commas for 21 kills here.
Very effective killing there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and 21 kill, of course, T5. A new record before held by Cerberus and Twisted Minds. They had 20 kills and a win. Now here, 21 kills with T5 here. That's 31 points. This is next level. That's going to blow them up for somewhere in the mid-pack too. Yeah, almost in the very top.
Yeah, regardless of if it gets you the championship or not. Setting a record for PGS is fantastic here for Terraform 5. Let's take a look at that breakdown of numbers as well, because we're imagining good old Ranger X with 9 is going to be taking man of the match. But it was a huge team effort across the board.
I mean, look at those numbers. Across the board, you see Pathompong comes out with 700 damage for only the 4 kills. The whole team was putting in work together, as well as stealing from everybody else so they could get their hands on. I feel a little bit bad for Twisted Minds. They are shedding records left and right during this PGS7.
I have to figure out, and it's not going to be right now because the API is not updated, but I have to figure out how many of these kills were stolen kills, and did they lose any kills in this game stolen as well, because that could have been even crazier. But we go 9 kills here for Ranger X, guys. Is that enough of the penta got filled out on the top here? Almost the most damage and definitely the most kills. You'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. This is just very, very impressive. And again, you know, whilst we're watching these games go down, we're talking about it in the green room, right? It's when you're watching APAC play, it's not just what you said, Toffees, that, you know, you were watching them walk around and they're just enjoying themselves, having a good time. It's very clear in-game as well, right? They are living and breathing the game, enjoying every single game that goes down, and you can see it here in the points and the overall scores.
Yeah, I mean, you never hear a complaint from them. You never hear have a sad face, even when they're struggling. Even when a team, Forest Natural wasn't bringing down the leaderboards at the start of this thing, and they're still walking around having a great time. They're happy to be playing this game, and they love putting their time in, and it's showing on the international stage. Reps in game equal great games.
Ooh, dear me. All right, well, 17 games being mega challenged now. We have got ourselves E-Arena at number 1. Terraform 5 rockets themselves into second place, and Daytrade Gaming now in 4th.
Look at the separation there from BB Team down to Freaks, right? 13 points. That's a good game. That's a slight separation here starting. We're starting to see a top pack solidifying themselves here. And I just researched real quick. T5 stole 7 kills total and lost 2. So +5 on this last game here in terms of stolen kills. Very effective there for T5.
So back to, I do think the 5-6 split though, because there is a bit of separation anxiety starting to set in for some of these teams. If you are BB and below, we are at that halfway point right now. And the reason that separation anxiety truly is setting in is because those APAC teams, as well as 17, have been so aggressively pushing forward. 17's headed to Miramar shortly. That's another good map for them. Those gaps, you have to expect them to get a lot bigger, a lot faster. So those teams in the sub 60 group, I think, have to really figure out what's not working and make a change if they don't be competitive tomorrow.
Going into Tego.
Yeah, it's obviously being at this halfway point here, a lot of things already happening here, and if you don't solidify yourself, if you don't build this foundation to stand on now here for the next 3 games, it's looking like you're going to be left in the dust for the last day. We're going to have a 5-horse race, and it's going to be the teams at the very top already.
Who will shut down APAC? They are dominating day number 2. Let's head over to the commentators as it's time to Tego.
Okay, APAC. You know, I said the fact that it was interesting is sometimes it's a bit inconsistent on who's going to be at the top at the start of the day. Well, shows me because, man, they'll just all be at the top. They'll just all gonna rock it up, and that was a crazy big game for all of them.
Oh, that's unreal. I mean, 21 kills in a lobby like this, almost impossible to do it better. I mean, just a great day for Thailand. All 3 of those teams that have been popping off, Day Trade, T5, and of course the Arena at the top. I mean, they are just having a whale of a day. Let's see if they can keep it up as we go over to Tego, and this is a very southern plane.
Hey, I'm not opposed to it. We've been seeing kind of southern shifts whenever we've been looking at Tego as well, because we did have the one that was around Hosan Prison. There's a lot of very interesting points to play from. I'm kind of curious to see how this is going to set up maybe some of our drops for vehicles, given the fact that really not having any of the northern area at all involved might make a contestant for vehicles have a couple of dust-ups, but looks like so far everybody's just going for longer drops and just playing for safety.
For sure. And we're not going to get kind of that spiciness that we saw on Erangel, seemingly. Just more of a kind of cool, calm, collected start to the game. Falcons over out in the west, the Arena
here's
over at
one.
Hosan Prison. Okay. Nope, that's just our vehicle. Too bad, TKL. New Happy is going to claim that one. And they're just going to be driving. Oh my God, and it's a northern circle off that plane path.
That's brutal.
Oh man, I mean,
love it.
This could be one of those situations we saw this was the map where the Freaks got it going yesterday in a pretty similar start. Are they going to be able to do it again? T5 also right in the mix.
Oh man. Okay, so 2 inside tracks for some good positioning. Takula as well as New Happy both in here as well. And yeah, okay, Xiaowu, I see you. You're inside the circle as well, but you're the only 17 member that's in there for the time being. Forest is going to have a very difficult path ahead of them, but we might see some emergency pickups coming out. And yes, don't forget about the multi-streams, is you can have a ton of fun watching what's going on with the hot drops that we saw earlier today for Petrichor Road and Twisted Minds both.
Getting a treat if you're watching the Arena today.
True.
Oh my goodness, they are just frying. Didn't have a great last game, but first couple of games, absolutely brilliant. And the single highest kill game in PGS all time. I was wondering in the back of my mind, is 21 the record? And it indeed is. Congratulations, T5. Well deserved. That was a masterpiece.
So shout out to Avenger, who did the quick math on figuring out like the over-under on kills stolen and whatnot. Whenever you hear, oh hey, they stole 5 kills, that was their plus on it. That still means that they got 16 out of just kind of brutally destroying the rest of the lobby. 21 kills. That is a third of the lobby that ended up in the pocket of T5.
Dude, it's something special. No doubt about it. You have to be just so impressed with the way that they played that game. I mean, that game right there is so many points in and of itself. It's going to give you some hope the rest of this tournament. That one's always going to be in the back of your mind now, thinking, hey, we've done it before. We can do it again no matter what happens the rest of the way. An early kill there for Day Trade. It's going to be Tanadalt who's going to claim the point. Flash got the flush, and that's kind of out just by Hosan. Not sure what happened.
Look at how fast as well. Petrichor Road has already called an emergency pickup. So they want to get into this circle as fast as possible and get an inside track on getting to a good point, so that way they can really kind of defend up. Another emergency pickup's already going to be called from Furia just in front of them. So kind of seeing the destruction that was rained down.
I mean, you've got highlights for days from T5 after that map. They did so much here. I mean, they won this fight against BB Team before Falcons could even get there. And then Falcons just crumbled underneath them. I mean, fight after fight was just so well taken. Great crossfires being set up. You got the anchor position. I mean, this is just how you draw it up on paper.
And I know Ranger X is the one that walked away with a ton of kills, but it always felt like it was Fluky that was being the guy, like the point man that was leading a path and just cutting his way through teams.
For sure.
I can't wait to go back and kind of break down and look at that and how they navigated all that circle, because that was, in general, also a very distinct circle that we don't normally see on that map.
That's very true, too. It is a part of the map that you almost never get to see on Rondo. That hill is very tall. When we were getting those views from the top of it, you could see so much of the rest of the map. And what in the world is going on here? There's already knocks across both ways, and you've got a flush as well. BB Team right up on top. 2Heart catches Zaduzi trying to vault up. Immediately goes for the watch on the other side, but he's going to get dusted by Molodok.
Okay, now down to, I believe, a 1v1 in our lineup for this one in the early stages. So, see, Songjong on one side of it, Molodok on the other. You got a smoke in between them. T5 looks like they have bumped into Falcons, and Falcons managed to at least slow the roll of Ranger X. Sorry, no 9 kills in this game. But, I mean, you managed to put in the work. You can take a breather on this one.
That's the way it goes, right? You have like a huge chicken dinner, and the next game you just kind of fizzle out early. The Arena Classic. Get the gliders and just watch what's going on.
Okay, Lyrics, come on, please.
Just imagine if he just, gets both of them. That'd be amazing, but tough angle there for him. Molodok trying to figure out where exactly Songjong went to.
I believe that we have an interview with Molodok's BB team.
I will try my best. Try to show my best performance in this tournament, and I hope that it will help to my team to show best performance. No, I think we have good structure, we have good IGL, and we just trust them what they are saying to us, and we have good defaults, and we just know what to do.
Okay, so while it was going on, we had a bit of a mix-up between the two. So BB Team got eliminated by Begapa, and then Begapa got eliminated by E-Arena.
Bad luck. Bad luck for BB Team there. You know, you get the interview, it's like, we're going to throw you some flowers. We're going to talk to you
Did he just
about how well you're
curse
doing.
himself?
He did. He absolutely did. See, now he knows what it's like to be us in that moment. Just that one time. He gets just a brief glimpse of it. Of course, we do have T5 losing a player very, very early to the Falcons, who have set up shop here way on the western side. This seems to me like a hard read by the Falcons. Just guessing that this is going to be a western shifted circle, or they just prefer to play west to east eventually. Of course, last time on this map we had the Goduk Madness. I only see 17 so far. Kind of the Freaks in there a little bit as well, but other than that, nobody making that mad dash to try to get in the city like we saw last time.
Well, I mean, 17, very centered, and they've just been kind of having to watch today run away from them. They started at the top of the leaderboard, and we've just seen massive plays from T5. E-Arena managing to pick up 2 in a row. So they are waiting. They were wanting to pounce back in, try to get back up that leaderboard, but they're going to have the Expendables just down to the south of them. This could be a big game. Godok, it's a bit hard to get kills out of, but if we see this continue to center in, having the inside track on Godok could be big. But if they have to leave Godok, man, that's going to be really hard to contend with, because there's a lot of high ground positions and a lot of people that are going to be trying to snipe them out of cars.
Yeah, exactly. It's not often that the teams coming out of Godok are the ones that are going to be profiting the most. It can be if like the circle keeps a lot of Godok in it for a long amount of time, but if it shifts out of it pretty early, like we saw yesterday, then you're just an open target. Like, everybody's going to be watching you.
You're so nice instead of just saying, yeah, if you have to leave, you're screwed, because that's the way it feels. Expendables, though, also playing just a bit more to the south. They are going to find a ton of these crates that they can kind of eat up, give them the tools to deal with Godok if we end up going that direction. Day Trade is pretty much one of the few teams that's not quite yet on the northern island. E-Arena as well. Most of our teams kind of spattered across the Godok hillsides, depending on whichever angle you want to go out from. Bestia is going to be up next to Petrichor Road, as you can see that they're trying to shift up the hillside. Petrichor Road does have the high ground advantage in this one, but Petrichor Road also has Furia that's right back behind them to the north.
Bestia had to cut loot pretty quickly to get here. I mean, I don't even see a red dot on Mime's assault rifle. He's only rocking a level 1 helmet. Definitely not going to be ideal for Bestia. If there is an early game fight, they're going to be a little bit weaker not only in terms of positioning, like you were just mentioning, but also in terms of what they have available to them. I mean, things have gotten pretty dire for Bestia to start making these moves early. Level 1 Vest as well for Mime. So this one looking like it could be pretty tricky for old Bestia. And I don't think Mime has any idea that Petrichor Road is here.
Oh, dude, this is so low economy for Bestia, and he's going to be walking right into Aixleft. Oh, that's so easy and clean for Aixleft there, so should be able to just get the flush out. And, I mean, I wonder what Aixleft's going to look like whenever he looks over and tries to find what's happening there. So, Draft King going to get eliminated.
Oh. Almost. Almost. They did a ton of damage there. Bestia driving on the hill, and Aixleft is good for another. Oh my. Bestia in trouble in the early part of the game again.
Okay, so Bestia looks like they're just going to try to regroup down the hillside. And, I mean, if anything, and I don't mean this sound as toxic as it sounds, we've seen Bestia handle the situation quite a few times so far, losing a couple early. See how they manage to find some more points out of it, but I'm a bit worried they're getting pretty close to new happy.
Yeah, salvage points are a part of the game for everybody. Oh my god, that shift is way down to the southwest.
Erangel was so boring with circles, and then suddenly it's just...
It do be like that sometimes.
I mean, is there a world where we can end on that island? Like the small island?
I don't think it's west enough.
I don't think it's possible.
I don't think with this it's west enough. I think it's like those islands, usually it has to be like dead center of the current circle.
But if you're twisted and you're taking emergency pickup, you have to cut and I guess land along coastline, right? You have to assume that almost everything else is taken.
Well, there's a few hillsides you can take, like in between Hey Musa and like the southern edge of the river. Other than that, a lot of stuff is already being claimed. So for Twisted, it will be a little tricky to find open space. Lyrics is flying around in a glider, so that kind of puts a weird question mark in your mind as you try to figure out what exactly to do from there. The Freaks are going to have a nice central compound. I mean, the Freaks should be eating pretty for the next couple of circles. This compound could be a little tricky to lock down. As you can see, some of the sight lines cut off by like the road and the ditch angles, and they're just going to drop.
Oh,
they did find an open house. So this is one of those Luke Key houses. And Twisted Mind's going to be happy to find some kind of safety.
And just kick Bestia out of position. They wanted that so bad. Now Bestia caught in between. It's going to be Twisted Minds and E Arena, and they're just going to have to kind of hunker down. I think that they found a dip that they want to stop over at for the time being. I mean, E Arena still having that glider up in this circle means that they're going to have so much.
Yeah, and that's the way they play, right? Like that's why they're our top team. I think is they've done a great job with the information game. You talk about macro, blah, 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 but it's using this glider on a lot of these maps to make sure that stuff around them is safe, to know where they can make moves, to find the open space on the map, whereas a lot of other teams find themselves having to guess and try to make desperate sends or trying to take edge fights, whereas E-Arena doesn't want to do any of that, and they navigate it so well.
All right, Bestia found a new home. They've got themselves a dip. T5 did have a scout over here, but looks like he's going to go ahead and regroup with the rest of the squad. Everything's kind of calmed down for the time being. While, yes, this is an awkward circle, it still has enough space and is navigable for most of our teams. So nothing too desperate happening just yet. It looks like Forest did put their backs up against the wall over to the west. Twisted having to deal with E-Arena's harassing shots, but there's plenty of space and cover. I wouldn't be too concerned for them just yet. And this is the key component of E-Arena, as this circle has got kind of it's got a field that's just going to be to the northeast of E-Arena's positioning. It's got the road, but it also has like specifically a lot of dead space inside of it. So with having Lyrics just kind of navigating, running along the water, he's going to be able to get a lot of vision on vehicles rotating, assume almost every single compound's out. No matter how the circle's going, everybody else is going to be coming into this with minimal damage control and information. E-Arena is just feasting on it right now.
Yeah, and the bigger part here for E-Arena is seeing what's out in the open outside of the compound, seeing what's going on in that part of the map. Then that's going to open you up for the borders and things like that. In fact, Shizzy already thinking about one. Maybe they're angling for Bestia here. I'm not too sure. That would be my best guess, but it's
your Bestia guess.
My Bestia guess, yeah. It looks like it. That's kind of my assumption.
Yeah, he's lined it on Nuren's.
Well, that's past, I think.
It could be T5?
It's hard to say. I can't see exactly where Bestia is. Well, he might be close. That actually might be close to Bestia. He might be right. Oh, my God.
Okay, so still a lot of water in play. That weird island that's just going to be kind of by itself. And all right, Sissy, what we got? Shoot it up. I think it's on the Bestia line. They don't have much cover. They've just got the cars to work from. How close is it going to get? Oh, That's a butt clincher for Bestia.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's
Fury is also driving up right next to him as well.
Oh God, this is scary for 17. They're just driving through a gauntlet, and they're going to lose a player to a vehicle tire pop. Vehicle's gone as well, so Lil Ghost down and dusted, and there's just the rest of the team just scrambling to the coast.
Oh, rip the car even as Lil Ghost is not going to be long for this world before he is picked off. But, I mean, 17 at least managed to stop off. They're just going to put their backs up against the water as well and say, okay, safety play, man. What else can we really do? New Happy still needs to make their way into the circle. Looks like they could be bumping into Kula. Taikula has got shots that they're taking over into Day Trade to the north. We still have T5 that's going to be trying to gatekeep out Petrichor Road. Falcon's going to be trying to find some path to really see if they can sneak something through on this one as well. Forest is also going to be playing a bit more to the west. So Falcons look like they're leaning into the same line that Petrichor Road is potentially where we're going to see a T5 gatekeep at.
I'm concerned for New Happy. Taking a look at the map right now, they have not a lot of space to drive through. It just depends on how well Taikula is able to hold that southern road. It looks like New Happy is going to make a dash for that eventually. Taikula seemingly aware.
Yeah, Furia looking like they want the same dip, or at least to get rid of Bestia that's going to be in front of them. They've been paying attention to kill feed. Once they get the first knock, they should know the fact that they're pretty advantaged in this one. But Bestia doesn't really want to stick down here. They know the fact that they're going to be outnumbered, but where do they even go at this stage? Looks like they're just kind of circling the wagon, seeing if maybe they can get some vehicles set up on some more defensive angles, find some way to survive what's going to be going on. Mime's going to have to be dealing with E-Arena while it's going to be Silzen to deal with Furia.
Yeah, Furia now trying to figure out where in the world did D5 find that angle onto us, but it's actually Jacob from E-Arena who gets Mime with a grenade. So Silzen, last player alive. Nurin's trying to finish the job. One more bullet, can't get it.
All right, well, don't worry. There's about another 2 to 3 squads that might want to take a couple of shots at Silzen, but they don't see him. Another sneaky little spot. Dude, Bestia knows all the good rat spots. Petrichor Road has managed to hop inside of a vehicle, and they're going to send it right back where Furia was just at. So they're pretty much we're just seeing a complete shift. Furia stepped into where Bestia was at, and now Petrichor Road has moved into where Furia was. T5 is going to be up on top of him. Haven is going to drop right on top of Ming Ming.
Petrichor Road here just kind of went around T5, and they're paying the price.
Yeah.
It is going to be Posa. It's going to be a kill stolen there by Rosetta Jr. H1 as well. So all this hard work for Furia for naught.
T5's having to deal with it. It's going to be Falcons up to the north of their position, so they haven't been able to focus too much on Petrichor Road, but there's been a lot of third, fourth party shots that have been coming in after him. Furia doing a good job on trying to get Bestia out of that point is, yeah, most people are kind of figuring that this is going to be where the circle goes. That means at 17, New Happy, Taikula, Day Trade, and the Freaks all need to shift into a very contested hillside.
This is tough for the Freaks because you're going to have to navigate the timing. If you go into the field, okay, Aches left, hello. Well, don't count him out just yet. Takes a bunch of damage, though. Prone down into the smokes, trying to find some kind of safety. He has enough time to get a first aid. Can he do any more damage?
Hey, H1's going to make it a bit easier for him as Haven is going to go down. Axliff just running, but there is no cover to be had. T5, eyes still set back into Furia as Falcons. They do have some territory that they can work with as Silzen out-survives. A lot of what's going to be going over there, and this is what we were worried about with New Happy. They're going to be running right into 17! Bounces him off. Zhao Wu out. Inuyasha just runs into the thick of him. 7-7 trying to deal with. It's going to be December 12th. It's going to be back behind him. But suddenly, this defensive line for 17 is instantly broached by a Dacia in the face.
Look at the confidence here from 7-7. Knew he had cover from Xiao Bei, but Zilong is going to finish the job. Him and Inuyasha are going to combine to take down 17. Mortar splashing, but nowhere near the fight. Man, 17, that drive over of 17, just absolutely disgusting from New Happy. Taikula now, so, oh, no.
Oh, the Coop's going to slide down the hillside, and now Taikula. I mean, a chance for points, but keep in mind, this isn't even really in the circle yet, so New Happy still has to deal with it. E-Arena is already shifting in. The Expendables have also set up at least 1 or 2 people that have eyes. It's going to be Delwyn who's putting in a ton of work. Furia is still just trying to shoo away anybody that's coming after their dip, and that's going to be the Falcons on one side, T5 on the other. But T5's having to deal with Day Trade, who's making a crash right on top of their compound. Looks like they want to push into the hillside.
Nice knock for Fluky. Seeing if they can continue where they left off. 1 player down, but still have some kills. Tanadol, hello?
เลื้อยตะมกมาหาจังหวะธนดลเลือกที่จะไล่กันเฮ้ยอะไรแวบๆ
เดินชนกัน
เฮ้ยต้องไปก่อนครับมันแวบเข้าควันไหลกระทบกันคุณผู้ชม
เอาล่ะตรงนี้2-3แล้วเป็นฟุกกี้ครับการเนตโดนปฐมพงษ์น็อกดาวน์แปลกๆครับแฟดได้ด้านปฐมพงษ์มาครับแล้วเป็นด้านของตรงจืดครับไปดับเบิลคิวใส่ด้านนิวแฮปปี้ออก12ไปเลย
แล้วผมไม่ได้เล่นเลยครับคุณผู้ชมทีไฟต์2สุดท้ายครับแล้วแต่นอนอยู่แบบนี้อย่าบอกว่าเดตีแตกนะ
แปลกครับตรงนี้ไต่ไฟครับได้ยิน
โรซิเตะได้ยินครับใช้ความเก๋าของตัวเองครับคุณผู้ชมได้หนึ่งครับปุกกี้เห็นแต่ตามก่อนแบบนี้แล้วโรซิเตะเอาให้หมดเลยครับคุณผู้ชม5คิวครับจากทีไฟต์ครับตอนนี้
โอ้โหแล้วไม่ดีเท่าไหร่เลยครับเพราะไฟกันเองแบบนี้ครับแต่ไม่เป็นไรไปกันต่อครับตรงนี้5 แต้มจากด้านทีมทอนไปแล้วเป็นด้านฝั่งคาเว่นครับนอกทางด้านฝั่งโรเซญาจังหวะโดดเข้าไปในควันครับเขามารอรับเราต่อพอดีครับ
มันเข้าไม่ได้
เขาไม่ได้จริงครับตรงนี้
ใช่ครับส่งทิกเกอร์สเกลนำไปก่อนคุณผู้ชมทิกเกอร์ตกรถตายไปนะแต่สุดท้ายก็ต้องเข้าครับมันเข้าไม่ได้ก็ต้องตีครับตีไม่ได้ก็ทำอะไรไม่ได้ครับเพราะว่ามันเป็นเวที่ดีที่สุดในเกมนั้นของ Day Trade ครับ
เพราะฉะนั้นเกมนี้ครับเดี๋ยวอารีนาเอาไก่ให้ครับผมไปต่อครับไม้2
เฮ้ยไม้2ทับผมเลยนะอย่างนี้มาด้วยกันเลยโฟกบี
ผมเพราะว่าบ้านสวยขนาดนี้คุณจะไปมีอะไรพลาดอารีนาแบบ300%เอาไปเลย
มีคาถาคุ้นๆด้วย300%นูรินตาเหลือกเลยเครื่องล้วนแล้วเมื่อกี้ฟุกกี้ครับยังฉุดกระชากลากยื้อกันไปก่อนคุณผู้ชมยาปั๊มได้ครับวง5วง6ปั๊ม
Compound up to the north and Forest has a path into the circle in the west. Everybody else, odd teams out. They're going to have to fight their way in.
All right, Heaven did grab a P90. DNF going to have to fight their way potentially into the next circle. They're keeping their eyes onto the Expendables. I think would love to just force them away so they can move their way west. And kind of, if they do take a fight, it would have to be against Furia, who's already beaten up in this game, down to just 3 players right now. DL already knows there's somebody up above him. Thinking about the frag grenades. Is he going to be able to get him close enough is the real question. He's still pretty far away, so not going to have an opportunity just yet. Kizera strikes. Oh, that was so close for DL.
Oh, and that was the breach point that Freaks were really wanting to push from. Taikula also getting a bit more active down in the south. Forest looks like they're going to be regrouping. Actually going to be going after E-Arena's compound. This could be big. E-Arena being distracted allows a lot more movement for these teams down in the south. Taikula already using the opportunity. They've managed to get 2 members inside the circle. The Expendables is going to be on the outside of this. That's what Nurens was going to be watching. So E-Arena, they've been kind of trying to track and hold back every single team, but there were just too many of them coming after them at once, and instead they're starting to have to surrender territory and regroup.
Yeah, this is now getting a little bit tricky for E-Arena, who looked like they were just circle geniuses with this compound take so early, and they are just going to have to hold the line.
Here we go.
Here comes this fight. It's actually Falcons now.
Yeah, Fury has kind of moved a bit more down in the hillside, so looks like the Freaks and Falcons both want to take care of the territory and the people that could be their problems on the edge. So just a hill in between them. Deal and Heaven going to be leading the way. Actually, Cuman gets the knock at range first. Salute kind of holding the tail end of the fence. H1's going to get spotted out, and the P90 makes that one look easy for Heaven. Now Falcons in a lot of trouble. Very disadvantaged inside of this firefight. Kickstart trying to see if maybe he can kind of use this lower section, see if he can get to a res, maybe see if he can pick up his teammate, get out of here and try to regroup. Tiggs going to be responsible for covering everybody as look at the throwables now coming after Shrimzy. Freaks don't want to peek the hillside though because they're afraid of the angles.
Good grenades are going to catch into H-Win and Kickstart. Kickstart back out in the blue. The Freaks kind of understanding the timing, but now they're getting shot in the back by the Expendables. So smart, so opportunistic are the Expendables. They're looking for those big points on the backside, but so is Furia.
And Fluky is still alive over here for T5. So he's going to try to creep away. That rock going to be enough to maybe buy some space from anything that the Freaks are trying to bring after Falcons. And the circle goes all the way down to the compound entirely away from this. That means that this firefight has to happen fast. Nade's going to roll right into the Freaks, get some damage, but doesn't get a knock. Meanwhile, the Falcons are resetting.
Yeah, this is so tough for the Falcons right now. They're trapped behind this rock. The grenades are just exploding. Just going a bit too far, though. So far, they're able to hang on. Bestia, Silzen strikes in the background. Salute's like, get the hell off our backs, the Expendables. This is our fight. Go away.
Right, Fury is going to maneuver in, get inside the circle. That means that there's an opportunity for the Expendables to play this one more aggressive. Fluky's still going to be back behind it. The Freaks realizing the fact that they have to try to make a push up, and it's going to be Tiggleton defending up whenever his squad needs it the most. Gets the down onto Salute, and that's going to pump the brakes on anything that the Freaks are trying to bring over here, but it's going to stall it out. The blue zone is due any second to start encroaching, and this firefight has to close.
Look at Fluky. He might get revealed by the Expendables if they keep pushing forward before he even gets to strike in any of this fight. Now the stuns are going to come out. The Freaks have had enough of this, but they're losing players on the way in. Kickstart still alive. Tiggleton did get knocked. Let's see what Kickstart can do here. A couple players flanking out around him. Kick behind there. He's just stuck and he's dead.
finally manages to deal with it. Freaks come limping away from the edge of the zone, but they're in trouble. Salute's going to go down. Blue zone being a problem after the damage they took, so it's just going to be on to Heaven to kind of lead the path. The Expendables still have Tanvu out, and it looks like they're trying to keep an eye on Fluky, but Fluky's got a goal. Can't do it. Blue zone's going to take him as well. Got to be careful. Heaven could also face the same problem with the Expendables gatekeeping. They're going to spout out Heaven. I mean, what do you even do? There's so few options where he can really get out of this.
You 1v4, Matt.
Yeah.
You 1v4. That's all you can do. Exactly. It's a P90. You know, there's worse situations to be in, but it's not looking good. He doesn't have much util either, just one smoke.
You know what you do? You wait for Twisted, who's been hearing these firefights, to move in from the north, and they're starting to get pretty aggressive onto the Expendables positioning. Other side of the hill, maybe be a distraction, and then maybe Heaven can sneak in.
That could happen.
We'll a lot of maybes for somebody that's presently getting shot and has to fight his way out of it. Yep, not enough maybes apparently.
A lot of if in that, but not going to be much of anything there in the long run for the Freaks. They get 4 points, they get some placements, but that's about
ผมไม่
it.
พิมพ์มาดีกว่า
Twisted though,
พิมพ์เยอะไป
very
ช่องหลัก
strong game here. They are underneath the Expendables in terms of high to low ground positioning. A little bit of damage done both ways. And oh, Jacob and Chizzy strike. TKL finally has to make their move from the coast, and they are getting destroyed.
E-Arena just, what do you even do off of it? Forrest is trying to step back out. They've got the numbers on it. Should just be a matter of time. There you go. And here are our top 4. We've got the Expendables, 4 members. Twisted with 4, Forrest with 4, and E-Arena with 4.
Well, this is, I mean,
when was the last time we saw
I can't remember the last time I've seen this. It almost never happens.
Yeah, I know. This is just really well navigated
this
from the
grenade,
squads. Nurin's holding the angle on the wall is going to get revealed. He has to step away from it. The Expendables playing just all together means the fact that he knows he is vulnerable, has to retreat away. That means that also Twisted has some more space up into the north. They might spot out Duck Juice, who's kind of the anchor position for the Expendables and trying to cover their approach. Forrest has control over the west. Protected's coming out from the north on top of it, so E-Arena has to be careful. Too many angles, too many enemies, too many walls. Everybody's coming after them, and it feels like the walls are closing in too quick.
This P90 for Delwyn could be really impactful. A couple of grenades, and there's that P90 coming to life. Jacob down, makes quick work of him, looking for more targets. The Expendables trying to thrive inside of here. They lose a player, but it doesn't matter. You got the P90 and you got Delwyn.
All right. Expendables finding more space and just brutally pushing E-Arena out of the compound that they've been holding down for so long. Duck Juice has been spotted back behind this, having to deal with Twisted and Lyrics both. Scappy also taking some shots at him. It's only a matter of time until he goes down. So that does slow out a bit of the information gathering for the Expendables and their cover angle. Lyrics, the last one up for E-Arena, means the fact that now Twisted is going to get control over the north and the east. Really, it's just the compounds that they don't have control of.
Yeah, this is going to...
อีอาด้าครับตอนนี้คนสุดท้ายแล้วนะครับ
ลิชครับแทนบูครับได้นูรินพายโอ้โหแล้ว2 ปืน 2 ไอดอปด้วยคุณผู้ชมกรอซ่ากับพีไนตี้อยู่ที่มือของเขาและทีอีตอนแรกเพิ่งทักไปว่านิ่งๆครับคุณผู้ชมตอนนี้ขึ้นมาอันดับ7เลยครับคะแนนแชมป์โลกเขาให้สัมภาษณ์ว่าเขายังมีความมั่นใจด้วยนะ
มั่นใจใช่ครับบทสัมภาษณ์ครับโอ้โห
ทีอี
แต่มุมเนี่ยทวิตเตอร์ไมล์ดีมากเลยฮะจริงมุมจากบนเขายิงกดลงมาครับแล้วเป็นแทนวูปิดงานนะทางด้านซีซี่ครับจากอีอารีนาปอยครับคนสุดท้ายที่เหลืออยู่ครับตรงนี้ต้องลากแรงพอยต์กันไปต่อเนื่องครับตรงนี้อีอารีนาครับและเป็นแอ็กซ์เมลครับเปิดเฮดช็อตใส่สกาบี้ครับจากฟอร์เรสต์แบบคมๆครับ
แต่อาจจะชุบได้หรือเปล่าครับแยกเล่นด้วยครับและเป็นบาเลนครับที่รอจังหวะเป็นมือที่3ครับจำเป็นต้องถอยกลับมาชุบสแคปปี้ครับเพราะว่าเพื่อนเขาน็อกนั่นเองครับโอ้โหยังไงดีต้องรอวง8เลยครับว่าจะไปไหน
อย่างน่าจะรีเซ็ตทางด้านฝั่งสแคปปี้มาได้นะครับเกมนี้น่าจะมียันวงสุดท้ายนะ
หนีแน่นอนครับ
ใช่ครับเพราะว่าวงจบในพื้นที่เมืองแบบนี้ครับคุณผู้ชม
ยังไง
เดวินครับพยายามจะเดินเช็คบ้านเข้ามาเคลียร์พื้นที่ไปเรื่อยๆครับแล้ววงเข้าตรงกลางพอดีเลยครับทุกทีมีพื้นที่เล่นยกเว้นทางด้านฝั่งเทวิตไมล์ครับที่ต้องขยับเข้าเมืองมาด้วยนะครับ
ใช่ครับวง9มีเห็นครับรักษาขอบไปก่อนครับเคสน่าจะค่อยๆเดินตามวงเล่นวง9โปรสโมกซัดแล้วเลยครับอยู่ที่ว่าเลลิกเนี่ยจะเป็นตัวแปรให้กับใคร
ใช่
จะไปแปลให้ทวิตหรือว่าจะแปลให้ฟอร์เรสเราเดี๋ยวต้องรอดูนะเพราะว่าเขาอยู่บริเวณหน้าวง9เหมือนกันครับเรลิก
เผลอๆโดนฉกจากทางด้านนี่แหละ เดสเพเบิลครับวิ่งมาโดนฉกแน่นอนครับถ้าไม่เช็คให้ละเอียดนะครับในบ้านด้วยครับ
ผม
จัง
ร
หวะ
อ
เมื่อกี้คืออีอารีนายังไม่ทันตั้งรับครับมันเป็น
ผม
จังห
ร
วะ
อแล้ว
เรื่องที่เขาที่เจคุณจะเห็นไหมที่ไปปิดไทคูลเลอร์อ่ะมันเลยกลับมารีเซ็ตไม่ทันครับและทีอีเนี่ยเขาใช้ความเก่าเกมอาศัยจังหวะที่มาเคลมบ้านไง
พยายามแบบเข้ามาจังหวะทามมิ่งที่เขาแบบยังไม่ได้รีเซ็ตยังไม่ได้รีโหลดยังไม่ได้เติมยาพร้อมเท่าไหร่นะครับแล้วสกาปี้ครับยิงช้อนใส่หน้าประตูรินปอยครับรู้อยู่แล้วว่าทางด้านทวิตมาอยู่บนเขาต้องลงมานั่นเองครับ
ถ้าได้เซตรับนี่อาจจะเหลือครบ
เห็นแล้วครับมุมหน้าต่างเมื่อสักครู่ครับแล้วเกาวัดคมเลยก็บอลเลยครับ
ดูดิ
เดี๋ยวเว้นเอาพี90ยิงระยะนี้เลยอะโอ้โห M19 ครับสโมกไว้ก่อนครับหน้าต่างตรงนี้แทนวูล็อกให้ครับด้วยกรอซ่านะครับ
เอาเรื่อง
ปืนแอร์ดรอปมาแบบนั้นเลยครับทีเอ
ใช่ครับยังไงดีครับคือของดี
สโมกปิดมา
ตัวพรุนแน่นอน
ครับหมายถึงลูกซองใช่ไหม
ใช่
ผมว่าแล้วถ้ามาแบบวันบายวันปืนนี้กินขาดนะระยะใกล้นะครับ
เอาแล้วดิ
เปลี่ยนบ้างมีหายนะครับ
ขอแก้แค้นหน่อยไหม
สโมกวอลมาแน่นตับกับลูครับมีระเบิดนำด้วยครับเผื่อว่าจะมีคนออกมารับครับแต่ว่าไม่น่าออกมาอยู่แล้วครับแทนบูยิงช้อนมาเกี่ยวไป2นัดครับ40ดาเมจเมื่อกี้เหมือนเห็นคนขี่จักรยาน
ใช่ป่ะ ยังไงดี Perfect ครับรับผิดชอบเล่นแบบ3-1ครับคุณผู้ชมส่งเพื่อนเข้าบ้านไปก่อนตัวเองรับผิดชอบขอบไว้การฟอร์เรสต์มาเป็นมือที่3คุณผู้ชมแล้วตอนนี้ถึงบ้านแล้ว2คนแล้ววงที่9กำลังจะเดินเลยครับ APL เห็นแล้วด้วย
แล้วกันละไฟกันครับ TE กับทางด้านฝั่งของทวิตเตอร์มายส่งระเบิดตกไปหลังบ้านก่อนมุมนี้วิ่งรวมๆเป็น1ทีครับจะดูวงสุดท้ายบายครับแกปปี้เปิดมามุมนี้เปิดตัวเปิดใจสุดไม่ได้เลยครับ
แต่แค่พี่จะรักไก่คุณผู้ชมตัว APL เห็นแล้วเป็นเคียจ่ายระเบิดใส่บาตูลินครับคุณผู้ชมสวยงาม
ละเดตรงนี้ทางด้านฝั่งฟอร์เรสต์ครับโอ้โหแล้วแพนเซอร์ฟอลจากโอลิมปัสเลยครับนอกบ้านไฟกันเองแบบนี้
อย่าสบตาเชียว
โอ้ยแต่ว่าควันมันหนาอย่างนี้โอลิมปัสบอกไม่เห็นเลยอยู่ตรงไหนเอ่ย
โอ้โหการันตี1คิว1น็อกแน่นอนคุณผู้ชมผมบอกให้
และแฟลชไป
Is he going to be ready for the player to come around the angle? No! What a moment for Olympus!
Okay, now they've got the high ground back behind. This is forced Twisted to kind of move way down into the Expendables territory. It's a massive firefight around the compound. Forrest realizes this. They're going to be stepping in. Delwin's going to be trying to defend on one side of it. Lou's already going to be down. That means Example is the last one up for Twisted. Forrest is taking control over the circle itself. Lyrics still alive, but in the same compound is going to be where Delwin is up on top of everything. Forrest has got to be cautious, though. They stepped a bit too far. Tanvu is going to get them down, and the flush onto one. Delwin. Gotta be careful, too much of an overpeak, take some damage on it, but there you go, Tanvu finds another one.
Dude, Tanvu's got a Groza and a shotgun, but he's gonna get taken down. Delwin able to flush. Lou looking for those Forest players. Kiss trying to find the angle. Surely they know that Delwin is up here by now. Yeah. He's been making so much noise, and they've got him down and they've got him dusted.
Okay, Forest holding the low ground, now has to deal with Example and Lyrics right next to each other, so gotta be cautious. Example's gonna move forward, spots out the bicycle, and now caught up in the thick of it. Lyrics is gonna go for some shotgun blast, does connect onto Example, so now he is the last one up, and Forrest knows exactly where he is. 10 kills for Forrest right now. Lyrics trapped. Nowhere for him to really go, trying to see if he can get some utility, get some stuns, but I mean, he's surrounded. Everett gets a shot on a one! Can he buy another one? Gets some damage, makes the switch over to the AR, tries to go for the taps around, but you can see, has to go for the reload, gets caught with his pants down, and with that, Forrest Natural Gaming takes 11 kills and a victory.
It's all Thailand all day. Forrest getting into it as well. This is just badness. What a final circle we got there. That was an absolute treat. So many different ways that could have played out, and Forrest holds the line there. Twisted makes a good move to get down the hill, get some players into position, but they start getting cut apart by some good util usage from Forrest.
And I mean, the Expendables did such a good job on catching the rotate from Twisted as well. Twisted had the right idea. I mean, I feel like for Twisted, that's the way you win the game. You get that wall, yes. You get control. But the Expendables were already reading that and waiting. The trap was set, and they just pounced on it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, the Expendables did the best they could in that situation, but Forrest just played that very, very well.
Yeah, so respect where respect is due as we have ourselves a switch up on map, and we're going to throw it over to Calaris, Toffees, and Avenger.
ไทย4 ไก่แล้วอ่ะ
All right, call it now. We have APAC absolutely destroying day number 2. This is kind of unprecedented here. It was almost 3 wins out of 4 for E-Arena, and then only an APAC team can shut them down at the very end, Toffees.
I think that makes 6 wins in the grand final for APAC teams out of the 10 games that we've played.
Only chaos can stop chaos, and here APAC is doing exactly that.
Yeah.
And Forest a third, a second, and now a win for them today. What a great day for APAC overall. I'm kind of in awe. Like, it's just paying off so much for them that they are thriving in their chaos at home.
Admittedly, Forest needed it.
Yeah, yes, sure.
They were having a bit of a rough time yesterday, that's for sure. Definitely a big jump up for them.
But that speaks to that attitude we talked about. Even in the bottom of the leaderboard coming today, they seem like they were excited to be here to play, and it's just every time that I see them doing, that's what they're going for. Forest played the end game very, very well. I think maybe if there had been one more bullet in that shotgun, it might have gone the other way. But it was an excellent fight at the end. Nice. That was a great moment. Right? They came with the camera at the perfect time.
If this is what you look like from Xiaobei's side, and you see, there's 2 cars, and it's Xiaobu DD flying across the map. Yeah, it's honestly a little bit rough for them. But here, in this area, difficult area to play, difficult area to kind of come down, and it comes down to the compound where it basically can accommodate like 4 or 5 teams. Again, chaos. So many situations where teams are kind of trying to make the best of it. I think, and I would like to say that I think Twisted Minds made the best play, considering they had the control on all in sight, but they did not come out on top, even though they were 4 strong for a very long time. It was the chaos that came out on top.
It does make you wonder. Twisted Minds in there alongside all of APAC. They only got 1 kill going into that situation, and then they couldn't really get much done with it either. You got Panzers flying at you left, right, and center. Then suddenly somebody in here, it was Lyrics actually, gets on a bike. Examples like, now's my time to strike, but then he comes around with a shotgun.
He did the drop shot. He thought he was going to drive in or run in, and did the drop shot. And he got stationary, and like, he was on a bike, and then boom, then shotgun.
And it was a fortunate time to have that shotgun. He put a lot of work in with it, and just played it very, very well on the wall. That last fight was, it is frustrating. You're the back-to-back-to-back PGS champions. You take that very seriously, and look at this. Exactly. They're like, no way he did that. They jumped over the top of that wall, and he had a wrong gun out. So everyone very, very excited to see those wins. But again, as you see the victory, even the ones who didn't win are giving high fives to their teammates, saying, man, this was a great game. And once again, 3 APAC teams showing up in the top 4.
Yeah, and Forest Natural Gaming wins out against the world champions. E-Arena, who is currently number 1, got themselves back-to-back wins today, and then the back-to-back-to-back PGS champions. So, you know what, Forest Natural Gaming? When you're able to do that, when you're able to be amongst all of that, thumbs up from me.
And this is the kind of utility usage I want to see in an 11-kill win. 21 nades, 14 stun grenades, 19 smokes. Like, they used everything possible times 4 in terms of what you can carry. 4 kills coming in for Baron and Kiss here. Fantastic late game for them. And yeah, it's good to see Olympus back here, as long as Scabby, of course, for a second PGS showing.
Baron out there soaking his... Baron clearly was a tank. Both him and Scabby soaking up as much as they possibly could. But again, this is what I like about Forest. Coming to this event, didn't expect very much from them. They have been a scrappy team. They are taking fights whenever they get their hands on it, and they're not, I guess, not letting some of these losses get them down. They come back and they go, you know what, I think I can win this one, and they go in expecting to get something out of it every single time.
There it is for the Kiss man of the match. 721 damage alongside the 4 kills that he's able to put out for this one. Kind of expected, considering the amount of damage you're going to be able to do there.
Yeah. And that's going to push them over the leaderboard. And that's what we were saying, you got to start building your foundation today. Otherwise, you have nothing to stand on for tomorrow to try to hunt these teams down the very top. You got to set the roots, I should say. That's good. I like that. A first quote. How tough is of you to do that?
I know. I can't help it. It's my
Someone stop him.
No, someone. Come on. Make him leave. All right, so we look at the match leaderboard. 21 total points for them. Expendables coming in with 13. E-Arena at 12. And then, again, Marathon 5 is like, well, we didn't make the top 4, but here we are in 6. Like, APAC is absolutely unstoppable.
It's kind of becoming a problem, actually.
It is a problem.
This is getting out of control. It's getting out of hand. Someone
stage rate was in 12.
ผมมองว่าทีมชาติน่าจะอยู่ที่2 ใบแล้วทีมชาติน่าจะอยู่ที่2 ใบแล้วหมายถึงว่าของฟุกกี้กับเจคอบว่าได้ละ2 คน MVP บ่อยนะเจคอบ
But they keep
He got
coming out.
MVP
It's
boy.
the second game. They were like 4th, I think, in the one before that. So they are going to keep on climbing. They're now in that 50 pack as they climb up there. E-Arena very comfortably leading this thing, though.
We can now put Twisted Minds in 11th and all the way up to Expendables in 6th in that mid-pack. 14 points up to top 5, but 95 points. It's 20 points lead down to 5th, even if that's the top pack. That's kind of crazy for E-Arena to do that and start it like this. That's, yeah. This is consistency in a whole different level. And yeah, the 2 second places, two wins, 40 placement points. Look at Bestia. They're just 10 placement points behind, but they do not have the kills to accompany them in the very top at the moment.
It's like 1st through 6 has been very flamboyant throughout the day. Of course, we've seen APAC rise. We've seen 17 continue to hold a position. DM Freeze continue to hold a position to a degree. And then beyond that, BB Team, Bestia, all of these teams have just been slipping throughout the day to try and keep up with what is this torrent of insanity coming out from APAC.
I mean, I think it's because there's so much APAC in this lobby that a lot of our teams, the staples, the old standbys, they're playing these games. Like you said, Twisted Minds found the best spot. They play these kind of slow, methodical systems, and then all of a sudden, there's 3 APAC guys surrounding you. And they don't care. They don't follow slow, methodical systems. They go, oh, would you like to fight? And then punch you as hard as they can in the jaw. And you got, I mean, I respect it. I think it's just there's so many of them in this lobby playing that style that it causes chaos across the whole thing.
I don't know how to take stock of this. I don't, considering this is not what I expected coming into today at all, but here we are. And now E-Arena, as well as the rest of APAC, is putting up a very strong argument to see this continue. It's not just a case of like, okay, maybe this was like a little bit of an isolated incident. They're constantly getting to the late game.
And also, like, even it started kind of last year at PGC, right? It's like we were starting to build upon this foundation a little bit. Sure, Cerberus, they started a few time ago, and now they're not here. We don't have a Himas, we don't have a Tycon or anything, but here, APAC, through the last 2 years, they are just thriving in the chaos that is their own region, and it is working because that is where this kind of the meta is slowly shifting towards is also because there are so many APAC teams here. So they are co-creating.
They're pushing each other.
Yes.
That's what I love to see.
I think that's true, and I think that's true for their regional and then also international.
100%.
All right, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we have the Dusty Dunes on the way. 2 Miramars. I said it last time, will APAC continue? Probably. We'll see, I guess. But
Oh, 5 นาที
Rookie, listen up. You're about to learn the basics of survival in Rivals Hover League, so pay attention. Step 1, hop on your hover vehicle. Soar, glide, and drift your way around the arena. Hover high and strike hard. Soar and dominate everything beneath you. Step 2, boost. You want to escape danger or catch a rival. Hit that boost and zoom across the map. It's all about timing. Step 3, remember speed is key, but you can't outrun a bullet, so make your shot count. Hover, boost, shoot your way to become the MVP.
big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the update 35.1 patch report.
ไปดูช่องหลักมาดูช่องผมก็ได้ช่อง
First
ผม
up,
เปิดช่องหลัก
as
อยู่
we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all Battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramount. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to
ผู้ช
custom
มแปลตอนนัก
a
พาก
new
ย์
rank season
ขอ
and
พูดได้ไหม
more.
ครับผมฟังไม่
So
ค่อย
check
อ
out
อก
the
โอ
patch
เค
notes
ได้ค
for
รับ
full details.
พยายามทำให้นะ
Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
แปลให้เดี๋ยวแปลให้ โอเคครับเดี๋ยวแปลให้มาเปิดกล้องละเดี๋ยวแปลให้เอาตอนไหนตอนโฮสต์เอาตอนโฮสต์หรือตอนโฮสต์หรือตอนอะไรครับ
It has been an extremely APAC dominant day, but we are making our way to Miramar. Will the trend continue, or we will finally see somebody else maybe step up and at least take one game away from us?
Well, maybe it's Day Trade's turn. They're the only Thai team that hasn't won yet, so now's your chance. It's Miramar. Your opportunity is in front of you. You can't let all these other Thai teams get wins, and you just, you don't. I mean, Day Trade's having a solid event so far.
Yeah,
but.
I mean, poor Day Trade not getting any wins.
So
Shame for them.
so horrible.
So bad.
They, but with how good all of them are playing, I am really expecting them to just do it. I mean, it just feels like it's one of those days.
I mean, it has just been
คือตอนนี้ช่อง
in showing.
ช่องฝรั่งคือแบบว่า
We really haven't seen
ช่องฝรั่งแบบเขาแบบว่า
It's been
ให้เกียรติ
curious to see
APAC
if that's
มากเลยนะ
looming on the horizon as well. So, got just a couple seconds before we get into game on Miramar. What are we looking at going into this? Has it been kind of neck and neck, but a lot of the guys that were at the top of the leaderboard not really finding points so far today?
Yeah, it has opened the doors wide open for our PGS7 champion, and we'll find out who it is tomorrow. But today, we still have 2 more games of Miramar to go. The penultimate game begins now.
มาแล้วเกมเริ่มแล้วครับ
Dusty Dunes will bring us as we take a quick look at Minas Generales. And Circle Path actually very close to it. So where does our first circle go? We've had a lot of southern Miramar circles.
True.
Maybe now it's time for a little more north. I'd like to see some northeastern action around El Azahar.
Yeah, I like that area. Get the Death Star Trench in play, tons of fun stuff over there. We have definitely been seeing a lot of resort, which I'm not necessarily upset about, because we managed to see just all the way down in the mines having some
ผม
fun.
กำลังนั่งดูอยู่ครับหมายถึงว่า
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing
เดี๋ยวแปลให้เรื่อยๆนะเดี๋ยวแปลให้เรื่อย
a lot of fun moments in that area of the map. Absolutely.
เขาบอกว่า
cool. I love the mines because it
จริงๆแล้ว
opens
คือ
up
วัน
the
นี้แม่ง
doors for so
เป็น
many
วันของ
weird
ที
things
ม
that
ไทยอ่ะ
happen
วันเนี้ย
in PUBG Esports. You know, there's the heal battles. There's just kind of what we saw with Godvies, Blue Zone grenades.
I
แต่
like
ว่า
how
เป็น
it
วัน
was
ของ
like
Apex Zone เลย
previously
คือ
the
ท็อปโฟ
tunnel
อ่ะ
or caves or whatever, and now
back
we're
to
just
back
said,
to
no,
back
it's
อ่ะ
in the
คือ
mines.
3 back ก็คือ
That's all the way it's going to be from this point forward.
ทีมจาก Apex หมดเลยครับ
Forest going to be going very far to the northeast as they're going to get Campo Militar, Sierra Bronca to work around, so they should be perfectly fine. Nobody even near them except for Begapa, who's going to Cruz de Valle, so they should be perfectly content as it looks like Petrico Road's going to be caught in the thick of a ton of teams as they're going to be making their Hacienda drop in a pretty centralized circle. So a lot on the table for near on anywhere you want to go.
Yeah, maybe. It's just like one of these circles that I'm
แปล
just
ให้
like,
เรื่อย
it's
ๆครับ
just going to
แปล
go
ให้
by
เรื่อย
Mikado again. We've seen that a couple times already in this event, and it may just well be there. It just kind of depends because some of that area around Power Grid, those mountains are, you know, kind of going to shift circles away from it as time goes on typically. So we'll just have to wait and see though what exactly this one has in store for us. The Freaks looking to just get looted up over. This is near Minas Generaes and Graveyard. Kind of a split over in that direction. Shouldn't be anything going on in the early part of the game, really.
Wong
There's
nai wa?
one Freaks player, Gumin, who's way out close to the Power Grid Mountain. So that's kind of interesting that they're going to be taking a lot of early space. This has been the name of the Freaks game. It's what started to work for them towards the end of yesterday. So let's see. Gumin, you know, has the shotgun in case anybody crashes.
Well, we're at the end of today now, so it's time for them to reactivate, right?
That's what I
how
hope
it
for.
goes. Well, we had a crazy game for Therathon 5 earlier today, so we managed to get an interview in with Ranger X.
Here, joined by
ฟัง
Ranger
สัมภาษ
X
ณ์ก่อน
from T5. So you
อ๋อ
guys just
อันนี้ไม่
broke
ต้อง
the
แปลครับ
PGS single match kill record with 21 kills. Do you think it's more of luck, or is there any factors you want to share with us?
ก็ในเกมที่3นะครับ T5 ได้ทำลายสถิติได้รับคิวใน1เกมมากที่สุดก็คือ21เกม21คิวคิดว่าเป็นเพราะโชคช่วยหรือว่าเป็นเพราะอะไรอย่างอื่นครับ
เป็นเพราะเกม1เกม2ผมไม่เล่นครับ โดนเพื่อนชนด้วยเกม3ก็เลยระเบิดพลัง
So basically in the first game I died quickly. The second game I got ran over by my teammates. So the third game I popping out because I was so angry.
Ooh, anger makes works. Okay, back to the game.
Ranger X runs on rage.
I get that. I totally get that.
เกม 1
There's
ตายเร็ว
actually
เกม 2 ชน
a
เพื่อน
thing to
เกม
that.
3 เลยระเบิดพลัง
There are some players who play better when they're angry. That's weird to say. It's hard to imagine, but it's true. I know that because I was one of them when I used to play games competitively a million years ago now. As you know, it's my birthday. I did turn 40 years old today, so I'm a bit on the older side of things.
Oh, you're so old.
I know. You and Poro. But look, the thing is sometimes it gets your blood pumping. It kind of gets you focused, and so that is a kind of an ability in and of itself is to know how to manage your emotions. And in some players, actually, if they can, you know, thrive off of that anger, like, you know, Michael Jordan always talked about, like, I wanted to be slighted by other players because that fueled me to play better. You know, and that's a type of anger.
Well, it's interesting because like it's a double-edged sword for me, and I would venture to say a lot of other players. Like I feel like my gunplay gets better the madder I get.
Yeah.
But my brain shuts off more, so I put myself in stupider positions.
Yeah. No. That's the give and take of it for sure. But sometimes gunplay
makes up for your dumb decisions.
Yeah.
Right?
If you're not the IGL, look, mad IGLs are never a good thing. I think I have rarely seen an IGL that could play well mad. But your fraggers, they're mad. Let them just go nuts. Like that's kind of part of the fun of it. Ooh, a big fight.
Yep, Tiggleton putting work into Chewy, gonna get the knock onto him. Petrichor Road runs for the hills. X-Left trying to dodge out the bullets, and looks like he's going to do so. Lined up against the Falcons, and this is going to be just to the south of San Martin.
Yeah, this is kind of both teams vying for some early game high ground position. And they both had similar ideas. Obviously, Petrichor Road over in Hacienda, the Falcons in San Martin, and they wanted to try to get up here, and they're going to duke it out for the spot. But so far, the Falcons have the better of Petrichor Road. It seems to me that Petrichor Road is now just angling for a contained play. They don't want to try to take a direct fight against the Falcons. They want to make the Falcons come to them, as they've already lost a player. So it is going to be Falcons maintaining control of this little hilltop compound.
I mean, Falcons have had some moments so far in the final stage, but a lot of the pressure today feels like it's been leaning back onto Tiggleton, and he's managed to make some big plays to keep his team in situations longer than they should have been. Doesn't necessarily mean that they've managed to win every situation that they've been in, but at least we're starting to see him activate and be able to play in some clutch points. And trying to flip a card.
Flip it?
Nah.
Didn't work that time. Might have to go at it from a different angle, but
Gotta
I mean,
hit it from that hood front.
Yeah,
Gotta get the bounce.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's definitely tricky. I think for the Falcons, it looks to me like it's a lot of edge fighting for them today, and that's not really their style. That doesn't suit them. Part of it is just those edge fights are messy pretty much no matter what. Like, very few teams have been able to come out of those with good results. Do you switch to the Groza? You keep the barrel. You switch to the Groza. I like it. Molodoc. But I think the Falcons
บีบีหายไปเลยวันนี้ปกติวันแรกอะบีบีมาดีเว้ย
In those situations, they are among the best in the business. But the edge fighting needs a little bit of work.
ดูช่องผมไม่มีหมุนไม่มีกระตุกเลยไหม
Well, it's like they're going to the right spot, except for the fact that 3 other teams are also going to that exact same right spot.
คือเวลาผมจะพูดจะแปลมันภาษามันไม่เหมือนกันไง
It goes back
ผมว่ามันเลยพูดแบบฟังง่ายครับ
earlier today is 17 Gaming enjoying Picado free for the time.
ไปตามคนมาดูช่องผมดิ
Assaulting them or dealing with hot drops off the get-go.
ไปตามคนมาดูช่องผมอะ
themselves a bit of a 2-1-1 as they have stretched a bit more into the west. It's going to be Taikula. That's going to be kind of running a 2-1-1 of their own. That's going to be on the outskirts of it.
All right, over towards New Happy, who's got a wide 2-2 split along one of the roads that leads the southwest side of Picado.
ไม่หมุนใช่ปะ
That can be kind of tricky to lock down sometimes, especially if this starts hard shifting down to the south. You're going to have teams that are going to want to crash on you. I mean, we've seen it in these games a lot where the closer it gets to Picado, the harder it is to play in that zone because it's flat. And so teams are going to have to make aggressive moves. They're going to have to crash. I mean, we saw Bestia lose a couple players. I believe it was Arena or somebody a few games ago. And those situations are where you got to find the right time to make sure you're grouping up as 4. You find the right position, the right timings, all those things very important. Vehicles healthy also can be tricky. So all those things combined to make these early 2-2 splits like that tricky, doable, but tricky.
So we've got the chess match going on. It's all about position and play. Not necessarily gunfighting right now, is just trying to make sure you're getting to positions to hold you into the later stages of the game.
ผมมาวันนี้มาติน
some attention from Day Trade, but
ช่องไม่หมุนใช่ปะ
Vertical Road, they can't find that position for the life of them. They got separated away from the Falcons after losing 1, and now they put themselves right in the mix of Twisted Minds.
They were trying to sneak in between Twisted Minds
ใช่วันนี้
formation
วัน
instead.
ช่องฝรั่งบอกเลยวันนี้วัน APAC
Again, they love high ground.
เขาดูว่า
It's really
PGS
hard
APAC
to
ไปแล้วตอนนี้
catch Twisted Minds off guard. They are so unbelievably diligent about making sure that everything that they're doing is safe. You have to just outplay them sometimes. Straight up fight.
Yeah, and don't forget about the fact that we've got Freaks over here as well, running the 2-2 split, high ground, low ground. They're going to be running to the east, kind of holding the area that has oversight onto Graveyard. So could maybe catch somebody in rotation. We'll have to see how that develops. BBT
ไปดูช่อง
running a
YouTube ก็ได้นะ YouTube ผม
the
รู้
west.
หมุน
They're
เป
going
ล่า
to be harassing E-Arena.
ดูช่อง YouTube ผมเมื่อไหร่หมุนเปล่า
Very split 4-man cross from the southern sections of Chumacera all the way up
เดี๋ยว
to
แปะลิงก์ให้
E-Arena, if this does hard shift to the west, they're going to be in a pretty nice spot to have some
ดูให้หน่อยหมุนเปล่า
great compounds to
YouTube
choose from. Their pick of the litter for sure. Day Trade in a similar situation over there. TKL, very wide split center. So if this goes south of the mountains, a couple of those teams are going to be in really nice positions potentially to get deep into this game, find some good points along the way. T5, they are also very west, but they're more north of Monte Nuevo, just looking for some of their positions to kind of hold on to. You got one player split out towards that El Pozo compound that's outside of the field, then 3 sort of fanned out on the eastern side of Monte Nuevo proper.
All right, challenge to you, Bestia. You keep going and getting a center point. I dare you to try to do it this time. Example is going to spot out Ming Ming, though. That's going to be a knock and another follow-up. And God, Example just
เจออลีว่ะ
Oh.
เปโล
Well, there we go. That's the example we know and love.
Yep. That is just well done from Twisted. They're just handling everything on this one, and it's a big play. The Expendables making a wrap up around 7.
ขออนุญาตมาชมด้วยครับ
And that's
ขอบคุณครับต้นปาล์ม50 บาทนะ thank you ครับต้นปาล์ม thank you ครับ
I'm guessing they're
ยินดีเลยน้องชาย
assuming that 17 had already shifted out, and they're going to catch the tail end of 17 as they're trying to regroup.
Yeah, they figured that some part of Picado would probably be open, just kind of driving around it to figure it out. Delwyn has a flare, going to go for it. Yeah, it kind of depends on where it lands, but could be pretty nice. Let's see what he gets out of it when it does come down, but right now is the M249 as his kind of side weapon, and the Expendables have found themselves a piece of real estate. They're going to be able to watch what's going on, kind of coming from the west and the east, and then who's up on the mountains above them a little
เม
bit.
โลเล่นแปลกจริง
Just sometimes getting out of that city from that position can be pretty tricky.
ไอ้ต้นปาล์ม
if
ดู
it
ไหน
does
อะ
shift away from them.
I mean,
ต้นปาล์ม
if
ดู
you're
ใน
going to lead
YouTube
into
เหรอ
the northern section at least so that way you have the hillside isn't the worst.
หรือต้นปาล์มอยู่ทวิต
It'll
นะ
be. This is getting a lot more contained around Picado than I think that most people are going to be comfortable with, because we have New Happy that's going to be over here. It looks like they're holding down Hotel and the stretch just across the road to the west of it. So 17, who usually kind of stretches their legs out of Picado much faster, is finding themselves with a lot of their positioning being disturbed. T5, Path and Pong is going to go down. That's going to spot him out.
Yeah, that's going to put the rest of the T5 players in an awkward position to try to find their rotation paths. It's just a bunch of players getting cut down as they're trying to make rotations through some wide open terrain.
เกมเมื่อกี้ใช่ไหม
And yeah, T5 has to make a wide wrap now. So everybody else is already starting to group up center. Some of those teams I was talking about earlier, like Day
น่ากลัว
like
DN
TKL,
Freak อะน่ากลัวกว่าเว้ย
gobble up some really powerful compounds to the southwest of Picado.
17 ผมว่าไม่เท่าไหร่แล้ว DN Freak น่ากลัว
Whether
ก
or
ว่า
not
ตอน
the
นี้
circle goes there, DNF still not convinced
โอเค
one way or another.
ครับ
They're gonna
โอเคครับ
play
ต้
the
นปาล์ม
odds that it could still go up to Power
ขอบ
Grid.
คุณ
It
นะครับ
could still
50
go,
บาทนะฮะ thank
east
you ครับ
of Picado. If it does that, they're going to
โด
be in
เน
a
ทได้
nice
เรื่อยๆนะ
position.
ช่วยๆกันหน่อยค่าน้ำค่า
Hoping
ไฟ
to not have to fight for that southwestern territory. It just
ช่วยๆ
kind
กัน
of
ค่า
depends
น้ำค่าไฟ
on where the next couple of circles
ช่วง
go.
นี้เหนื่อยๆหน่อยงานไม่ค่อยมีด้วย
After fending off that approach from Petrichor Road, they're trying to push their
ช่วงนี้
way
งาน
a
ไม่ค่อย
little
มี
bit
ด้วย
more
ครับ
central to get ready for the next shift.
Megapod's called an emergency pickup. That's going to be happening over from Monte and a couple of options in drop. So
ไม่
while
ค่อย
we've
ได้
got
อ
a
อกงาน
cold
เท่าไหร่
moment
ช่วง
we're
นี้
looking at,
PUBG มีแค่
Twisted
2 วันนะ
had a very good run
PUBG
against
มีแค่
Petrichor
2 วัน
Road
มี
in
ภาค
the
แค่ 2
last
วัน
couple
คือ
of
วัน
maps.
ก่อน
Petrichor Road's been on a bit of a slide
เอ้ย
down.
เมื่อวาน PUBG มีเมื่อวาน
My
กับ
question to you
กับ
is
กรุ๊ปสเตจวันหนึง
still hot
นะ
drop
กับแอร์
on Erringale?
Oh,
Not
Petrichor Road, well,
unrelenting?
they have nothing to lose now. Why not?
I guess that is true. What's the worst that can happen? But,
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like even stretching over into this map, it was, I don't know, a moral hit.
Yeah.
A morale hit.
Look, at this point, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. But at the same time, now that you have nothing to lose, I thought maybe Petrichor Road might just fight him for Power Grid off the rip. Just do something a little unexpected.
True. I didn't think about
Why
that.
not? You know, you're in 15th place. There's probably no world where you're winning this event. Just throw caution to the wind. You got to play for some of those future events now.
Hey, look, we just saw T5 get 31 points in one game. You can do it. Just do 2 of those in a row. Easy. No problem at all. All right, Taikula, you're kind of centered. You got yourself a 2-2 split. Megapod is going to be making a jump out while 17 Gaming is going to be trying to regroup right underneath of them. See if maybe they can get there fast enough to provide some support, and it is going to be close. Megapod is going to land up on the top. Not going to connect with the Panzerfaust, but 17 doing a good job on defense so far. 7-7 is finally going to go down. Little Ghost in this upper area, just looking down on the Megapod members, is putting in a ton of work, but he's finally going to go down as well. Now it's going to be on to just Songjong, the last one up, as Zhao Wu and Zhao Bei are going to arrive and start just taking down the remnants, and there you go. 17 defends up.
Yeah, Bagopod just throwing caution to the wind there, and that is a little bit unfortunate timing for Bagopod in a way. It's still not a great idea, but they don't have many other options. But 17 was rotating in, so they had full view of those parachutes coming through, so those cars are driving over, and I can hear the players from 17 behind us screaming this out. Hell yeah, Expendables. You know they're beat up. Go for it. The Dust Storm is here. You've got the cover. You can take some positioning at the very least. Oh, Twisted thinking the same thing, maybe.
Everybody is coming down after this one, so Twisted wants to get involved. The Expendables now finding themselves oddly pinched in between Twisted as well as 17. While this is going on, they have to be careful. Third parties, Taikula also can be able to get some vision into this. Expendables starting to get off the throwables. It was a bad landing for Twisted, so Lou's going to be going down as well. Example, Perfectix now having to deal with the onslaught that's just being thrown at them. Blue Zone 8 on one side of it, so 2 members now down. Expendables turning their attention, looks back over to 17, and Expendables handling both fights pretty clean so far. Not a care in the world. It's just full confidence and control.
Yeah, I love these guys. They just take whatever fights and they'll bring it. Delwyn has this M249, wasn't able to secure that crate that he called in with the flare. Never seemingly got it, or he handed it over to a teammate because he doesn't have the level 3 gear. Perfectix, an example, it is prone city now. They're just chilling. 17 gets more reses, but they're taking a ton of damage here. Are they going to be able to kind of weather through all of this pressure that's being brought their way? Twisted they can't do anything. They just have to sit there now. And they got to hope that somebody doesn't kind of take a similar path to what they did and gets angles on them from the north.
I mean, really? 17 needed these kills. So this, if anything, is starting to ignite them. They're back into second place now, tied up with T5. They're pretty simple. Yes, they do have some very
แต่ผมกำลังเคิร์ดให้อยู่
some problems, but
ผมกำลังจัดเคิร์ดให้17 Gaming อยู่
getting some
ตอนนี้
momentum going on a day that it just feels like they've been having to watch a lot of what's been going on around them.
For sure. I just love, if you're looking at the map, that you see Jacob out in the blue right now for E-Arena, just really being diligent about watching their backs, using some high ground positioning to see if anybody's coming from their south, from their east. That's not what we're seeing on our screen, but that's really important. That's why their macro game is so good. They're so efficient about making sure that they can take these fights if they're going to have to straight up as best as possible. And they do have day trade in the warehouses just in front of them. Circle still has like half mountain, half kind of flat terrain in it, so this one's going to be kind of weird. Falcons can play north to south pretty nicely. Forest trying to find their angle over in. Day trade going to be watching E-Arena try to drive past them. So far, E-Arena hasn't found an angle they like, and they're going to regroup and maybe try a different side.
Belmont being the foothold for day trade right now, so 3 members keeping an eye on what's going on with E-Arena. Freaks do not like any path going through Picado, so it's emergency pickup. You remember that sandstorm that we were looking at a second ago? That's kind of how the Expendables snuck in right next to 17? Well, Bestia used it as well, and they got themselves right on the outskirts of the circle. Looks like they're going to try to shift in, see if they can Freaks. This is going to be a really dangerous emergency pickup. If they lean into the mountain, it might be okay, but anywhere else is just, that's going to be bad.
I have to assume if they take it, it's mountain. That's what Bestia is already thinking. They're a step ahead.
3 squads shooting.
Yeah, and then you've got the Falcons above them. There's even a Panzer in the Falcons' hands. If they could arc that down, that would be pretty incredible. Silzen is going to fall in rotation to the hands of the Expendables. So for Bestia, it's going to be back to trying to rat this out as 2, but it hasn't worked today. It just, they haven't been able to find those moments, those little spots that teams are leaving unaccounted.
Okay. Freaks, where are you going? You just got yoinked up into the sky. You should be able to realize that the compound below you is definitely not where you want to be, because there are a ton of wrecked vehicles just on the outskirts of that wall. So Furia looks like they're trying to collapse in. Freaks do jump out. They've got their eyes set to the south, maybe on BB's compound, maybe on an outlier compound that they're going to be looking at. But that is going to be 3, 4 different teams taking shots. They're starting to take damage, trying to make landfall, narrowly managed to do it. Oh, no, they do lose, have an on drop, but they at least managed to find some cover.
Well, now let's see what BB team wants to do. I can see Aduzi and another getting very, very close. You've got to be anticipating that there are grenades coming your way.
Careful, here they go. They're starting to roll it. Could not get, well, they did get the res, and then it was an instant re-knock again. So it is going to be nades falling back in. So the knocked over semi-truck is going to be the only cover to be had. Blue zone nade is even going to force them away from it. Looks like they're just going to have to try to weather a bit of that storm for the time being. Salute and take damage from the nade. That's going to be enough with the blue zone nade to knock it out. BB team not even really having to pull the triggers, just using throwables, but they can't really step over the hillside either, because BB team is being harassed, and that's going to be from T5 as well as Zukraken from Furia.
Yeah, there's going to be so many teams that can see into BB team. If they're on the roof, if they're in the compound, what in the world happened with the Expendables?
Yeah, okay, BB is now going to make their foot push in. Salutes down. There's just 1 member up. It is deal. So Aduzi's just going to run in and get 1. That's an awkward fight to try to take. The angles on it are weird because of how this turned over, but there you go. BB should be able to finish it out. The Expendables did lose a couple of members to Twisted, so new circle pops, and it's just going to be centered off just around 17 Gaming.
That's a big knock there for 17. The Expendables, just no idea what happened in that situation. Would love to see a replay of what exactly went down with Twisted. It's hard to imagine a world where Twisted was going to get any kills onto them without some kind of trickery. Unless the Expendables just made a mistake. E-Arena, though, has a bit of a hillside they can work with. They can tuck in along this edge. Play from there should be okay, at least for this circle, assuming nobody crashes them. Okay, finally Delwyn gets the revenge. Twisted gone. New Happy trying to crash off the back of that.
Yeah, but there's a lot of 3rd and 4th party that want a piece of this, and they're getting just absolutely decimated, man. They're just trying to limp their way into the circle. Expendables are going to now have time to kind of regroup due to that, but they have to deal with the harassment themselves. And hey, let's just go ahead and add some mortars into the thick of it too.
Yeah, why not? They might as well go for it. And here comes Forrest. Speaking of going for it, they're going to join the party. Let's go. This compound is where it's at.
This is the party. Forrest is going to make landfall, but now it's going to be E-Arena that gets vision on this one. So some shots on the southern section. Z-Long for New Happy is pretty much separated, playing anchor. He can't really regroup, and it's going to be held back by Bestia. Bestia also going to be taking some shots in. Forest, much easier in their pathing. Double blue zone nades going to be putting in a ton of work, and that is going to be Tanvu going down as well. Now Delwyn. Longhouse can buy you a lot of work, but there are a ton of members for Forest you have to contend with. But that third, fourth party going to make it even harder for Forest. They cannot peek on that southern section.
67ไม่มีใครยุ่งว่ะ
Yeah, TKL is a great angle down into some of this fight. So anybody who tries to go around the outside of the longhouse is getting shredded. Rez does come through here for the Expendables, but Forest strong trying to push through. T5 on the outside of Furia. Actually, they're going to get crunched on. Posa driving down right behind all of this. They're going to clean this up quick. Grenades are out. They're going to bounce on the outside. Still managed to do some damage to Zakraken. Fluky loading up with more. That's a good one. It's actually the car explosion that gets him on the inside. Haven has to back out behind this folding cover. So far, not too bad for their Ton 5, but they're down to their last player.
Posa wants to get involved, but he can't. It's going to be 17 Gaming that's taking shots at him, so he can't get into a defendable position, really. It's going to be also the Falcons taking shots into Furia, so they're just having to hunker down, but it is going to be T5 getting eliminated. Posa now hopefully being able to regroup. BB, after just taking on what was going on with the Freaks, going to get some control over the area. They're starting to stretch in, trying to see if maybe they can go after a bit of what's happening with Furia. Posa's just going to send it down, but it is all going to be BB team lining in. That bit of a lip on that hill is going to be what keeps him alive and gives him the cover to survive, regroup with his friends.
Yeah, BB team could get a little bit closer.
17 กลางวงฮะไม่ยุ่งใครเลยอะ
With that fire angle that the Falcons have, they don't really have the opportunity to do so. TKL still vibing. Next circle about to show us where we will be going. Where, just going to mostly center up right towards the... still that 17 warehouse very much in play. 17 looking to do some real damage in this game, maybe retake that top spot. Grenades on the outside here being attempted, but Furia holds on for now. They've still got 3 players up, so they're doing okay. But you can see that they're in a tricky position trying to get out of there. There are some rolling hills here and there, but it's not comfortable with the Falcons right on top of them.
Falcons sitting at 55. They're in that bit of a drop-off. BB is just going to be a bit ahead of them on the overall leaderboard. They're also going to have some pretty difficult pathing down the hillside because they're going to have to deal with a lot of angles from a lot of different teams. But luckily, 17 has been having to be predisposed, dealing with a lot of what's been going on with Forest and the Expendables. Meanwhile, down into the southeast, it is going to be Daytrade and E-Arena lined up against each other with Taikula. That's going to be pretty close. Maybe in nade range, the longer this is going to continue. E-Arena just keeps kind of trying to push over here and see if maybe they can force a fight, maybe see if they can get a knock, but they just can't seem to quite find the angle with it. The hillside's buying enough, and oh, Jacob, that was a bit of an overpeak.
It's making it hard for both teams with the way that hill is kind of situated
to
find a good angle, because it's also keeping them from getting close enough for grenades. So now Daytrade using the cover of those smokes to let loose. E-Arena responding as well. And no knocks are going to be found. Plenty of damage to both sides. So this one just kind of drags on, and both teams are going to expend a ton of utility just for this one fight.
This is a pretty costly fight. Falcons are just going to send it down to 17, because why not? This is going to be where everybody goes. But they actually lean into the side that 17 is going to be playing from. So they get some space away from Forest. See if maybe they can make a good enough position, survive. Wall's eating a lot of damage. On the opposing front for this one, E-Arena just sends it right into the line. Looks like they were trying to hold off, but Daytrade's going to get vision onto them, as well as maybe even Falcons, depending on how the peaks come in. But Taikula kind of caught up looking at what's going on with Daytrade, while Forest has got vision on what's going on with E-Arena. This is just a full-on mixed firefight, while BB team looks like they're starting to move to the south, and they might be trying to encroach into the same angle that Taikula's going to be at.
Oh, we got a big machine gun there for kickstart. Let's see if we can get it firing. Tanadol going to get cleared out. E-Arena took some damage on the entry from Daytrade. They've been able to hang on. Those smokes very well placed. The cars as well, keeping them safe enough to find some kind of position into this circle. The Falcons not really looking for this fight just yet. Now E-Arena getting shredded. Daytrade, the Expendables, all getting involved. Daytrade does get knocked as well. They're going to be on the outside of this. They're going to get cleaned out by Forest.
Falcons throwing some nades, hoping the fact that maybe they could get something out of it. BB still lined in on what's going to be going on with Taikula. Taikula really wanting to see if they can get the kills or secure what's going on with E-Arena, but it looks like Forest is trying to get some angles into it as well. They're going to steal away at least one of them. Now, yes, Zizzy did manage to get pretty close to the center, but it came at a massive cost. Taikula, you can see, just keeps trying to dance out of their compound to the south, but every single time they do, they're getting punished, either for on one side or BB on the other. New Circle Pops stays on 17's compound. That has been the focal point since pretty much, what, Circle 2, 3?
Yeah, absolutely. It is basically from the get-go. Good grenades almost get the knock onto a doozy. TKL on the hunt, on the push. A doozy scrambling to get out, but he can't. Spaceman is going to track him down.
Taikula just done. They've been harassed too many times from this BB line, so instead they're going to send it back over here, see if they can just deal with the Thorn spin at their side. Looks like they're putting in enough work to try to stall out, but keep in mind, Fury's going to be wrapping in back behind BB. This opportunity means the fact that all of BB has been focused on what's going on with Taikula. Furia has an opportunity now. They're just going to backstab right into BB Besto, the last one alive, but they know where he is, and that is going to be Taikula, seeing if maybe they can finish it out. It's going to be Suze that's seeing if maybe he can keep him pinned, but there is a hill that is going to be what I was going to say Besto was trying to use for cover, but that just means that it's going to put him in the line for Furia.
Cold is dangerously low on ammo here. Only has 14 behind that, so he has been firing. Might need to get a little bit of help from some friends, but he has to hold the line while the reses and the heals come through. So now maybe they could drop him a little bit, but doesn't seem like they're keen on doing that just yet. There's a crate right next to the Falcon. They could scoop that up quick. Looks like H-Win might have grabbed that armor if they didn't already feed over the armor that came with the machine gun to kickstart. And they are just smoking 17 off. They want to make 17 and Forest fight first, and then they can try to finish off the pieces. A good grenade into Shizzy would have finished him, but like a volley, and it does connect, and he does go down. The fire from TKL, and their march of death continues across the southern side of the circle.
But that does mean the team in first now down. 17's got a ton of breathing room. Everybody from 3rd to 7th down back behind them. Forest has an opportunity. Falcons has an opportunity. 17 has an opportunity. The problem is they're all just stacked up on top of each other while Taikula is just running amok on all the remnants and putting in so much work on the teams around them.
Furia playing this very cautiously. I thought they might try to find an angle towards the Falcons, but they haven't just yet. Meanwhile, Forest can't do anything against 17, and now it's Furia's turn. They're getting some real damage in. Xiao Wu knocked, almost found a second. And Furia able to find their sight lines. Taikula as well, now looking at the outside of this warehouse. These warehouses have some big doors. You can find some angles into them. So up into the rafters goes Lil Ghost. A very good position to hold here. Going to keep him much safer than some of his teammates that are on the ground. Rez will come through though, so 17 on their feet. They're still kicking. They've got 8 kills. It's just everybody's tunneled in around them.
Yeah, it's benefiting from their own success. They chose a great compound, but then everybody wanted a piece of it. Taikula, they've got control of the south. Fury can't even manage to find a way to get in the circle just quite yet. Falcons kind of holding down, I would say, almost the closest to center point for the time being. This positioning right now that we're seeing from Little Ghost, he just keeps finding all of these really sneaky angles on everybody that's trying to assault in. It's really cool to watch.
Yeah, he's being a real pest. That is for sure. Falcons have to set up a defense. You know, you've got to anticipate that there might be a team coming from your north. They already saw that Furia, you know, was shooting from up there, got some knocks into 17, so they got to be aware of that. And you can't let 17 burst out and take you down. But the good news is they're still messing around with Forest. So for now, the timing for Falcons is just lock it down, hold on tight, and pray that somehow there's some more damage done to 17, because if they come out of their 4 strong, you're going to have to out-frag them, and that's tough.
Okay, here comes Furia. They're going to roll right into the Falcons and feed over a couple of kills. So you're going to pick that one up. That means that Taikula now gets the entirety of that hillside to work with, and they have the breathing room. Boy, they instantly spread out. Everything going on inside of this compound, while 17, I would say, controls it. They don't really control it. They're having to hunker down from 2 different sides. Forest on one side, Falcons on the other, so they're just full defensive. You can see that they just have to be looking at every single angle of approach, and Wu does manage to get one, spins back around, almost gets the second one. Finally, Forest Natural Gaming getting eliminated, as it's going to be Xiao Wu that picks up a ton of those kills. The Falcons, though, did shift in, and they set up their own defensive perimeter.
That puts 17 within 7 place points of first. Let's see if they can get it going. Spaceman, though, and Taikula want to climb the leaderboard themselves. They're sick of being at the bottom after that explosive group stage, that day 1. They want to get back into form. Falcons have just dug in. They've got the better side of this compound for the center of the circle, but Taikula can just kind of wait this battle out and may just be the ones that profit the most in the end. But look at this, 17 stacking an angle on the outside, kick with that machine gun.
Little Ghost up on top, so any angle as a firefight breaks out, he can just absolutely demolish. Means Trimsy's gonna go down, get spotted. Kicks got himself a ton of bullets to work with down there. So Little Ghost gonna see if maybe he can drop some utility right on top of him, get some flashes, open up some maybe more movement for his teammates down below him. This high ground position coming up time and time again. It's been big, but don't forget about Taikula. Overpeak comes out from 17 and instantly punished. Little Ghost focused on what's going on down below him. Means the fact that he can't really assist on what's going to be happening around the outside of it. Now he's just all by himself. Falcons managed to hold the line with the assistance of Taikula, but Taikula's just got control over everything inside the circle. Little Ghost, realizing the opportunity's pretty much gone, he instead shifts back out. He wants to get vengeance for his teammates, but at the same time, Taikula, there's too big of an opportunity in front of him as well. Taikula just runs down. They're just chasing right after H-Win. He's gonna go down, but up on top, Little Ghost finds one.
Little Ghost, can he pull off the impossible? We've already seen heroics from Xiaowu. Is it his turn up to bat? But certainly not. Up on top of the hill, can't win the spray down. Taikula is gonna find a chicken dinner.
And that is a big win for Taikula because, man, they were just, they were kind of languishing down there. Finally getting this game going and really setting the pace for a lot of the movement and teams around them is going to be big in motivations going into the remainder of today and tomorrow.
Absolutely. That's a huge boost of confidence. The Falcons as well played a pretty good game. Obviously, they would have liked to have get a little bit further, but you know, Forrest just couldn't find any damage against 17. Little Ghost is up on the roof, making your life miserable. That's a tough situation to be in.
That was just an interesting set of plays coming up from Little Ghost. Time and time again, using that upper section, using the roof, finding these little cool angles that he can peek out. I mean, he was just punishing so much of what was going on while it was 17 just having team upon team crash on top of them.
เรื่องวงไง ลักกี้วงจริง
that game, well, they want to break down.
There you go, Taikula, very much needed points and breaking the stronghold that is APAC throughout the day. It's about time somebody made it happen.
And it was the team on the bottom of the leaderboard. They're like, someone has to save us. Taikula was like, I'll take care of that for you. And somehow it was too cool. They make their way up to the top. I will say part of this was the kerfuffle in the warehouse where there were so many teams. Falcons.
Big pop.
Yeah, it was obscene. It started there. You saw that crash down. 17's able to sort of defend this attack. You immediately see a knock by example right after this, and then the chaos starts. Because you'll see the Expendables come in. Twisted Minds comes in. Forest comes in. New Happy comes in. All the teams over the course of the next 6 minutes decide, I want this warehouse.
Yeah, and for me, what happened here is like, okay, this is potentially the winning spot to come out of it, and it was not. TKL's spot was better because they came out on a better spot. They had that southern side to themselves, and they could just force everyone away. In the end, they're 4 guys strong. Everyone else is fighting, and it's like a mini micro-urban ending here because everyone's trying to get out alive, and it's just impossible because you have H-Win with the DPS, Little Ghost on the top just killing everything, and
That's the thing though, right? As much as Taikula's spot ended up being the winning spot in the end, if you do somehow wrestle the warehouse away from everybody else, you're probably guaranteeing yourself podium. And that is probably, you're playing the odds at that point.
If 17 had been able to win against that Falcons final showdown, I think then we have maybe a different end spot because it was Lil Ghost up there by himself with no re-up, no bullets, no support. He just has to kind of throw and fold. If he's got 2 guys downstairs, different ballgame.
The problem is that everyone is delaying, right? Falcon is not committing, saying, okay, it's worth now. We strike now. We're going to clear out the team and maybe only be 3 or 2 guys left alive. Everyone is delaying it until the inevitable happens where the circle's going to push out. You're not going to have time to fight and have a clean fight. You're not going to be able to start wrestling. And then the team outside, just like we have the urban endings, the city endings, the teams that are on the outside, gatekeeping the teams trying to get out of the cities, they're going to get absolutely destroyed. That's exactly what TKL did. They got a lot of kills doing it.
I also think we're not used to seeing a situation where there was at one point because Twisted Minds tried to get that crash on 17, and then the Expendables also crashed, but they did it inside of a sandstorm. So I don't think Twisted Minds saw them making that move.
Sure.
And there was a point where we had Warehouse with 17, Twisted Minds in one of the side houses, Expendables in another one, and so then it just sort of locked out the whole compound, which I think is relatively uncommon to see 3 teams just sitting in there together, sort of being like, well, none of us can peek because we're all so tight here together.
Definitely not the easiest circles, especially if you're not already in a warehouse or like down where BB was when they were able to dislodge the team that was up by the crashed truck. But it will be Tycoola with 11 kills and 1,600 damage. As I said, they break the chokehold that teams like Forest Natural Gaming, which did do very well in this game as well, alongside E-Arena, alongside Daytrail, all these teams gathering a lot of points. 17 though, being able to take second place means they are going to be challenging once again for the #1 spot here, Martin.
They had to use 37 smokes and 24 grenades to do it, but they did manage to get tons of kills with it. It's good to see here. It's very spread out among Spaceman, Sousa, and Dons. Cold, one of the guys that actually had a fantastic performance in our group stage.
Yes, yes.
He didn't manage to get in here, but he did have the highest damage done on the team.
Yeah, I will say Spaceman probably going to be taking the man of match, but he does look concerned there. So don't be concerned, it's fine.
I would have been concerned when I saw the score going into that game as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, sure.
But I think you're right. Cold, I think he kind of plays in that front position, does a little bit of stabbing, and then often is the first one to go down. Spaceman comes away with the man of the match. He does look so concerned.
Like, oh gosh, I hope I did enough. Well, you did. Well done here, Spaceman. I mean, you did enough in the group stages.
It was very stressful for him.
I guess
it wasn't enough. They should have gotten 3 more kills because that would have meant that would have doubled their points in this game compared to the 10 games prior.
Really?
Damn, you just got to stick the knife in and twist it, don't
you? You stab one and cold one
It's got the hook on when I'm pulling it out.
Brutal, yeah, but 21 points is very much so super needed for them. They're going to need a big jump up, and they're going to need to continue to get in those kinds of performances like we saw in the group stage, as it will be 13 points going in the way of Forest Natural Gaming. And hey up, you know what? Team Falcons is there.
With double digits?
There they are.
We did something. Yeah, it is good. We got in there. It was a bit of a kerfuffle in the warehouse. I think that's where we thrive. We were going to, the DBS,
cool.
make some late game plays. For me, the big point here is 17 Gaming. Apparently, Miramar is just what they do, okay? Because yesterday we saw them blow up
home turf ending.
Yep, exactly. We move here. They make another nice play. And the other one big, Forest Natural Gaming. They get into 3rd place. This is a team who, very similarly to Tycoola in the last one, was struggling. A couple games ago, these guys were in the bottom 3. Now we're at a point where we're going to see them cresting into probably the top 6 after this, making an insane play where I think all 5 of our APAC teams are now in the top 7 or 8, which is wild to think about.
They're pretty good.
I thought they would have turned over the overall leaderboard by then. It would have been perfectly timed.
You were trying for it.
I was drawing out the wordage as much as I could.
And now as we go to the total leaderboards.
Dang it. It's like they waited.
We have them taking 7th place. So very close to that top 6, as you were mentioning. But yeah, the fact that 5 of our APAC teams are in the top 7 speaks volumes. And for a lot of these other regions, I mean, if they don't do something in this last game, everything we're going to talk about in the early stages of tomorrow is just going to be APAC.
Something.
I love how Expendables and Forest, they're very close, only 2 points apart, but they're doing it in 2 very different ways, right? Forest getting half their points from placement, half from kills. On the other hand, almost 75% of the points percent-wise is coming from Expendables, coming from kills. They're just fracking out. They're just like, Cloris, PGC MVP, point in that direction, shoot, kill.
Shoot the thing.
Get the guys.
I mean, it worked for them at PGC. They're definitely doing it here. You saw that crash in the warehouse. It's everything that anytime that they smell any semblance of blood, these guys are sharks that can move from miles away.
I've got a question, guys, here. What is the threshold that we need to be at for these teams to be able to kind of catch up? Because 99 points is kind of wild. They've got 1 more game to get more. Do we need to be within, what, 25, 30 points to not worry about, okay, we can still win. I mean, sure, you can always go out and win 2 or 3 games in a row, blah, blah, blah.
Sure.
I'm thinking, like, what mentality are we setting and what kind of threshold are we looking at? 70 points, 75 points? Is that kind of the aim for some of these mid-pack teams that you want to make sure you get?
If the APAC teams keep playing this way, then I think you're going to need, like, a very low threshold to try and even do something. But I don't think it's going to even be fun. They're all just so happy. They just keep waving.
They're every time they come here 1 minute before the game starts, they're smiling, they're happy, they won, hundreds of $1,000 last last year.
That was
So
Tambu and the boys.
that's what it looks like when
You know
you don't
what?
have to worry about anything.
No, they flubbed it. They won the World Championships, and then suddenly the rest of the region was like, wait a minute, we can do this.
Yes.
So they made them all better. This is the problem.
Yeah.
They, you said at the start of this event, the meta has been evolving a little bit. I think these guys have kicked that meta in the shins and are dragging it into a new world by the ankles. And I think it's incredibly fun to watch. To answer your question, I think 75 right now makes a lot of sense. The problem I have is E-Arena and 17 Gaming are not stopping. And there's a real world where if they do what they've been doing in one more match, that number jumps up to 83, 84 possibly.
It is getting to the world where 17 Gaming has to maybe be that big challenger, right? Considering what we're seeing from APAC on the opposite side. Because 17 had a brilliant start overall, moving into that next bit of the tournament. We only have 1 day left. They might be the last one left, because up there it's what? Technically, DM Freaks is still kind of up there. Until they hit that threshold.
They hit the threshold. They're in the threshold.
Yeah.
They can make a move, never write off Salute and the boys. The problem is, I do think our mainstays, our traditional champions, are just caught off guard, flat-footed at the pace of teams like the Expendables and the virus of aggression that has spread to their entire region. Because with the exception of Forest Gaming, these guys are looking for fights. Forest Gaming, I think, is a little more tempered with how they do it. They tend to wait for an opening and then charge in. But they've also grown insane confidence because, you know what? They're standing 2 points behind the world champions. And if that doesn't get you hyped and inspired, I don't know what else would.
I know it's getting a little bit ahead of myself, but oh boy, is that week's break between this and PGS8 going to be interesting.
It's gonna be about studying APAC.
We're like, how are these guys doing? And they're like, oh, they're fighting and they're winning almost every single engagement that they have. And they're doing it aggressively, and they're in some of the executions that they're doing. The timing on the utility is fantastic. They're spending that at a really good time, and they're working together way more as a team when they need to. And their standout 1v1s and mechanical plays for themselves is working out so often. You can see these guys have been grinding for the past years.
I do think you've hit the nail on the head in terms of the aggression part of it, because it feels like every time they're going into fights, they end them quickly.
Yes.
It's like an absolute shock tactic of we're going to hit you so hard that you don't really have a decent amount of time to either recover from an initial knock or be able to recover from a complete squad wipe.
And the thing is, they have complete confidence. They have complete confidence in each other when they go into these fights, right? They're trusting solo flankers. And second, they're not dragging anchors behind. They're not leaving placeholders. They're not leaving outside watchers. They're saying, you know what? If we're going in strong. And they're coming in with brute force. How many times do we see E-Arena knock 3 players on these pushes and able to get them back up? Because when they come in, it is 4 prongs of a spear that wants nothing but blood.
Yeah, it's total blitzkrieg tactic. There's just shock and awe all over the place coming in from APAC, and these other teams are going to have to have some answer to it. It looks like 17 Gaming may be that one to have the answer, because right now EMEA and Americas, usually we come here and we're talking about how they are potentially challenging for the title, but this time around it's looking like a far cry from. All right, let's do it. The final game of the day, game 12. Let's head over to Matchroom and Paper Thin.
Thank you, Kalaris. Last game of the day, and man, oh man, it has been crazy. APAC running through a ton of stuff, getting kills left and right, racking up a ton of victories, but 17 Gaming still staying in the thick of it, still fighting, still hungry for that #1 spot.
Yeah, love the way the desk was setting this up. I mean, it could become a 2-horse race going into that last day where it's, E-Arena 17 who can pop off more, but there's a chance here in this last game for some of these teams to start making moves, to start positioning themselves for that final day, for a big day, just like we saw from the Expendables at PGC. Anything is possible in those last 6 games, but we have one more here today before we even start thinking about tomorrow too much, and it should be pretty quiet, we think, in the beginning of the game. We think, Matchroom?
I don't even know anymore. Every single time at this event so far, I think that I've got a grip on what these guys are thinking. They throw a curveball. I mean, looking out, you can see the fact that 17 looks like maybe they were trying to stretch for a vehicle. New Happy might be trying to stretch for the same one. This is intriguing, to say the least, to watch the mind games as they developed out.
Yeah, there's so many weird little positions, like the Falcons have to contest with a small compound with T5 split over by water treatment in San Martin, and there's all these other little things that can go on. Sometimes people are close to where the Freaks want to drop, or it's all these little positioning battles. Oh, we get a north. Look, we asked for it.
There you go. There you go.
We asked for it. Fist bump. Let's
Happy
go.
birthday to Paper Thin.
Yeah, I got my birthday present.
Yeah. Okay. So as a horror center focus, the Expendables going to be excited about that one, and then we still have Death Star Trench, Terra Bronca that's still going to be in play. A bit of vehicle jousting for lands. Those should be fine. Mime's just going to be tailing in back behind that. If anything, just trying to be like, get out of here.
No, you go away.
Yeah.
Honk honk. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
A bison and a car horn. You get out of here.
It's so intimidating.
I know. Because we all know that the bison is the most intimidating of gun sounds.
Yeah, I mean, no, but no, I got your sarcasm. But it's like that angry bee gun, just that and the VSS, right? Like it's just, then you're just like, oh, I didn't do anything to them. Oh.
I have been waiting so much for whenever BB picks up a VSS, so I can make a joke about them using a BB gun as BB, but it's just never going to happen.
It's never going to happen.
They're too smart. They'll never fall into bad gun meta. They'll never get involved in hot drops.
Yeah, they're too good at this game.
เห็นไหมผมบอกให้แล้ว
Stupid jokes that I think
ผม
about.
บอกแล้วว่าเกมท้ายยังไงก็
If
เด
only
ทเท
this
ด
one time this thing would happen, then I could say this. You're telling me as a caster you never do that?
Oh, I do all the time.
Okay, I was going to say.
All the
please
time.
tell me I'm not that insane.
No. I think of stupid puns sometimes. Like, I'll just be laying in bed and they'll just hit me. And I'll
มัน
be
เกิด
like,
เป็นวัตติน
"I
นี่
can
ว่า
only use it in this one weird situation. Please, esports gods, let it happen." And it never does.
Never does. And then when it happens, you forget it.
And then I forget it. Yeah, exactly.
All right. So enough of being in the head of a caster. Let's look at what it's like to be in the head of a player. Taikula managing. They had a really cool group stage where they had a great run on the day. And the last game was kind of, I guess, hints of what we saw on that day. They did a great job on dealing with a lot of teams that were approaching from the south.
Yeah.
Shifted out, really dealt with the teams that were then over into the western hillsides that were on the outskirts of Picado. Then really just timed everything perfectly to start getting controls over the hillside itself and shut down any of the movements that were happening. A lot of why we were seeing so many of these teams kind of commit into that 17 compound was because of what we saw Taikula doing to the south of that. And
exactly.
They were a catalyst for a lot of these really weird movements.
No, and it's just, great zone control. It reminds me of what we were seeing from them in the early parts of the group stage where they were taking great fights, controlling their space really well. That was them in a nutshell, and then they've kindly showed us it again. It has been a while, but they have brought it back, and that is exciting. Because Taikula really had me hopeful that, they were going to make a run in this event. It wasn't just going to be, 17 or Petrichor Road from China that was showing up. It was going to be them potentially as well. It's been a disappointing game, set of games so far in the finals for them. But up to 45, they have another good game here. They could get up to 60. They can make a shot up into the top half for sure. So that's definitely going to be something they should be thinking about, and I'm sure they are. The Freaks finally getting an Eastern zone here as they're dropping one of the most Eastern teams. So this is going to be a great circle for them to get some prio. They're going to set up south towards the truck stop, and they're going to have great positioning potentially for these circles. It's just a matter of whether they can lock it down. They've been on the outside looking in. We've seen them be able to take some good fights on the edges, but a lot of times they're kind of a little bit off the mark or they're getting third party.
Oh, Aiksleft, the most expensive fantasy player for being in the 16th place that I think that I've ever seen. But I mean, it's kind of, they've got goals, and those goals are not the leaderboard, so we'll have to see if as we progress, maybe that becomes a bit more of a focus. Looking out, New Happy's making a wrap over into the eastern coastline, so they could be bumping into the Freaks, another squad that is desperately wanting to have a last good game because they are still in the thick of it, but they're starting to tail behind. They're at the first break point, right? Whenever we see that it's going to be E-Arena up at 99, 17, 94, and then a drop down pretty hefty from there into T5, but then another big drop down into what is going to be the Freaks day trade before we get the TE drop down yet again, and then it just gets everybody on top of each other in that slightly above 60 range.
Yeah, I mean, for day trade of the Freaks, if you can have a big game here, you're going to put yourself right back into contention for that top spot going into the final day. And that's where you'd like to be, of course, but you got to get it done. It has been a slowish day for them and day trade. The Expendables, just kind of slow and steady, but we've seen what they can do on the last day. They're a team that plays with zero fear. They have a ton of confidence no matter the situation. You talk to those guys behind the scenes, they're all smiles, they're all laughs all the time, no matter what the heck is going on. They can have one of the worst days you've ever seen, and they're vibing. They can have one of the most stressful moments, when they came into that PGC, when they had a huge hill to climb coming into that final day, just talking to duck juice before the match, and he's just like, I'm like, man, you know, you got to put up, I can't remember what it was, like 60 points or whatever on that last day. You know, is that doable? And he goes, oh yeah, we're doing it. We're winning. I mean, just without missing a beat, and they did it. So
ผมทายไปแล้ว
they can never count them out either.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this kind of develops, especially on this circle, because there's a lot of intricacies that we can look at. With Death Star Trench kind of being north-south in it, and looks like Falcons have a goal, and that goal is going to be Zakraken's compound location. Getting a couple of friends going to be rotating down into it, and Zakraken managed to stop one so far, using the smokes to his advantage, kind of bouncing around.
H1 just wasn't ready for him to be in that position. A good dodge here by Zakraken to get, he walked back into it! Oh no, I thought he had gotten away from that grenade, but he goes right into it. Now the rest of Furia starting to get involved. They're driving on in the bus, let's go. It's time to hustle, but they can't get there in time. Shrimsy shuts him right down. Finally, Haven has something to say about it, but he's the only one left.
The bicycle reinforcements are the only ones that manage to make it in time and in position to be safe. So first kill is going to be going over to Shrimsy, but Haven's in some trouble. He's already been found out. Everybody on Falcons know where he is, and this is a very strong compound for the circle, but Haven's not going down. He wants this desperately, trying to see if maybe he can go for a peek back around. Looks like he was trying to get his meds back in position. Oh, at range, it's going to be Tigger that gets the knock. But
that jump scared kickstart. He jumped in his seat a little bit there, wasn't expecting it. That's a couple hundred meters away here for Tigger, and going to find some decent damage. The Falcons just crumbling, and now Twisted Mind's getting involved. They're watching from the steep side.
So, interesting position for Twisted Minds at 11th place at a PGS.
Well, I'll put an asterisk by it because they're contesting a drop spot.
Yeah.
I
But
think
this is a squad that is never going to be content with this positioning, no matter the rules or reasons.
No, you're right. I'm sure there's going to be some things that they wish they could do better, that they're definitely talking about doing better. The Falcons back up to 4, able to get through that with their entire squad intact. Lyric's going to brave the dust storm. Put on those goggles, my man, or else your eyes are going to get real dusty flying through that one, but he's going to lead the charge along the coast. That dust storm's a little unfortunate in a way because he's not going to see some of what's going on just north of Impala for his team, but actually, fortunately for them, as long as they don't drive into TKL, they're A-OK. Getting shot at a little bit, but he's going to be able to see so much of what's going on and can lead the forces of that Thai squad into relative safety.
Inuyasha, you never know. Miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So
I take those. Who cares?
I mean, there's got to be ammo around there, so why not take it? It is going to be New Happy that does have pretty much the east in control. To their west of them, though, is going to be Bestie and the Freaks running a bit of separation. E-Arena could be running into that line for New Happy, and if anything, those shots coming out from Inuyasha just a moment ago towards Lyrics are just trying to get him to say, okay, somebody's in this compound, let's give it more breathing room. We don't want to crash in here, so there is something other than just going for the knock. A lot of times in these rotations, specifically with taking shots at gliders, just taking shots at them will let the glider guy go, okay, there's somebody here, let's avoid this area, and you can give yourself way more breathing room just taking a couple of shots and missing. And this is just pretty much going to center up.
Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, I thought this was going to be more of an away from El Azahar circle, still can be. But definitely centering on top of it makes things a little bit more dicey. There's so many steep cliffs in and around El Azahar. There's a lot of high ground you can work with. New Happy just, I think, going to dive right into the center of El Azahar. The Falcons as well, driving down the trench, but there's Petrichor Road right in front of them.
Oh, Falcons coming into this one. They have to be very cautious. Ming trying to defend in, and whoa! Hits the shots out of kickstart as the car is going to do a kickflip. Kickstart now down. Here comes Chewy. He's got himself the Panzerfaust. Doesn't get a knock with it, but Tigger up on top, who was doing the harassment onto Falcons earlier, now doing that same harassment onto Petrichor Road.
Oh God, the vehicle blows up inside of there. That's going to kind of keep the Falcons a bit pinned in. Some grenades roll in, and it's Akeleft who finds the first. The second trying to get out of there is H-Win. He may have just barely got out in time. Shrimsy knocked as well. Tiggleton trying to work the gas pumps here. This isn't New Jersey, my guy. You're not required to do that.
Right, clutch ult the time. He's got to make a big play for his squad. He is now the last one up. Ming, the last one up for Petrichor Road. Tiggleton just trying to see if he can secure the kills, but that's going to give time for meds on Ming's side. Ming just going to run in, and Tiggleton manages to shut down Petrichor Road.
Well, The good news for the Falcons is you've got 8 kills. That's a pretty solid game. You're able to best a couple different squads. Bagel Pa, do you turn into this? Hell yeah, you do.
Yeah, okay. Running into a ton of wreckage and vehicles. Tiggleton, oh, he sneaks around back behind him, but he's already been spotted. He's already losing a lot of health. He's in some trouble, isolated on the outside, but it's kind of trying to sneak by. That's going to be all she wrote. Third team was a bit too much. That is going to be the Falcons down, and Begapa finding some kills.
DNF fighting 17 outside the truck stop. They've got a couple kills there, so that's huge for them. You would love to do some damage to this team, but Salute is knocked. He's taken some big damage. The drive-in from DL being noted by Xiao Bei, looking to try to thwart DNF from knocking them away from the top of the leaderboard. Some damage trying to be done. Can't find it. Guman with the spray catches a few bullets into Xiao Wu. He's going to hide back behind. Heaven's being connected upon by some grenades. Oh, he almost gets knocked there.
Ooh, man. Freaks would love to get into a position to do something for Salute, but there's just nothing that can happen off of it. Slowly bleeding out, and 17 setting up a defendable position around it. The Expendables trying to get some shots in at range, at least make it a bit more complicated for 17 for the time being. It's going to be 7-7 also getting the shot onto Guman, so Freaks just not capable of finding what they want here.
That blue zone going to open up a little bit of space for 17 to start pushing forward. They have the Freaks on the ropes potentially. Down this long haul, anything could happen.
Oh, long hallways on Miramar are always so scary to push. Deal, you can see, trying to prep up, but Xiao Bei leading the path for his team. Stacked up, saying if maybe he goes down, they're going to be support right back behind him, but maybe instead thinking about the fact that they can go around the outside of this one. Remember, there is the harassment from Taikula on one side of it and the Expendables on another, so it gets a bit scary to step on the outside of this one. Heaven is going to go down. Good nade coming out from Xiao Bei.
This is now almost the Freaks being eliminated. A good grenade from Gumin. Lands right on top. He's got another. A two-piece for the IGL of the Freaks, trying to save their bacon, and he may have just done that. Only one player left for 17. DL wants to get this res, but they're being harassed from afar. It's actually Lyrics in the glider. Lyrics in the glider. He's found an angle.
I mean, take what you can get, my man. You're presently in first. Make everybody play around what you're wanting to do, and that's some good shots. He knows that this is 17 that's caught up in this fight. Xiao Wu, the last one up, having to look in the direction of Guman, as it think that the res should be coming out in just 1 second for the Freaks. This is going to set off a pacing problem, though, for both of these squads. 17, who's wanting to try to usurp position, try to get back into first, is going to have to deal with Freaks, who is just refusing to go down. Now, just with this one last member, 17, trying to get first feels nigh impossible. And then even having E-Arena know exactly where they are.
This is not the guy I'd want to be going up against in this situation. We've already seen what he can do in these 1vx's. He has been stellar. Has he got another stellar play in store for us is the real question. Freak's going to make sure that the rest of this building is clean. They have no idea if maybe he had pushed in to the other side of the longhouse. Now they find out that, okay, we've got it under our control. Probably have a pretty good idea of where he might be, but I think they're checking the other building first. Don't realize where he's at.
Okay, playing the patience game, just listening to footsteps. Freaks, how badly do you want this? You don't really need this compound. You could just be content with the damage done and try to get out. The Expendables raining down bullets upon range, and looks like it's going to be BB in some trouble over there as they really can't get out of position. BB team going to get eliminated. It's going to be Taikula that does the tail end of the firefight.
Oh, they're just on a mission. They only have 2 players left, though, so going to be pretty tricky to get super deep into this one, especially with the Expendables just having oversight on their compound to try to get out. They're outside of the next circle. There is room that they could sneak through. Have to see if they can find it. Yeah, the Freaks are just trying to figure out where the hell Xiao Wu went.
Meanwhile, Lyrics is still taking shots from the glider.
Oh, that was a fake. Oh, okay, that vehicle's just too beat up. They're just like, nope, nope.
Yeah,
we all got to get in this Murado.
Everything's smoking and wreckage right now, and Xiao Wu looks like he might just let them go, yeah. No purpose in getting involved. Instead, he can maybe sneak in down behind them. E-Arena already has information on that. Looks like they might be trying to move in and collapse down, but Freaks are just doing damage control position, just getting inside the circle, getting a compound, and just trying to hold it.
Oh, man. The Freaks there, Gumin 3 kills in that fight. That looked like it might go 17's way. They're just going to run around with the Panzer. Just seeing if this is where, in fact, Xiao Wu had abandoned 2, but he has not. He is still chilling in that compound in the blue now. The Arena going to be watching the Freaks from afar. That poor Murado not in the best of shape either. Trying to get out of that compound going to be tricky, especially with this high ground angle that E-Arena is going to be able to bear down on top of him.
We do have that Taikula is making a wrap down next to Twisted, and that could be a problem for Taikula. They're coming into this pretty late, but the rest of Twisted isn't in firm defense. Those shots are going to force Taikula to play more into the east, which means that the next wave in the gauntlet as the vehicle rolls down the hill.
Keep going, you're good.
You're fine, you're fine. Just hit the gas and now restart. Expendables, though, do hear those shots, and it looks like they were trying to step out. Glorious, dude, he looks like he's on a leash right now. He was trying to run out there, and the other members called him back. Like, no, bro, you got to come back and be with us. It's fine. They'll drive. It's cool. You can get the kills in a second.
Just hold on. They'll be there. Don't worry.
I'm running down there again. He's like, they're over here somewhere right now.
Come on, bro. Let me do it. Let me do it. All right, well, Taikula is going to go to the shack. Look at this circle, though. I mean, the Death Star Trent's right in the middle of it. It kind of looks like the Korean flag a bit here. The Taeguki is so right down the center. It's going to split circle.
Bestia.
Oh, no.
They're going to just jump into the wrong shack. We know that Bestia loves to find them some shacks for them later stages, but it is going to be Taikula that got sent over here just a second too early.
Well, they tried to counter crash, and it didn't work. A knock on a DL. Yumin very weak as well. And Xiaowu is still a thorn in the Freak side. He is watching them. He doesn't want to let them get any further. That's his new mission, because they're one of the teams that is close to them on the leaderboard, and they have a real chance to just ruin their round. And there's a res. Perfectix as well getting involved out in the open of the Freak. They are in big-time trouble.
Yeah, running uphill into Twisted Mind of all squads. This is a hungry squad right now, and they really want to shut down anything the Freaks are going to be doing. E-Arena is doing a shift just to the north of this, so trying to find some safety. Freaks, can you firefight your way up this hillside to find some safety in the zone? No, it's going to be E-Arena on the other side. Nurins does get the knock on Heaven. It's going to be Zhao Wu that spots out Deal at range really far back there.
Oh, yeah, now immediately E-Arena's like, hey, these are our kills. What are you doing? You can't have these. You can't get any closer to us. Xiaowu does get the finish on the deal. Yumin in the blue as well. Just kind of needs to prone and wait this out at this point. I mean, there's just not much he can do until these teams leave this high ground. And if let him run forward, they're probably not going to do that, to be honest. He's only got 2 first aids, so this is looking like the end of the road.
Yeah. Vengeance comes in the end for Xiaowu, I guess we can see. E-Arena looks like they're going to step back in, be a bit more in the pathing of the Expendables. So in the north of the Death Star Trench, we've got Forest as well as T5, Day Trade, and the low ground. Remember, we saw Begapod take the compound from the Falcons just one moment ago. To the south of Death Star Trench, we've got E-Arena, the Expendables, Twisted Minds, technically Taikula. We still also have Human over here for the Freaks, but not anymore.
Yep, try to go for the first aids to see if he can survive a little bit longer. I mean, an odd game for the Freaks. You wouldn't expect a circle to just go 50-50 down the middle of this El Azahar road, but it still does. It still does.
Look, with the picture-in-picture, you can still see Xiaowu down there finally going to be dying, so he just disappeared. So 17 Gaming out. E-Arena now with a chance to get a lead. T5 maybe also have a chance to try to catch up to 17. Day Trade, though, they're also in the thick of this one, have some opportunities in the north. While the circle is popped, it's still kind of, I guess, what, 40-60 staying on Death Star Trench?
Yeah. Who the hell knows with this circle now? It is wild, and there is a lot of weird stuff going on because there's kind of 2 different plateaus to play from on the outside of the road, and Bagel still manning the gas station. You would love, as the Expendables here, to do some damage to E-Arena, but E-Arena doesn't have much to do other than either slam down into Bagel or go west, and the Expendables, if they could get the opportunity to shut the top team down,
แต่ถือว่าเล่นยากอยู่นะเดย์เพราะว่าต้องเข้าวง
money for them because they have 70 points and they could really keep things within spitting distance going into that final day. Just have to wait and see if E-Arena can find some kind of ability to make a move.
ทีไฟก็ลำบากนะวงนี้เพราะว่าโดน 2 ฝั่ง
Do have a couple teams around them though as they're trying to lock down a center position. Forest and Day Trade going to be eyeing it, but they might just fight each other because there's a couple different hillsides around this valley that T5 has found. Tanadol though pretty close.
Yeah, looks like he's gotten himself into nade range. He knows he's got it cooked. How's the range on it going to go? Coming out from the throw. Going to bounce down right next to Path and Pong. But with a couple of shots, Tigger is going to be able to get the knock onto Path and Pong. And follow-up nade's going to be perfect onto it. T5 just caught in a kill box right now as it's going to be Day Trade on one side. Forrest is also going to hear this, but they're just going to use the opportunity to move into the circle. We might see them drop maybe see if they're going to get into a third party in one moment. Meanwhile, Forest Natural Gaming is going to have at least one member with some vision. Daytrade, though, doesn't want to overextend. Ranger X still a bit mad from what happened to his teammates. Going to throw a nade back up into him, and it's going to be Belmont that does manage to go down and get flushed by Kiss.
Yeah, the window there for Daytrade to potentially wipe T5 out closed. T5 as well spread out. A few players in the shack. Sungjong going to get the knock onto Jacob. E-Arena desperately looking for some kind of safety closer to the edge of the hill. Some smokes down here for Park Pro. Is he going to continue this march forward up towards E-Arena? Sure, why not? There's another knock there from Two Heart. Open the doors. Tigger helping, keeping TE at bay for Bagel Pa. But I don't really think they can go too much further with TE still up there. It's going to be kind of tricky to push further forward.
Yeah, I mean, TE really wants to go after E-Arena as well, but they can't. They're getting shot from Daytrade by one side. Twisted also has some vision in this one. And it's going to be Duck Juice just laying in damage right on top of E-Arena. I like Vegapa's idea, realizing the fact that maybe if they shifted over here, used this road, this pathing to get back up onto the high ground, being in the low ground is just a death trap, but you have to feel like the circles are pulling that direction time and time again. More into the south, still keeping some of the northern area in play. Vegapod just trying to clean to life. Make sure that they can dodge out everything that's going to be going on. E-Arena, though, still up in front of them, is surviving everything that's going to be going on. Hop inside of a vehicle, and I think it's just time to send it. They don't have too many more options. There is a crate down here. Maybe just try to use that or something else for cover. There's also a rock. See what you can get, but, I mean, there is no cover. This is just so hard to survive from. Instead, they're just going to lay down, see if maybe that's going to be enough. Vegapod also does a shift in, but they're now leaning more into the northern part of the hillside.
Well, this is going to be tough for Bagopah. If the Expendables is able to clean out that top side of Khan, finding some damage, and it's actually going to be him and Two Heart that are going to combine. Bagopah has 4 kills in this game, still all 4 players up. Meanwhile, the Expendables is dealing with TKL and handling it pretty cleanly so far. T5 still 3 players up. Daytrade had to back off of that fight. Forest still looking for their moment. This standstill is going to have to come to a head shortly.
Okay, so the Expendables hunting down the last member of Forte Kula. Should just be one moment longer on that one. Meanwhile, we've got Twisted running a 2-2 split, north and south. The only team to presently be doing so. With this, up on the northern section, we've got T5, Forest, Daytrade that we were looking at earlier. None of them inside the circle. Vegapod now kind of gatekeeping them out. They've sent one member in a con that's going to be on the foothold on the road itself. The other member's trying to creep up back behind it. But with now nobody down in the south, that means that the Expendables can get some vision on what's going to be happening over in the north. But it's going to be retaliation shots coming back over on one side of it. So instantly
it's such a game of whack-a-mole here. If you come up, you get shot. If you try to find the opportunity to take an advantage, you get shot. It's such a tricky balance game that you're trying to play for all these teams in and around the edge. Bagopah has handled this really nicely, sending Park Pro up there with Sungjong to cover, work to treat to do some damage. Kiss finds the good spray, but the grenade in response from Ranger X was also on point. Forrest down to just Scappy here, and he's getting shot by Clories from the Expendables. This may be Forrest going down. It's actually Example who's going to steal that. Ranger X trying to get over here. T5 outside of the next circle, blue on its way.
All right, Daytrade looks like they managed to get one member in Flash into the circle, so they've got at least some form of gatekeep, but just instead, just Stry peeks up on the side of it. Ranger X just unloads on top of him, does not even care. T5 now running down the hillside. Flash going to get some damage out on it, but T5 Tatters running down the hill. It's going to be a full-on open. It's going to be Twisted as well as the Expendables just taking shot after shot into this hillside. And Vegapod still on the lower section for whatever's going to be happening. Yes, Forrest finally does get eliminated, so that means it's going to be Twisted, Vegapod, the Expendables, and T5 at least holding on with just one member remaining in Fluky.
The Expendables have mortars, so does Bagopod. They're trying to make it rain, trying to see if they can find some more of these points, but Fluky, not much else to do but chill in the blue. Sungjong scooped up an AWM out of that crate that dropped in the center of the circle that we saw earlier. Oh, Delwyn got it! Delwyn got it!
Delwyn picks it up. No safety to be had. T5 shut down and the Expendables trying to get a run to the top of the leaderboard. Twisted trying to climb out of the depths of 9th place, but it looks like for the time being, Twisted has Batulans up on top of a hillside. Has an idea on where Bagopod is going to be at. Expendables look like their focus is going to be more onto Twisted. Twisted trying to regroup right now. Bagopod trying to stop them. Does have Lou that's going to be opposing section down in the lower section of Death Star Trench itself. So that means that numbers advantage up on top of the hill kind of negated.
And Lou's got a Lynx too. He just scooped that up out of the crates that dropped over by him. That's a huge pickup for Twisted Minds. They could find that one shot to connect onto Bagopod. They might be able to break them open. The Expendables, in the meantime, angling towards Twisted. They kind of have to. Taking that fight downhill is just going to open up their angles to Twisted, but the real winning play is controlling the top of this hill as best as you can, or at least give yourself a better chance to win this. Sungjong looking for those AWM shots, not really able to find the mark.
Okay, they're going to start losing vision on everything that happens in the high ground. That means that the Expendables Twisted fight is pretty contained. Oh, good shot coming up from Lou. His focus in down on Vegapop, but that does mean he takes some damage for the shot. That's going to be the Expendables now starting to try to exploit that opportunity. Runs in. Delwyn is going to get the knock onto Batulins. Got Duck Juice that's going to be playing very far to the south, while all of Twisted is going to be right along the road. Can they pick this one up? Tanvu taking some damage, has to step away. It is high ground advantage for the Expendables for the time being, but not a lot of cover to be had. Duck Juice does spot out Perfectix, gets the knock onto him. Retaliation knocks coming out from Perfectix and Lou both.
What a maneuver here by the Expendables, but Bagopop making a counter maneuver. The grenade gonna go wide. Duck Juice gets into the shack and is gonna lock it down. Example still alive. Sungjong coming in. Sungjong claiming points. That's 2 extra for Bagopop. And the Expendables still holding on, but just one player. Sungjong on point with the AWM, trying to punish Lou. Grenades are going to do a fair amount of damage to him. If the follow-up is good, he is done, but it goes far.
Right after the res, Batulin's already down again. Vegapop just trying to work from the low ground up. Khan's all the way across, seeing if maybe he can support his teammates. 2 hearts already crossed down, so they own both sections of the circle. Sungjong just going to walk right into the middle of it all. So with this, the Expendables also going to quickly fall, and that is going to be Bagopop taking it away with 12 kills.
There you go. Bagopop coming a big play in that trench. To perfection, coming through with a big win there at the end. And Twisted Minds had 4 up into the late game, but couldn't convert. Them and the Expendables both 2 of the best teams on the planet, and it's going to be the scrappy Korean upstarts, the veterans, the streamers, the hodgepodge of a team that is able to come through and get the final chicken dinner of the day.
Can we talk about the respect
พรุ่งนี้วันท้ายละดูต่อพรุ่งนี้นะครับทุกคนไปละเจอกันพรุ่งนี้วันท้ายครับเจอกันพรุ่งนี้วันท้ายมาลุ้นเอาใจช่วยทีมไทยเป็นแชมป์ฮะเจอกัน last day ครับผมบ๊ายบายไปละ